Chapter 5. The Works of Euripides. Of nearly 100 dramas composed by Euripides, 19 have survived. These are now discussed in the approximate chronological order. The precise date of production is, however, known in but few cases. The Alcestis, letter 1F04 lambda cap eta sigma tau ota sigma, acted in 438 BC, when the poet was already 42 years old, is the earliest. It formed the fourth play of a tetralogy which contained the lost works Women of Crete, Alcmaeon at Thespis, and Telephus. Euripides obtained the second prize, being vanquished by Sophocles, with what play is not known. The scene is laid at Pheræ and presents the palace of Admetus, king of Thessaly. The god Apollo relates how he has induced the fates to allow Admetus to escape death on his destined day, if he can find someone to die in his stead. All refused save his wife, Alcestis, whose death therefore is to happen this very day. Thanatos, Death, enters and Apollo in vain asks him to spare the queen. A quarrel follows, and Apollo departs with threats. The chorus of Phaeacian elders enter and hear, from a servant of Alcestis, courageous leave-takings. Next the queen is borne forth and dies amid the lamentations of her husband and little son. All save the chorus retire to prepare for the funeral, when Heracles enters. Admetus comes forth and insists on making the hero his guest, pretending that it is a stranger who has died. Heracles is taken to the guest chamber, and the elders reproach Admetus for his unseasonable hospitality. The funeral procession is moving forward when Pheres, father of Admetus, enters to pay his respects to the dead. His son with cold fury repels him. Why did he, an aged man, not consent to die and so save Alcestis? A vigorous and coarse altercation follows. When all have gone, the butler enters, complaining of Heracles, drunken feasting. The latter soon follows and is quickly sobered by learning the truth. He proclaims his intention of rescuing Alcestis from Thanatos and hurries away. Admetus returns followed by the chorus, expressing his utter grief and desolation. Heracles arrives with a veiled woman, whom he says he has won as a prize at some athletic contest. He must now depart to fulfill his next labor, the capture of Diome's man-eating steeds, and requests Admetus to take care of the woman till his return. The king reluctantly consents, and Heracles unveils her, whereupon Admetus recognizes his wife. She does not speak, being, as Heracles explains, for 3 days yet subject to the infernal deities. The play ends with the joy of Admetus, a dry remark of Heracles on true hospitality, and a few lines from the chorus expressing wonder at the mysterious ways of heaven. The Greek introductions to this play contain interesting criticisms. The close of the drama is somewhat comic. The drama is more or less satiric, because it ends in joy and pleasure. These remarks, coupled with the fact that the Alcestis, as the last play of the tetralogy, occupied the place of the customary satiric drama, have caused much discussion. It is enough to say here, first, that the Alcestis is in no sense a satiric play. Second, that it undoubtedly presents comic features. Third, that nonetheless the work belongs to the sphere of tragedy. It is sometimes difficult and often undesirable to label dramatic poems too definitely, but we must certainly avoid the impression that this play is a comedy. It deals poignantly with the most solemn interests of humanity. The comic scenes merely show, what is almost as obvious elsewhere, that Euripides imitates actual life more closely than his two great rivals. Nothing is gained, however, by ignoring the comic element. The altercation between Apollo and Thanatos contains much that surprises us, the wit and the eager, wrangling, bargaining tone of the dispute. Again, the quarrel between Pheres and his son, admirable in its skillful revelation of character, jars terribly when enacted over the body of Alcestis. Heracles' half-tipsy lecture to the slave shocks us in a demigod about to wrestle with death himself. But the whole situation, as between Alcestis and Admetus and Heracles, is handled with dignity and extraordinary pathos. The death scene, especially Admetus, despairing address to his wife, the even finer passage when the king returns but shrinks from the cold aspect of his widowed house, the magnificent and lovely odes, above all the song which describes the wild beasts of Othrys, side sporting to the music of Apollo, these are thoroughly suited to tragedy. The plot is apparently quite simple, but one fact should be mentioned. The rescue of Alcestis is due directly to the drunkenness of Heracles. He is prevented from learning the facts in an ordinary way by Admetus. Had he behaved normally, he would have left Pheræ still unenlightened, since Admetus has forbidden his slave to speak. It is his intoxication alone which goads the butler to explain. The character drawing is skillful, often subtle. Heracles, good-hearted but somewhat dense, sensual and coarse-fibered, is halfway between the demigod of the Heracles Furens and the boisterous glutton of comedy. Capable of splendid impulses, he is yet a masterpiece of breezy tactlessness, as when with hideous slyness he suggests to Admetus, in the presence of the restored wife, that the king may console himself by a new marriage. Fiers and Admetus are an admirable pair. Both are selfish, Admetus with pathetic unconsciousness, his father with cynical candor. Fiers is quite willing to give elaborate honor to the dead woman so long as it costs little. Admetus, is it true of him that he is ready to utter splendid heroic speeches so long as the sacrifice is made to save him? Not so, he feels terribly. But the comparison between father and son reminds us how easily sentiment can become aged into etiquette. At present, however, he is a man of generous instincts. Spoiled, he needs a salutary upheaval of his home. From afar he prophesies of Thorvald Helmer in a doll's house. Alcestis herself is a curious study. Innumerable readers have extolled her as one of the noblest figures in Euripides' great gallery of heroines. This in spite of the fact that she is frigid and unimaginative, ungenerous and basely narrow in her spiritual and social outlook. One great and noble deed stands to her credit. She is voluntarily dying to preserve Admetus' life. Our profound respect Alcestis can certainly claim, but the love and pity of which so much is said are scarcely due to her. They are extorted, if at all, by the elaborate exertions of the other characters, who vie with one another in painting a picture of the tenderness which has illumined the Phaeacian palace like quiet sunshine. But a dramatist cannot build up a great character by a series of testimonies from friends. He has undoubtedly portrayed an interesting personality, as he always does, but to put her beside creations like Medea and Phaedra is merely absurd. From the beginning of her first intolerable speech, we know her for that frightful figure, the thoroughly good woman with no imagination, no humor, no insight. One hears much of the failures of Euripides. This is perhaps a real failure. For we are not to suppose that the rigidity and coldness of Alcestis are a dexterous stroke of art. It is not his intention to give a novel, true, and unflattering portrait of a traditional stage favorite, as he so often delighted to do. Everything indicates that he wished to make Alcestis sublime and lovable. But there is a fatal difference between her and the later women. Euripides has realized her from the outside. He has given us in the mouths of the other characters warm descriptions of her charm, but he has not succeeded in drawing a charming woman. She has not come alive in his hands. The plot of the Alcestis has been studied by the late Dr. Verrall in an essay of extraordinary skill and interest. He lays special emphasis on certain peculiar features in the treatment. First, Heracles is represented as in no way the sublime demigod who ought to have been depicted in view of the amazing exploit which awaits him. The only heroic language put into his mouth is uttered when he is intoxicated, and the account, if it can be called such, which he gives later of Alcestis, deliverance shows a studied lack of impressiveness. Second, Alcestis is interred with unheard-of speed. Admetus, seeing her expire, instantly makes ready to convey her body to the tomb. From these facts in chief and from many details Dr. Verrall deduces his theory that Alcestis never dies at all. Her expectation of death, founded on the story about Apollo's bargain, and the atmosphere of mourning which hangs over Admetus, house and capital on the fatal day, have so wrought upon the queen that she finally swoons. Later Heracles visits the tomb, finds Alcestis recovering, and restores her to the king. His annoyance with Admetus, which leads him to allow his host to think what he pleases, coupled with his own rhodomantade at the palace gate, gave rise to the legend that Heracles fought with death for a woman who had actually quitted life. Finally, the quasi-theological prologue, in which Apollo and Thanatos appear and give warrant to the orthodox rendering of the story, is a mere figment, revealed as such to the discreet by its utterly ungodlike tone, and only tacked on to a quite human drama in order to save the poet from legal indictment as an enemy of current theology. This superb essay has met with widespread admiration, some adhesion, much opposition, but no refutation. If we are to judge of the existing plays as one mass, the examination of outstanding specimens of rationalism, such as the Ion, will convince us that the Alcestis is what Dr. Verrall thought it. But this play does stand apart from the rest, as do the Rhesus and the Cyclops. However close it may lie to the Medea in date, it is very early in manner. A capital instance of this, the character of Alcestis, has already been mentioned. The best view is, perhaps, that curious features which in other works might appear so bad as to be evidently intended for some other than the ostensible purpose, are in this case due to inexpertness. For example, the extraordinary fact that Alcestis' rescue is due to nothing but the drunkenness of Heracles is perhaps a mere oversight on the poet's part. Similarly, the poorness of the last scene may be no cunning device, but comparative poverty of inspiration. It is a tenable view that Euripides intended to write a quite orthodox treatment of the story, but has only partially succeeded in reaching the sureness and brilliance of his later compositions. The Medea, Muita delta epsilon iota alpha, was produced in 431 BC as the first play of a tetralogy containing also Philoctetes, Dictys, and the satiric play The Harvesters, theta epsilon rho iota sigma tau alpha iota. Euripides obtained only the third prize, and even Sophocles was second to Euphorion, son of Aeschylus. The scene represents the house of Medea at Corinth. She has come there with her 2 young sons, and her husband Jason, whom she helped to gain the golden fleece in Colchis. Jason has become estranged from Medea, owing to his projected marriage with Glauce, the daughter of King Creon. At this point the play opens. The aged nurse of Medea comes forth, and in one of the most celebrated speeches in Euripides, laments her mistress, flight from Colchis and her subsequent troubles. She fears that Medea will seek revenge. The 2 boys return from play, attended by their old pedagogus, who informs his fellow servant that King Creon intends to banish Medea and her children. The nurse sends them within. The chorus of Corinthian women enter and inquire after Medea, who comes from the house in the deepest distress. She speaks with deep feeling about the sorrows and restraints which society puts upon women, and after a pathetic description of her own forlorn state, begs her visitors to aid by silence if she finds any means of revenge. They have just consented when Creon appears and orders her to leave the land on the instant with her children. When she expostulates, he explains that he fears her. She is well known as a magician. Moreover, she has uttered threats against himself, his daughter, and Jason. Medea in vain seeks to escape her reputation for wisdom. In spite of her offer to live quietly in Corinth, Creon repeats his behest. By urgent pleading, she obtains from him 1 day's grace. When the king has departed, Medea addresses the chorus with fierce triumph. She now has opportunity for revenge. After considering possible methods, she decides on poison. But first, what refuge is she to find when her plot has succeeded? She will wait a little, and if no chance of safe retirement shows itself, she will attack her foes sword in hand. The chorus, impressed by her spirit, declare that after all the centuries during which poets have covered women with infamy, now at last honor is coming to their sex. They lament the decay of truth and honor, as shown in Jason's desertion. Jason enters, reproaching Medea for her folly in alienating the king, but offering help to lighten her banishment. Medea falls upon him in a terrible speech, relating all the benefits she has conferred and the crime she has committed in his cause. Jason replies that it was the love god which constrained her to help him, nor is he ungrateful, but she has her reward, a reputation among the Greeks for wisdom. He is contracting this new marriage to provide for his children. Medea's complaints are due to short-sighted jealousy. After a bitter debate, in which Medea scornfully refuses his aid, he retires. The chorus sing the dread power of love and lament the wreck which it has made of Medea's life. A stranger enters, Aegeus, king of Athens, who has been to Delphi for an oracle which shall remove his childlessness. Medea begs him to give her shelter in Athens whenever she comes thither from Corinth. In return for this, she will by her art remove his childlessness. He consents and withdraws. Sure of her future, Medea now triumphantly expounds her plan. She will make a pretended reconciliation with Jason and beg that her children be allowed to remain. They are to seek Jason's bride, bearing presents in order to win this favor. These gifts will be poisoned, the princess and all who touch her will perish. Then she will slay her children to complete the misery of Jason. The chorus in vain protest, she turns from them and dispatches a slave to summon Jason. The choric ode which follows extols, in lines of amazing loveliness, the glory of Attica, its atmosphere of wisdom, poetry, and love. But how shall such a land harbor a murderess? Jason returns and is greeted by Medea with a speech of contrition by which he is entirely deceived. She calls her children forth, and there is a pathetic scene which affects her, for all her guilty purpose, with genuine emotion. She puts her pretended plan before Jason and watches the father depart with the two boys and their pedagogus carrying the presents. The ode which follows laments the fatal step that has now been taken. The pedagogus brings the boys back with news that their sentence of exile has been remitted and that the princess has accepted the gifts. Medea addresses herself to the next task. Now that her plot against Glauce is in train, the children must die. The famous soliloquy which follows exhibits the sway alternately exerted over her by maternal love and the thirst for revenge. After a dreadful struggle, she determines to obey her passion and embrace vengeance. The children are sent within. The next ode is a most painfully real and intimate revelation of a parent's anxiety and sorrows. A messenger hurries up, crying to Medea that she must flee. Creon and his daughter are both dead. Medea greets his news with cool delight, braces herself for her last deed, and enters the house. The chorus utter a desperate prayer to the sun god to save his descendants, but at once the children's cries are heard. Scarcely have they died away when Jason furiously enters, followed by henchmen. His chief thought is to save his children from the vengeance of Creon's kinsmen. The chorus at once tell him they are dead, and how. In frenzy, he flings himself upon the door. But he suddenly recoils as the voice of Medea, clear and contemptuous, descends from the air. She is seen on high, driving a magic chariot given to her by the sun god. There breaks out a frightful, wounding altercation, Jason begging wildly to be allowed to see and to bury his children's bodies, Medea sternly refusing. She will herself bury them beyond the borders of Corinth. She departs through the air, leaving Jason utterly broken. The literary history of this play is extremely interesting, though obscure. First, is it later or earlier than the Trachiniae? One general idea is common to the two tragedies, but the treatment is utterly dissimilar, and one may not unreasonably believe that Sophocles has sought to reprove Euripides, to paint his own conception of a noble wronged wife, and to show how a woman so placed should demean herself. Secondly, there is some reason to believe that two editions of the Medea were for a time in existence. Euripides almost certainly himself remodeled the work, presumably for a second production, but to what extent it is hard to say. Thirdly, and above all, there is the question of his originality. The longer Greek argument asserts that he appears to have borrowed the drama from Neophron and to have introduced alterations. This interesting problem has been discussed elsewhere. Neophron's play, if one is to judge by the style and versification of his brief fragments, should be regarded as written early in the second half of the 5th century. The dramatic structure of the Medea calls for the closest attention. In Sophocles, we have observed how that collision of wills and emotions, which is always the soul of drama, arises from the confrontation of two persons. In the present drama, that collision takes place in the bosom of a single person. Sophocles would probably have given us a Jason whose claim upon our sympathy was hardly less than that of Medea. Complication, with him, is to be found in his plots, not in his characters. But here we have a subject which has since proved so rich a mine of tragic and romantic interest, the study of a soul divided against itself. Medea's wrongs, her passionate resentment, and her plans of revenge do not merely dominate the play, they are the play from the first line to the close. Certain real or alleged structural defects should be noted. First, we observe the incredible part taken by the chorus. They raise not a finger to stay the designs of Medea upon the king and his daughter, and we are given no reason to suppose that they are unfriendly to the royal house. The episode of Aeschylus, moreover, is puzzling. Though quite necessary in view of Medea's helpless condition and prepared for by her remarks as to a tower of refuge, it is quite unneeded by one who can command a magic flying chariot. Moreover, this chariot itself has been often censured, notably by Aristotle, who regards it as to all intents and purposes a deus ex machina, and on this ground very properly objects to it. Dr. Verrall's theory meets all these difficulties. He supposes that several of Euripides' plays were originally written for private performance. The Medea, so acted, had no obtrusive chorus and no miraculous escape of the murderess. To the episode of Aeschylus corresponded a finale in which Medea, by allowing her husband to bury the bodies of his children, and by instituting the religious rites referred to in our present text, induced both Jason and the Corinthians to allow her safe passage to Athens. This view, or a view essentially resembling it, must be accepted, not so much because of the absurdity involved, as it appears to us, by the presence of the chorus, as the utter futility of the Aegeus scene in the present state of the text. The characterization shows Euripides at his best. In the heroine, he gives us the first and possibly the finest of his marvelous studies in feminine human nature. Alcestis he viewed and described from without, Medea he has imagined from within. Her passionate love, which is so easily perverted by brutality into murderous hate, her pride, willpower, ferocity, and demonic energy are all depicted with flawless mastery and sympathy. Desperate and cruel as this woman shows herself, she is no cold-blooded plotter. Creon has heard of her unguarded threats, and his knowledge well-nigh ruins her project. Her first words to Jason, "Thou utter villain," followed by a complete and appalling indictment of his cynicism and ingratitude, are not calculated to lull suspicion. But however passionate, she owns a splendid intellect. She faces facts and understands her weaknesses. When seeking an advantage, she can hold herself magnificently in hand. The pretended reconciliation with Jason is a scene of weird thrill for the spectators. Her archness in discussing his influence over the young princess is almost hideous, and while she weeps in his arms, we remember with sick horror her scornful words after practicing successfully the same arts on the king. Above all, there is here no petulant railing at unjust gods or blind fate. Her undoing in the past has come from trust in the words of a man that is a Greek. Her present murderous rage springs from no ate, but from her own passion, theatrical mu omicron sigma. The dramatist has set himself to express human life in terms of humanity. Jason is a superb study, a compound of brilliant manner, stupidity, and cynicism. If only his own desires, interests, and comforts are safe, he is prepared to confer all kinds of benefits. The kindly, breezy words which he addresses to his little sons must have made hundreds of excellent fathers in the audience feel for a moment a touch of personal baseness. Am I not something like this? That is the moral of Jason and countless personages of Euripides. They are so detestable, and yet so like ourselves. Jason indeed dupes himself as well as others. He really thinks he is kind and gentle when he is only surrendering to an emotional atmosphere. His great weakness is the mere perfection of his own egotism. He has no power at all to realize another's point of view. Throughout the play, he simply refuses to believe that Medea feels his desertion as she asserts. For him, her complaints are empty words. To the very end, his self-centered stupidity is almost pathetic. Didst thou in truth determine on their death for the sake of wifely honor? One of the most deadly things in the play hangs on this blindness. Medea has just asked him, with whatever smile she can summon up, to induce your wife to procure pardon for the children. Jason, instead of destroying himself on the spot in self-contempt, replies courteously, "By all means, and I imagine that I shall persuade her if she is like the rest of women." Considering all the circumstances, this is perhaps unsurpassed for shameless brutality. Medea, however, with a gleam in her eye which one may imagine, answers with equal urbanity, even with quiet raillery. She has perhaps no reason to complain. It is precisely this portentous insensibility which will secure her success. The minor characters are, in their degree, excellently drawn, Creon above all. His short scene is unforgettable. It is that familiar sight, a weak man encouraging himself to firmness by exaggerating his own severity. His delicious little grumble, "My chivalrous instincts have got me into trouble more often than I like to think of," stamps him as the peer of Dogberry and Justice Shallow. As a piece of Greek, the Medea is perhaps the finest work of Euripides. The iambics have a simple brilliance and flexible ease which had been unknown hitherto, and which indeed were never rivaled afterwards. Such things as sigma letter 1 F7a, gamma letter 1 F70, rho tau iota mu, letter 1 F20 delta iota cap eta cap alpha sigma. Letter 1 F10 xi epsilon delta omicron upsilon, cap omicron rho eta nu, letter 1 F45 tau, letter 1 F3, sigma epsilon theta, upsilon mu letter 1 F78, sigma letter 1 F26 gamma epsilon nu. In Medea's appeal to Creon, or Jason's rebuke to her, pi letter 1 FB6, nu cap epsilon rho delta omicron sigma, letter 1 F21 gamma, omicron letter 1 FE6, zeta eta mu iota omicron upsilon mu nu eta, phi upsilon gamma letter 1 F C7. Or the expression of her melting mood. Letter 1 F14 tau go to kappa tau omicron U, alpha letter 1 F50, tau omicron upsilon sigma zeta letter 1 FC6, nu delta, letter 1 F45 tau, letter 1 F10 xide upsilon chi omicron upsilon, tau epsilon kappa nu alpha. Epsilon letter 1 F30, sigma letter 1 FC6, lambda theta epsilon mu, omicron letter 1 F36, kappa tau omicron sigma epsilon letter 1 F30, gamma epsilon nu sigma epsilon tau alpha iota, tau alpha delta epsilon, are in their unobtrusive way masterpieces of language. But it is in vain to quote specimens. The whole work is as novel and as great in linguistic skill as in dramatic art. In particular, the speeches of the nurse at the opening, of Medea when rebuking and again when conciliating Jason, above all, her fearful soliloquy and address to her children, touch the summit of dramatic eloquence. The lyric passages are on the whole less remarkable, but the mystic loveliness of the ode, celebrating the glories of Attica, and the anapestes which give so haunting an expression to a parent's yearning over his children, are among the most precious things this tender as well as terrible poet has bequeathed to us. The Heraclidi, letter 1 F21 rho alpha kappa lambda epsilon letter 1 FD6 delta alpha iota, or Children of Heracles, is a short play of uncertain date, usually referred to the early years of the Peloponnesian War, 431–404. And by some to the date 422 BC. Nothing is known as to the companion plays or the success obtained by the tetralogy. The scene is laid before the temple of Zeus at Marathon in Attica. The young sons of Heracles are discovered with the aged Iolaus, their father's comrade, who explains how, after Heracles departed to heaven, Eurystheus of Argos has hunted the hero's family through Greece. They have taken refuge in Attica. Alcmena, mother of Heracles, and the daughters are now within the temple. Hylas, the eldest son, has gone to seek another refuge in case Athens fails them. Coprius, a herald from Argos, enters and is dragging the suppliants away when the chorus of aged Athenians enter. Coprius disregards their remonstrances, but is confronted by the king, Demophon, and his brother Acamas. He insists that the Heraclidi are Argive subjects. Let not Demophon risk war with Argos. Iolaus appeals for protection and is granted it. Coprius retires with threats of instant war. After an ode of defiance by the chorus, Demophon returns with news that a noble virgin must be sacrificed to Persephone, and he will not slay an Athenian girl. Iolaus is in despair, when Macaria, one of Heracles' daughters, comes forth and offers herself. After a proud but melancholy farewell she goes. A serf of Hylas arrives, bringing, he says, good news. At this Iolaus joyfully summons Alcmena, who imagines that another herald is assaulting him, but he announces that Hylas has returned with a large host of allies. Iolaus, despite the serf's rueful jibes, insists on going to the fray, and dressed in ancient arms from the temple, totters off. The chorus proclaim the justice of their cause, invoking Zeus and Athena. The attendant returns with news of complete victory. Iolaus was taken into Hylas' chariot, and being by favor of Heracles and Hebe miraculously restored for a while to his youthful vigor, captured Eurystheus. The chorus celebrate the glory of Athens and acclaim Heracles, who is now proved, despite report, to be dwelling in heaven. Eurystheus is led in, and Alcmena gloats over him, promising him death. The messenger intervenes. Athenians do not kill prisoners, she insists. Then Eurystheus breaks silence. It was Hera who forced him to these persecutions, and if he is now slain in cold blood, a curse will fall on the slayer. The chorus at length accept Alcmena's evasion that he be killed and his corpse be given to his friends. Eurystheus presents Athens with an oracle which declares that his spirit shall be hostile to the Heraclidi, when, forgetting this kindness, they invade Attica. Alcmena bids her attendants convey Eurystheus within and destroy him. The chorus briefly express satisfaction at being free from this guilt, and the play ends. The Heraclidi is one of the least popular among Euripides' works. It has indeed unmistakable beauties. The heroic daughter of Heracles and her proud insistence on no rivalry in her sacrifice have always moved admiration. The Greek style, moreover, though not equal to that of the Medea, has all the Euripidean limpidity and ease. Such lines as tau go to sigma delta, epsilon letter 1 F36, sigma upsilon. Pi omicron letter 1 f e6, sigma omicron iota sigma upsilon nu tau upsilon chi letter 1 f7 c, nu letter 1 f00, mu nu eta mu omicron nu letter 1 f6. In Aeschylus, Conversations with Hylas Thrall, and the lyric phrase, letter 1 f01, letter 1 f00, rho epsilon tau, letter 1 f70, beta alpha iota nu epsilon iota delta iota, letter 1 f70, mu omicron chi theta omega nu. Haunt the ear. Moreover, the chivalry with which Demosthenes and his citizens champion the helpless must have stirred Athenian hearts. But our pleasure is repeatedly checked by incidents grotesque, horrible, or inexplicable. To the first category belongs the absurd scene in which Aeschylus totters away amid badinage to do battle with Argus. There is a comic note, again, in the scene where Alcmena for the first time appears and supposes that Hylas, messenger, is another hostile herald from Argus. As we know who he is, her attack on him shows that painful mixture of the pathetic and the ludicrous which so often marks Euripides' work. Here the comic prevails over the touching. Secondly, the interview in which Eurystheus is presented to Alcmena, who gloats at her ease over him, is horrible, however natural. And finally, the inexplicable or at least puzzling features are perhaps the most striking of all. The first difficulty concerns the personality which forms the background of the whole. The apotheosis of Heracles is treated in equivocal fashion throughout. Aeschylus alone seems entirely convinced. Alcmena, after news of the victory to which her son has given miraculous aid, utters the candid words, "After long years, O Zeus, my woes have touched thee, yet take my thanks for all that hath been wrought. My son, though erstwhile I refused belief, I know in truth doth dwell amid the gods." And her faith is echoed in less prosaic language by the chorus, who proclaim the falsehood of the story that Heracles after his passing by fire went down to the abode of Hades. In truth, he dwells in heaven and in the golden court lives as the spouse of Hebe. But these confessions are due to the marvels on the battlefield, marvels upon which the narrator himself takes pains to throw grave doubt. Macaria, though she has every reason to dilate on the glories of her father, speaks of him but briefly and with only the normal filial respect. Of the others, Coprius ignores him. From the man's character, we expect sneers and refutations of the miraculous stories, such as are put by our poet in the mouth of Lycus. Eurystheus speaks of him generously, but in terms which imply that he has never heard, much less accepted, the marvelous accounts of his enemy. "I knew thy son was no mere cipher, but in good sooth a man, for even though he was mine enemy, yet will I speak well of him, that man of worth." Demosthenes himself, the champion of Heracles' children, even when he has been reminded by Aeschylus how the hero rescued Theseus, father of Demosthenes, from Hades itself, in his reply treats this overwhelming claim ambiguously and with nothing more than politeness. All this seems to show the dramatist's belief that Heracles was simply a noble man. And letter 1f10 sigma theta lambda letter 1f78 sigma letter 1f00 nu, whose divine traits are the offspring of minds like those of Aeschylus and Alcmena, whose sagacity throughout the drama is painfully low. Macaria's fate also, at first sight, causes perplexity. After she leaves the scene, nothing more is heard of her. When and where she dies, we are not told. The promise of Aeschylus that she shall be honored by him in death, as in life, above all women, produces no effect, for we are told nothing about her burial, whether the advent of Hylas, reinforcements should or does make any difference to the necessity for the sacrifice is not discussed. But there is good reason to suppose that a whole episode, on Macaria's death, has been lost. The army of Hylas is the most astonishing feature in the play. All the action and all the pathos depend upon the helplessness which involves the Heraclidi. Every other city has rejected them. If Athens fails, all is lost, so we are told repeatedly. Yet at the last moment, Hylas returns with a positive army. Whence has it come? How can Aeschylus have been ignorant that such aid was possible? We are told nothing. The Athenian leaders apparently, Aeschylus and Alcmena certainly, receive these incredible tidings with no feeling save placid satisfaction. Finally, if this drama is composed in order to extol the nobility of Athens in espousing the cause of the weak, it is extraordinary that so dubious an example should be selected. The suppliants are ancestors of those very Spartans who, when the drama was produced, were the bitter and dangerous enemies of Athens. Was not her ancient kindness in saving the first generation of these foes a piece of folly? Eurystheus points this moral at the close. Alcmena herself, in her cold ferocity and her quibbling over the dues of piety, is a clear prophecy of what 5th-century Athenians most detested in the Spartan character. Moreover, the plea of Coprius is perfectly just. Argos has a right to punish her own people if condemned. Whether they were wrongly so condemned is no concern of Athens. The upshot seems to be that Eurystheus has a bitter quarrel with a powerful noble, so bitter that when his enemy dies, the king dares not leave his children at large. Through the sentimental weakness of her ruler, Athens is drawn into the dispute, and history shows that she made a frightful mistake. The Hippolytus, letter 1F31 pi pi omicron lambda epsilon tau omicron sigma tau epsilon phi alpha nu iota alpha sigma, or sigma tau epsilon phi alpha nu eta phi omicron rho omicron sigma, was produced in 428 BC and obtained the first prize. The scene is laid in Troezen before a house belonging to Theseus, king of Athens. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, speaks the prologue, explaining how Hippolytus, son of Theseus, scorns her and consorts always with Artemis, the virgin huntress deity. Aphrodite therefore has caused Phaedra, the wife of Theseus, to fall in love with her stepson. The king in his wrath shall bring about the death of his son. The prince enters followed by his huntsmen, and turning to the statue of Artemis with a beautiful prayer places garlands upon it, but disregards the image of Aphrodite. After the hunters have entered the palace, the chorus of Troezenian women come to inquire after the ailing Phaedra. She is borne forth, attended by her nurse, who seeks to calm the feverishness of her mistress and her passionate longing for the wild regions of the chase. She gradually learns that the queen is consumed by passion for Hippolytus. Phaedra, now quite calm, describes her fight with temptation. When she saw that victory was impossible, she chose death, and for this reason has refused food. The nurse offers very different counsel. Why should Phaedra strive against her instincts? Even the gods have erred through love, she will cure her mistress. The remedy, she soon hints, is nothing but surrender. At this, Phaedra is so indignant that the other again takes refuge in ambiguity. She retires to fetch certain charms. The ode which follows proclaims the irresistible sway of love. The queen, in the meantime, has been standing near the palace door and now recoils in horror. She has heard Hippolytus reviling the nurse. Nothing, she cries, is now left to her but speedy death. Hippolytus enters in fury, followed by the nurse. After an altercation in which he threatens to break his oath of secrecy, he breaks forth into a lengthy and bitter tirade against women, but finally promises to keep his oath. When the prince has retired, Phaedra proclaims her resolve to avoid shame for her family and herself by death, obtaining from the chorus a promise not to divulge what has occurred. At the same time, she obscurely threatens Hippolytus. After she has gone, the chorus voice their yearning to be free from this world of sin and woe. Surely this trouble is a curse brought by Phaedra from her house in Crete, a curse which is even now forcing her neck into the noose. A messenger rushes forth crying out that the queen has hanged herself. Theseus returns home and is speedily apprised of his loss. Suddenly, he sees a letter clutched in his dead wife's hand. On reading it, he announces in fury that Hippolytus has violated his connubial rights. He appeals to his father Poseidon, god of the sea, who has promised to grant him any 3 prayers to destroy Hippolytus. The prince returns, and Theseus, after a stinging attack on his son's pretensions, banishes him. Hippolytus is prevented by his oath from defending himself effectually and sorrowfully turns away. The chorus ponder upon the mysterious ways of heaven and lament the downfall of the brilliant prince. One of Hippolytus' attendants returns and informs Theseus that his son is on the point of death. A gigantic bull, sent by Poseidon out of the sea, terrified Hippolytus' horses, which bolted and mangled their master. Theseus receives these tidings with grim satisfaction, but the goddess Artemis appears and reveals all the facts. Theseus is utterly prostrated. Hippolytus is carried in, lamenting his agony and unmerited fate. Artemis converses with him affectionately, and there follows between the two men a few words lamenting the curse fulfilled by Poseidon. Artemis consoles her favorite and disappears. Hippolytus gives his father full forgiveness and dies in his embrace. The main impression left by a repeated study of this magnificent drama is a sense of the loveliness and delight which the transfusing genius of a poet can throw around the ruin worked by blind instinct and hate, even around a whole world tortured by belief in gods whose supreme intelligence, will, and power, are quick to punish, but never pardon. No poem in the world conveys more pungently the aroma of life's inextinguishable beauty and preciousness. Life does not become ugly because full of sin or pain. It can only become ugly by growing unintelligible. So long as it can be understood, it remains to man, whose joys are all founded upon perception, a thing that can be loved. This is the one and sufficient reason why tragic drama is beautiful. For the writer of the Hippolytus, then, life is something profoundly sorrowful, yet profoundly dear. Hippolytus, addressed to Artemis on his return from the chase, is compact of that mystic loveliness which fills remote glades with a visible presentment of the beauty of holiness. For thee, my queen, this garland have I twined of blossoms from that meadow virginal, where neither shepherd dares to graze his flock, nor hath the scythe made entry. Yet the bee doth haunt the mead, that voyager of spring, mid nature's shyest charm of stream and verdure. There may no base man enter. Only he who, taught by instinct, uninstructed else, hath taken virtue for his star of life, may pluck the florets of that pleasance pure. Come, queen beloved, for thy shining hair accept this wreath from hands of innocence. To me alone of all mankind is given converse to hold and company with thee, hearing thy voice, although thy face be hid. To the end of life, as now, may I be thine. This passion for natural beauty as the background of emotional life recurs throughout. The Trozenian women, as they enter, tell of their informant, not someone talking near the place where men play draughts, as in the Medea, but a woman in a picture. Where waters leap, waters that flow, men say, from the far-off western sea, down the rock face, and gush from the steep to a deep place where pitchers may dip far down, thence hath come a message to me. Phaedra in her delirium sees visions of unfettered life, beneath the poplars, amid the deep grass. She fancies herself cheering on the hunting hounds through the pine glades, and yearns to feel in her grasp the iron-pointed shaft. Words to which we come back with deeper pain when in almost the same language Hippolytus, now himself delirious, longs to let out his tortured life with a two-edged spear. When she enters the house to seek death, the chorus pour forth their yearning for escape from the sin and sorrow of this life to romantic regions where all is grace and unstained peace. In yon precipice face might I hide me from sorrow, and God, in his love, of the air make me free. Ah, to speed with the seagulls, alight on the morrow where Eridanus mingles his waves with the sea. There, for ever the sisters of Phaethon and languish, for grief of his fate bowing hushed o'er the stream, like eyes in the gloaming, the tears of their anguish up through the dark water as amber drops gleam. Or far let me wing to the fairy beaches, where the maids of the sunset, 'neath apple boughs dance. And the lord of the waters his last purple reaches hath closed to the mariner's restless advance, where from Atlas the sky arches down to the streaming of the sea, and the spring of eternity flows where the mansion of Zeus on earth's bosom is dreaming, midlife like a lily and bliss like a rose. Theseus himself expresses this sense of the fragile beauty of life in lines which recall the unearthly charm of Sophocles. Letter 1F44 rho nu iota sigma, gamma, letter 1F70, rho letter 1F65 sigma, tau iota sigma, letter 1F10 kappa, chi epsilon rho letter 1F6, nu letter 1F04 phi alpha nu tau omicron sigma, epsilon letter 1F36. Pi eta delta eta mu. Letter 1F10 sigma, alpha letter 1F35 delta omicron, upsilon, kappa rho alpha iota, pi nu letter 1F78, nu letter 1F41 rho mu sigma alpha, mu omicron iota. Even Artemis the unloving can tell of life's charm surviving death itself in some wise, an immortality of beautiful remembrance. Throughout, the poet has used all his power to invest the theme with loveliness of phrasing. Elsewhere, skillful as his writing is, he often gives us what is practically prose. The Hippolytus is his nearest approach to the manner of Sophocles. Nor is the likeness confined to verbal expression. The theology is or claims to be the theology of Sophocles. The traditional Olympians are accepted as persons with the powers and purposes which current belief attributed to them. This is the view which Sophocles accepts and expounds. Euripides, who certainly did not accept it, here expounds it in his own way and with deadly results. Many times Euripides questions the very existence of these deities, but now he sees fit to accept them for a moment and depicts life as lived under such rulers. Men and women can feel and recreate the beauty of this world, but these gods time and again dash all into pitiful fragments. The world is ruled by stupid fiends who spend eternity thwarting one another. Do we dwell in a universe or a grinning chaos? Is this all? Very far from it. Almost all the action of the tragedy could be accounted for, had we not this disconcerting divine explanation, on purely human lines, though what human means is, as the poet plainly perceives, no less difficult a question than that of theology. But at least the sorrows of Trojan scarcely need the baneful persons of Olympus. For the three sufferers are, after all, not blameless. They share that casual sinfulness, for we cannot avoid the use of question-begging words, which is the lot of man. Hippolytus errs, in Greek eyes, by his complete aversion from sexual passion. He errs in all eyes by the arrogance with which he proclaims it. His famous speech is too long for a spontaneous burst of resentment. It becomes a frigid piece of self-glorification. It is precisely this arrogance which stings Phaedra to the thought of revenge. Theseus, in spite of the pathetic blindness with which he imputes his misery to some ancestor's sin, is the original cause of it. Hippolytus is the offspring of his youthful incontinence. Then, when he has settled down, it is precisely his respectable marriage which brings the consequence of his early amour to fruition. His son and his young wife are of nearly the same age. As for Phaedra herself, the passion which she feels need not be attributed to a personal goddess. Lawlessness is in her veins. Her mother and sister have both sinned. Crete, the Isle of Awful Love, brands its name upon line after line of the play. For this predisposition to unchastity, many of Euripides' contemporaries, as of our own, would have blamed her heartily. The poet himself does not, as his splendidly sympathetic treatment of her shows, but neither does he feel any need to lay the blame upon Aphrodite. Phaedra's offense, her contribution to disaster, lies in her early toying with her passion, when she founded a shrine of the love goddess in Hippolytus' name, in her accompanying Theseus, apparently without a struggle, to Trojan and the society of the prince, in her determination to punish Hippolytus for his bitter pride. To banish the gods and attribute sin to heredity, is that not merely to substitute one word for another? Yes, but the poet herein has his eye fixed on formal theology. Well aware that the glib invocation of heredity or environment is no more conclusive than the will of the gods, he yet insists that sin is a matter of psychology. We must study human nature if we mean to understand and conquer sin. If we regard Aphrodite or Artemis as persons external to ourselves and of superhuman power, we lose all hope of moral improvement in our own hearts. But if we accept these devastating powers as forces in human nature, we may hope by study and self-discipline in some degree to control them. Thus the drama is full of subtly wise psychology. It is an interesting comment on much that has been written about realist playwriting that the Hippolytus, which contains some of the most romantic poetry in Greek literature, is also as sincere and profound in characterization as the work of Ibsen himself. Theseus and his son we have already considered. Phaedra and her nurse require deeper study. The latter is a masterpiece among the minor characters of Euripides. Her tenderness for the young queen and passionate desire at all costs to win her peace, the dignity which life and its contemplation can give even to coarse-fibred natures, her feeling for the deepest pathos of life, these things constitute a great dramatic figure. It is to her that the poet gives his most poignant expression of that mingled pain and beauty which we discussed a moment ago. But if any far-off state there be, dearer than life to mortality, the hand of the dark hath hold thereof, and mist is under and mist above, and so we are sick for life and cling on earth to this nameless and shining thing. For other life is a fountain sealed, and the deeps below us are unrevealed, and we drift on legends forever. She, too, it is who in words of almost equal beauty urges Phaedra to yield to her passion. Thy love, why marvel thereat? Tease thee tale of many. Wouldst thou lose thy life for love, good sooth? A guerdon strange, if lovers now and evermore must meet such penalty, who shall withstand the Cyprian's rising flood, yield to her spell? She comes in gentleness, make high thy pride and stand on niceties, she flings thee pell-mell into ignominy. Amid the sky she walks, amid the surge of the sea billows. All things live from her. The seed is hers, and hers the yearning throw whence spring we all that tread the ways of earth ask them that con the half-forgotten seers of elder time, and serve the muse themselves. They knew how Zeus once pined for Semele, how, for love's sake, the goddess of the dawn stooped from her radiant sphere to Cephalus and stole him to the sky. Yet these abide in heaven, nor shun the converse of the gods, bowing belike to conquering circumstance, and wilt not thou. Nay, if this law thou spurnest, thy sire, when he begat thee, should have writ some compact countersigned by gods unknown. The nurse makes moral weakness into a very religion, and Phaedra's heart, one would suppose, is finally broken when, to this appeal that the gods themselves are against her, is added proof that man is utterly unable to understand. If thy life had not been in such danger, says the nurse, and thou hadst happened to be a chaste woman, I should not thus lead thee on. And again, thy duty, to be sure, forbids sin, but, as things are, be advised by me. This hideous purring is perhaps Phaedra's bitterest shame. No one can understand, except the prince who seems so utterly remote. Hippolytus, after her death, can say, "Unchaste in passion, chaste in soul was she, me hath my passionless purity dishonored." What does Phaedra herself say? Is there any reply to the dreadful eloquence of her old attendant? There is only one reply conceivable, and she offers it. Whatever gods may do, or men think, I must so act as to be able to respect myself. Euripides insists that the center of ethics lies in man himself. For Phaedra, there is no soul on which she can rely but her own. The conflict must be fought out within herself. The great speech in which she tells her spiritual history to the chorus without any reserve or faltering is the kernel of the tragedy. We realize how empty of all comfort life can be for those who resolutely reject outworn creeds and turn to seek for a better. Here is no thought, no hint, of a savior. The puny soul must struggle alone with an uncomprehended universe. Aeschylus had found a savior in Zeus. Euripides can see no comfort in gods who are less virtuous than men. In this speech, too, we note for the first time a portrayal of moral temptation and a clear conception of conscience. Sophocles understands well how duty can brace the soul to heroic life or death, but for him, the sanction of duty lies in the will of external deities. For Euripides, conscience is sufficient as a rule of conduct. Phaedra is a masterpiece of characterization. Whatever we are to guess of the earlier picture, she is here a noble and spirited woman who cannot help her instincts, but who can and will dispute their power over her life. She is, of course, not perfect. If she were, she would be no fit subject for drama, and the manner in which Euripides has caused the action to hinge precisely upon her weaknesses, without lessening our respect and affection, is one of the most improving studies provided by dramatic art. The little crevices of circumstance by which wrongdoing, the destruction of Hippolytus, creeps into her soul are beautifully indicated. She is wasted by fasting, a state conducive to keener perception and weaker will. She has been brought, without any attempt on her part, so surely she may indulge in the disastrous joy, from Athens to the little town where the prince lives. Her husband, as it chances, is from home, and her life is left empty for long, long thoughts. When she dwells upon her passion, the recollection of her mother's and her sisters, fate half attracts, while it half repels. Her passionate nature insists on revealing some part of her distress to the keen eyes of the nurse, who forthwith joins the claims of old affection to this new secret pain. So it is that she is half conquered by what she will not do. Nay, in God's name, forbear. Thy words are vile but wise withal. Love in my soul too well hath mined his way. Urge sin thus winningly, and passion sweeps my fears into the gulf. But the nurse will not forbear, and the comforting promise of a charm which shall still this disease, as Phaedra perhaps half suspects, is an undertaking to win Hippolytus. The dread strain of illness, passion, and shame have turned the woman for a moment into a nervous child. Thus it comes about that without disgrace, without forfeiture of her conscience, Phaedra moves towards the dread moment at which she hears the outcry of Hippolytus. Then, after all the anguish, she listens to his intolerable, endless speech. Such is the situation in which murder is conceived. In this way, Hippolytus, sigmo megaphyro omicron sigmo epsilon uida, has certainly been his undoing. We are told that this play is a second version of the theme, and that it was called The Crowned Hippolytus, from the lovely address to Artemis, to distinguish it from the first, called The Veiled Hippolytus. This version, now lost, is said to have contained improprieties, which the poet afterwards removed. This refers to the attitude of Phaedra, who showed less reserve in her passion than in the later play. She invoked the moon goddess, perhaps to aid her in winning Hippolytus, and boldly pointed to the infidelities of Theseus as an excuse for her own passion. The reproaches which Aristophanes lays upon Phaedra refer perhaps only to this earlier version, but his most famous jibe is upon a line of our text. Letter 1 F21, gamma lambda, letter 1 FF6, sigma sigma, letter 1 F40 mu omega mu omicron chi. Letter 1 F21 delta, letter 1 F72, phi rho, letter 1 F74, nu, letter 1 F00 nu omega mu omicron tau omicron sigma. My tongue hath sworn, my soul abides unsworn. This seems to give us the measure of the comic poet's criticism. He blames Euripides for this sentiment, and yet Hippolytus, even in his most desperate trouble, will not clear himself by breaking his oath. One cannot, however, refrain from pointing out that even if he had broken it, Theseus would not have believed him, and that Hippolytus realizes this. The Hecuba, letter 1 F11 kappa alpha beta eta, is the next play in order of date. It was performed about 425 BC. This tragedy was enormously popular throughout antiquity, as the great volume of the Scholia proves. It was one of the three plays, the others were Phoenici and Orsts, used as an Euripidean reading book in the Byzantine schools. The scene is laid in Thrace, where the Greeks are encamped after the fall of Troy. The background is a tent wherein captive Trojan women are quartered. The ghost of Polydorus, Priam's youngest son, tells how he has been murdered by the Thracian king, Polymestor. He has appeared in a dream to his mother Hecuba. On his departure, Hecuba enters and soon learns that her daughter Polyxena is to be sacrificed at the tomb of Achilles. Odysseus comes to fetch the maiden, who welcomes death as a relief from slavery. Soon Talthybius enters, summoning Hecuba to bury Polyxena, whose noble death has filled the Greeks with admiration. Hecuba sends a woman to fetch seawater for the obsequies, and this messenger returns with the body of Polydorus. Hecuba exclaims that the murderer is Polymestor. Her dream has told her. Agamemnon enters, and she induces him to connive at her taking vengeance upon the Thracian, his ally. Next she sends for Polymestor and his children, and after a beautiful ode on the last hours of Troy, they arrive. Polymestor is induced to go with his little sons within the tent, where they are slaughtered and he himself blinded. His cries bring back Agamemnon, who rejects the pleas of Polymestor. The Thracian, in his despair, prophesies the strange end both of Agamemnon and of Hecuba. He is dragged away, and the drama ends with preparations for the voyage to Greece. This tragedy, let it be said plainly, is on the whole poor and uninteresting. It has been frequently noted, for example, that the plot is episodic, that it falls into two divisions, the story of Polyxena and the vengeance upon Polymestor, which are really two small dramas with no genuine connection. To this, it has been replied that the spiritual history of Hecuba supplies unity to the whole, that these episodes bring out her development from a victim into a fiend. But this is scarcely satisfactory, for the two parts are developed so completely along their several lines, they have so little dependence upon one another that they could stand apart, and that is the real test. Further, the poet himself is uneasy. He is anxious to make some sort of connection, but it is curiously adventitious. His device, that the corpse of Polydorus is discovered by the woman sent for water wherewith to bathe the body of Polyxena, has won too high praise. An attempt to strengthen it, or rather to draw attention to its neatness, is supplied in the conversation between Hecuba and Agamemnon. How did he die? By the hands of his Thracian host. Who brought his body hither? This woman, she found it upon the seashore. Was she looking for it, or busied with some other task? The last question is absurd. Agamemnon has no reason to ask it. Other little hooks, less obtrusive than this, are provided here and there to connect the two parts. If the play were in unity, they would not be needed. Again, the favorite charge against Euripides, that he delights in quasi-judicial disputes, is brought in here also. The accusation is generally unfair. Critics have been so eager to condemn this poet that they forget the trial scene of the Eumenides, the altercation between Oedipus and Creon in the Oedipus at Colonus, and various other passages in the earlier tragedians. If a dispute occurs at all, it is in accordance with the genius of Greek tragedy to set it out in formally opposed speeches. One might as well complain of Hamlet's soliloquies, but in the Hecuba there is more than this. The queen has a gusto not merely for eloquent appeals or invective, but for self-conscious rhetoric, filled with lament, not destitute of tears, is abominable. One is not surprised to learn that the queen is interested in professional teachers of rhetoric, and one remembers that Gorgias, the greatest of them, paid his first visit to Athens a year or two before this play was produced. the whole piece in its tone and method is far below the best of Euripides' work. Certain things are undoubtedly excellent, the famous chorus already mentioned, and above all the speech of Polyxena and the narrative of her death. The whole work has not enough caliber. The pathos has no subtlety. The characterization is machine-made. The style, though clear and even elegant, one must allow that the first speech of Polymestor, as a piece of conversational Greek, is unobtrusively perfect, has remarkably few of those feats of idiom which delight us elsewhere. Polyxena is charming, but a slight sketch only compared with the Medea and the Phaedra who have preceded her. Agamemnon, the cautious prince, Odysseus, the opportunist, Polymestor, the brutally wicked barbarian, are characters whom dozens of Euripides' contemporaries could have produced with ease. Talthybius the herald, still more shadowy, claims remembrance by his naive conceit. Hecuba herself is hardly better. True, the poet has shown admirably how she progresses from weakness to frightful strength under the pressure of injustice, but without any very sympathetic psychology, we fall short of genuine tragedy and touch only melodrama. And she is more than a little grotesque. Her strange passion for rhetorical studies we have already noted. She has, moreover, a taste for inopportune theorizing, even concerning theology. Her griefs themselves command our respect, and she can in one or two flashes of inspiration speak of them in language not unworthy of Shakespeare himself. But there is too much repetition of merely melancholy adjectives, and though there should be only one emotion in us towards a woman who has lost all her children, we can hardly retain it when she reminds us that they were 50 in number. The apparition of the murdered Polydorus is an interesting element in the action. First, we view the early part of the drama with greater sympathy for the queen, knowing as we do the new horror which awaits her. Secondly, it is necessary that Hecuba should know how Polydorus died. Though but vaguely affected by the vision at first, when parts of it are fulfilled, she remembers and believes definitely in the rest, and knows that Polymestor is the murderer. The Andromache, letter 1F00 nu delta rho omicron mu alpha chieta, is perhaps the next extant play in the order of time. It was not originally brought out at Athens. The action takes place before the house of Neoptolemus, prince of Phthia in Thessaly. At one side of the orchestra is the shrine of Thetis. Andromache delivers the prologue. After the fall of Troy, she became the prize of Neoptolemus, to whom she has borne a son, Molotus. Later, the prince married Hermione, daughter of the Spartan king Menelaus. Andromache has hidden the child and herself taken sanctuary in the shrine of Thetis. The boy's father is from home, having gone to Delphi to ask Apollo's pardon for demanding reparation for Achilles' death. Andromache now sends a fellow slave to ask the aid of Peleus, king of Phthia and her master's grandfather. Soon, she is joined by the chorus, a company of Phthyian women who sympathize but urge submission. Hermione enters, and after a spiteful altercation, in which she tries in vain to make the captive leave her sanctuary, departs with threats. Menelaus enters, leading Molotus. He offers Andromache her choice. Will she submit to death or see the boy slain? Andromache gives herself up, whereupon Menelaus announces that, while she must die, Molotus lies at the mercy of Hermione. By this treachery, Andromache is goaded into the most bitter invective to be found in Euripides. The chorus dwell upon the folly of domestic irregularities, such as those of Neoptolemus. Next, Menelaus leads forth Andromache and Molotus for death, when Peleus hurries in and releases them. After a violent quarrel, Menelaus throws up his daughter's cause and departs. Peleus leads the captives away while the chorus sing his youthful exploits. From the palace comes Hermione's nurse. Deserted by her father and dreading her husband's vengeance, the princess is seeking to destroy herself. Next moment, Hermione rushes out in distraction, and the nurse is attempting to calm her when Orestes enters, explaining that he has called to inquire after his cousin Hermione. She begs him to take her away to Menelaus before her husband returns. Orestes agrees, reminding her that she has in the past been betrothed to him. Now Neoptolemus shall pay for his insults by death at Delphi. After their departure, the chorus sing of the gods who built but abandoned Troy, and of Orestes' vengeance upon Clytemnestra. Peleus returns, having heard of Hermione's flight. In a moment arrives a messenger who tells how Neoptolemus has been murdered by Delphians at the instigation of Orestes. The body is borne in, and Peleus laments over it until interrupted by the goddess Thetis, his bride of long ago. She comforts him with a promise of immortality. Andromache is to marry Helenus, king of Molossia, and her son is to be ancestor of a dynasty in that land. Certain remarkable difficulties in the plot must be faced. First is the breakdown of Menelaus in the presence of Peleus. The first half of the play has exhibited his unswerving resolve to destroy Andromache and her child. Every conceivable argument save one has been addressed to him in vain. That one argument is physical compulsion, and Peleus certainly does not offer it. After a storm of mutual abuse, the Spartan withdraws from the whole situation, muttering an excuse which is scarcely meant to be taken seriously. He is in a hurry to chastise an unfriendly state. He goes just far enough to embitter his enemies to the utmost, and not far enough to redeem his threats, and he retires without a word to his daughter after committing her to a deeply dangerous project. Menelaus has faults, but crass stupidity is not one of them. On the contrary, he is reviled as the type of base cunning. Why, then, does he act with such utter futility at a crisis which anyone could have foreseen? In the second place, when was Neoptolemus murdered? Orestes declares that the prince will be slain at Delphi, and at once departs with Hermione. After a choric song, Peleus comes back, and almost at once receives the news of his grandson's death. When Orestes utters his prophecy, the messenger from Delphi can hardly be more than a mile from the house. Has he already committed the murder as a prelude to an innocent and irrelevant pilgrimage to Dodona? And if so, why does he reveal, or rather not reveal, the fact? And why has he risked himself in Phthia when the news of his crime may at any moment be revealed? Thirdly, there is a grave difficulty in the structure, independent of Menelaus' conduct and the dating of Orestes' crime. The play seems to fall into two halves with but a slight connection, the plight of Andromache and the woes of Neoptolemus' house. The late Dr. Verrall's theory of the play explains all these things together. Menelaus has come to see that it is to his interest that his daughter should be the wife of the Argive rather than of the Phthiot prince. He and Orestes therefore concoct a plan to this end. Two things must be achieved. Neoptolemus must be removed, and Hermione, passionately as she loves her lord, must be induced to accept his assassin. The cunning of Menelaus fastens upon the failings of his son-in-law as the path to success. First, he has offended the Delphians, and thus Orestes finds it easy to compass his death. Second, he has caused bitterness in his own house by his connection with Andromache. Menelaus, while Orestes is at Delphi, urges Hermione into action which her jealousy approves, but which her intellect, when it is allowed to speak, must and does condemn. The Spartan has no intention of killing the captives, but he sees to it that Hermione is, in the eyes of Peleus and his subjects, irretrievably committed to such an intention, which will beyond doubt incense Neoptolemus most bitterly, or would, were he still alive as Hermione supposes. Then, when she has committed herself, he calmly bows to the outburst of Peleus and leaves her ready to snatch at any hope in her hysterical despair. At this moment, carefully awaited by the plotters, Orestes appears. He has already murdered Neoptolemus and is now ready to take Hermione away. But this is not enough. She must appear to come by her own suggestion, and it must appear that she has known at the moment of her elopement what has happened at Delphi. As she hurries from the scene he utters, apparently in consolation of her, though really she is out of hearing, so that it may lodge in the minds of the chorus, a prophecy of Neoptolemus' fate. Later, she is to be reminded by her father and her new suitor how completely she is involved in suspicion of complicity. Thus she will be thrown into the arms of Orestes, and whatever blame there is will be laid upon Delphi. This view should, in its essentials, be adopted. Every dramatist commits faults, but these apparent faults in the Andromache prove too much. They tend to show not that Euripides is here inferior in construction and psychology to Sophocles, but that he is insane. Few readers could compose a speech like that of Andromache beginning letter 1 F66, pi letter 1 FB6 sigma, iota nu letter 1 F00 nu theta rho omega pi omicron iota sigma iota nu, letter 1 F14 chi theta iota sigma tau omicron iota, beta rho omicron tau letter 1 FF6 nu, or like the messenger's narrative. But we could all manage the exit of Menelaus better. There is one great general objection to Verrall's theory. Is it not much too subtle? If readers have always missed the point, would not spectators do so even more certainly? Verrall, in answer, points to a passage in the Greek argument. tau letter 1 F78 delta letter 1 F72 delta, rho letter 1 FB6, mu alpha tau letter 1 FF6, nu delta epsilon epsilon tau epsilon rho omega nu, which he takes to mean this play is one of the sequels. He believes that the audience had a sufficient knowledge of the earlier part of the story to follow the Andromache with no perplexity. Whether this knowledge was given by an earlier play of Euripides is not of course certain, but may be regarded as likely. We next note a feature of equal importance, the atmosphere. Every reader observes strange anachronisms of sentiment and allusion. Hermione's outburst against women who destroy the confidence between husband and wife, Peleus, comments on Lacedaemonian society, and the like, which have no relevance to the Homeric age of the Trojan War. But the whole tone of the play is unheroic. Even if these special features were removed, it would remain quite unlike a Sophoclean drama. Euripides has, in fact, written a play about his own generation with a definite purpose. He takes stories from myths as the foundation of his plays, but his interest is in his own time. In spite of Thy Mother Helen and The Hapless Town of the Phrygians, his work concerns essentially 5th century Athenians. Hence the almost complete absence of poetic color, which is only found in the conventional lyrics and the goddess of the epilogue, who is no more in tune with the rest of the piece than a fairy queen would be at the close of a doll's house. His chief concern is the danger to family life involved in the practice of slaveholding. Neoptolemus loses his life, and Hermione consents to the wreck of her own happiness simply because of Andromache's position in the home. She is the fulcrum which the astute villains employ. Without her, Hermione would never have been manageable. In harmony with this realistic spirit is the character drawing. None of the personages is of heroic stature, but all are amazingly real, however disagreeable. The two conspirators, Menelaus and Orestes, of course, do not reveal their natures plainly. The latter, as far as this incident alone is concerned, might strike one as almost featureless, but there cling to him significant little fragments from the earlier history of Hermione. A sinister faithfulness actuates him. In spite of his repulse, he has not forgotten his affection for Hermione, not even her last words of renunciation. Nor has he ceased to brood on the insults of Neoptolemus. Perhaps nothing in the play is more effective than the gloomy triumph with which he flings back the hated word. And the matricide shall teach thee, Menelaus, as a study in successful villainy combined with the domestic virtues, is quite perfect in his kind. Ces peers de famille sont capables de tout. But it is upon the three victims, Hermione, Andromache, and Peleus, that the poet has lavished his skill most notably. Each has precisely the virtues and the failings which are fit to make them answer, with the precision of machinery, to each string pulled by the Spartan diplomatist. Peleus may be relied upon to provide Menelaus with an excuse for retiring when he wishes, and to utter wild language which can be used to prove that he is responsible for Hermione's flight. Andromache, earning and receiving our pity for her past woes and her present anguish, yet alienates us by her arrogance and a certain metallic brutality in repartee and invective which, again, are invaluable to the men whose puppet she is. That she should not cower before Hermione or her father is natural, but that is not the point. Her trampling tactlessness is a positive disease. She is indeed, except in her love for Malotus, as callous as Menelaus. This is a point of absolutely fundamental import. That interview early in the play, which might have been priceless to both women, ends only in the hopeless embitterment of Hermione. The latter is the best-drawn character of all. Swayed by strong primitive impulses, jealousy and fear, without any balance of mind or emotion, curiously liable to accept the domination of a stronger personality, she is fatally suited to the machinations of her father. When she first appears, it is fairly plain that she has come to suggest a compromise to Andromache. What she wishes is not blood, but servility. Spiteful and vulgar, she cannot forgive the captive for the effortless dignity which she has inherited from Trojan kings. Hers is no vision of a murdered rival. How petty yet how horribly natural it is, she wishes to see Andromache scrubbing the floor. But vulgar and spiteful as she is, the princess can be wrought upon, as the later part of the action shows, and if only to self-respect Andromache had added tact and sympathy, Hermione would have been her passionate friend before 30 lines had been spoken. The pathos of the scene lies above all in the misunderstanding, which pits the two women against one another, where they should have combined against the callous craft, which was using them both for the ends of politics. the deities whom we find in this play need detain us only a moment. Thetis is no more than sweetening for the popular taste. Soothing and beautiful as are her consolations to the aged sufferer, such a personage has no real concern with a drama so utterly secular. As for Apollo, it is here plainer than usual that his name is nothing but a convenient short term for the great priestly organization at Delphi. That there is a genuine divine person who has aided Orestes and punished Neoptolemus, we cannot believe. The only touch of religious awe to be found lies in the messenger's report. When the assassins are fleeing before their courageous victim, from the midst of the shrine, someone raised an awful voice whereat the hair stood up and rallied the host again to fight. It is this same speaker, however, who thus sums up his account of the whole event. And thus hath he that gives oracles to others, he who for all mankind is the judge of righteousness, thus hath he entreated the son of Achilles who offered him amends. Like a man that is base hath he remembered an ancient grudge. How, then, can he be wise? To the simple Thessalian confronted for the first time with doubts of Olympian justice, such phrasing is natural. For Euripides, the conclusion is that Apollo does not exist at all. Apollo does not take vengeance upon the blasphemer at the time of his offense, but waits unaccountably till his second visit, when he comes to make amends, and when by an accident, fortunate for the god, a conspiracy of villainous men happens to make his enemy their victim. In keeping with all this is the literary tone of the work. The lyrics are of little interest to a reader, though one of them markedly sums up the situation and forces home the moral. For the rest, the dialogue is utterly unheroic and unpoetical, but splendidly vigorous, terse, and idiomatic. In this respect, the Andromache is equal to the best work of Euripides. Could anything of its kind be more perfect than the first speech of Hermione? This mixture of pathetic heart-hunger, of childish snobbery and petulance, this terribly familiar instinct to cast in the teeth of the unfortunate precisely those things for which one formerly envied them. These scraps of ludicrously inaccurate slander against barbarians, picked up from the tattle of gossiping slaves, and the heavy preachments about the marriage question, which cry aloud their origin from the lips of Menelaus. In delta epsilon letter 1 f d6 sigma, letter 1 f00, nu tau letter 1 f76, tau letter 1 f f6, nu pi rho letter 1 f76, nu letter 1 f40 lambda beta iota omega nu, phi rho omicron nu eta mu alpha tau omega nu, pi tau letter 1 f c6, psi alpha iota, tau alpha pi epsilon iota nu eta nu. Pi rho omicron sigma, pi epsilon sigma, epsilon letter 1 fd6, nu letter 1 f10, mu letter 1 f78, nu gamma omicron nu epsilon, sigma alpha iota rho epsilon iota nu, tau epsilon delta letter 1 ff6, mu alpha tau omicron letter 1 f50, mu omicron nu. Letter 1 f10 kappa, chi rho epsilon sigma eta lambda alpha tau omega nu, tau epsilon chi epsilon omega nu, chi epsilon rho letter 1 f76, sigma pi epsilon iota rho omicron epsilon sigma alpha nu, letter 1 f00, chi epsilon lambda letter 1 ff4 omicron epsilon delta rho omicron sigma omicron nu, gamma nu letter 1 ff6, nu alpha iota theta, letter 1 f35 nu, epsilon letter 1 f36, gamma letter 1 fc6 sigma. The last phrase is marvelous. The very sound and fall of the words, with the two long monosyllables, can only be described as a verbal box on the ears. Observe, too, the great speech of Andromache, in the lines nu letter 1 fe6, nu delta, letter 1 f10 sigma gamma upsilon nu alpha letter 1 fd6, kappa alpha gamma, omicron rho gamma letter 1 f78, sigma letter 1 f41 pi lambda iota tau eta sigma, phi alpha nu epsilon iota sigma, kappa tau epsilon iota nu epsilon iota sigma, mu, letter 1 f00 pi omicron kappa tau epsilon iota nu. Letter 1 f61 sigma, letter 1 f00 theta omega pi epsilon tau omicron nu, gamma epsilon, sigma epsilon gamma lambda omega sigma sigma eta sigma, letter 1 f00 phi eta sigma omega, tau letter 1 fc6, sigma letter 1 f10, mu letter 1 fc6, sigma kappa alpha letter 1 f76, pi alpha letter 1 fd6, delta alpha sigma eta nu. One can hear the words gurgling in her throat before they issue in speech. At the end, she is positively hissing. Peleus, too, ineffectual as he may be in argument, is a master of pungent rhetoric. For readers who admire exclusively the Sophoclean type of play, the Andromache is a painful experience to be forgotten as soon as possible. For any who find interest in the behavior of ordinary beings at a great testing moment, This work is an endless delight. The Hercules Furens or Mad Heracles, letter 1F21 rho alpha kappa lambda, letter 1FC6 sigma mu alpha ode nu omicron mu epsilon nu omicron sigma, is perhaps the next play in order of time. Most critics place it about the year 420 BC or a little earlier. The chief reason for this is the celebrated chorus about old age. It is natural supposition that the poet had recently passed beyond the military age, and so would now be just over 60. The scene is laid before the house of Heracles at Thebes. Amphitryon, reputed father of the hero, explains the situation. Heracles, leaving his wife Megara and his 3 sons with Amphitryon, has departed to Hades in quest of Cerberus. In his absence, one Lycus has seized the throne and intends to murder Heracles' family. Megara would submit, but Amphitryon still hopes for Heracles' return. Certain aged Thebans, who form the chorus, arrive, followed by Lycus, who, after sneers at Heracles, orders his henchmen to burn his victims in their house. Megara begs of Lycus that they be given time to array themselves for death. He consents, and the sufferers retire. Lycus departs, and soon the sad procession returns. Suddenly Heracles himself enters. He tells that he has brought back Cerberus and released Theseus, king of Athens, from the lower world. He promises to destroy Lycus and goes within. A splendid ode laments the weakness of old age but glorifies the muses. Lycus returns, enters the house, and is slain. The chorus greet his yells with delight and hail Heracles as now proved the son of Zeus. Suddenly Iris and Frenzy sweep down from the sky, sent by Hera to drive Heracles mad. Frenzy herself is reluctant, but enters the house, and the chorus raise cries of horror, amid which the house totters in ruin. A messenger relates how Heracles, after slaying Lycus, has been seized with madness and destroyed his wife and children. The echiclema shows the hero sunk in stupor. He awakes and, realizing his situation, meditates suicide, but Theseus arrives and wins him back to courage. After terrible outbursts against heaven, he departs to live with Theseus in Athens. After a cursory reading of this play, one's impressions are doubtful. Many features excite warm admiration, such as the superb lyric on old age, the speeches of Megara about her fatherless boys, Heracles' replies to Theseus. Even the wrangle between Lycus and Amphitryon is full of idiomatic vigor. But to be blunt, what is the play about? It works up to a climax in the deliverance of Amphitryon and his kin, and then begins again. Long before the close, we have forgotten Lycus. We feel that the play is structureless, or, which is worse, that it falls so clearly into 2 dramas that we cannot view it as a single piece of art. But if we seriously seek for unity, we naturally look for it in the fortunes of Heracles himself. This granted, we shall expect to find that the incident which, in a bare summary, seems to disjoint the whole is specially treated. Looking then at the incursion of Lycus, we find that at every moment the events are considered from the point of view of Heracles, in terms of his actions, and the sentiments which cling to his personality. We are only prevented from seeing this at first by the modern supposition that the culmination of a tragedy is the death of a leading person, not a spiritual crisis. The discussion between Amphitryon and Megara about instant submission is dominated by despair of the hero's return in the latter's mind and by hope of it in the former's. As soon as Lycus arrives, he asks, "What hope, what defense find ye against death? Believe ye that the father of these lads, he who lies in Hades, will return?" Whereupon he proceeds to a long tirade in abuse of the hero, and Amphitryon's even more garrulous response deals almost solely with his son's achievements and the gratitude which he merits from Thebes and Greece. As the doomed party go indoors, the old man reminds heaven itself of the help it owes to Heracles, and the following lyrics are an elaborate chronicle of his marvelous exploits. Finally, when at point to die, Megara, in a beautifully natural manner, turns her farewell to her sons into a painful memory of the plans which their father used to make for them. In this way, the danger of his family is considered as a test of Heracles' powers and greatness. Will he make good the promise of his past glories? Will he return and free them from Lycus? Dr. Verrall follows this line of thought, giving to it far greater precision and color. He believes that the subject of this play is the miraculous tone investing the traditional stories about Heracles. According to popular belief in the poet's day, Heracles was a son of Zeus. He performed many exploits which were definitely superhuman, culminating in a descent to Hades and return therefrom. These stories are untrue. The play indicates this simply and directly, giving, however, most attention to the method by which they won credence. In a primitive civilization, when men had not yet attained to clear thinking, remarkable but human feats like those of Heracles were extolled as miraculous by the uncritical. Such are Amphitryon and the chorus, who when challenged by Lycus are capable only of violent reiteration of their belief, but offer, and can offer, no proof that the miracles happened. It is a curious symptom of the former's vague credulity that while loving and defending Heracles as his own son, he yet claims the help of Zeus on the ground that the god is himself Heracles' father. The Theban elders join in this irrational belief as soon as it appears that the divine parentage is established by the return from Hades, which even if true would of course have nothing to do with the question. It is in such minds as this that belief in the miraculous life of Heracles first sprang up. But this belief rests largely upon the accounts of his adventures given by Heracles himself. Thus we come to the heart of the tragedy, the mental condition of the hero. Near the end, he exclaims against the consolations of Theseus, "Alas, such words as thine are too trivial for my sorrows. I think not that the gods love unlawful unions, and that they put chains upon one another is a belief I never held nor will I ever. God, if he be God, in truth needs not. These are but poets' wretched tales." Plainly, the sober and reasonable speech which begins thus repudiates the highly colored but pernicious stories of tradition to which Theseus has just appealed. Heracles believes in one god utterly above human weaknesses. Then what of Zeus, love of Alcmena, the jealousy of Hera, the whole basis of his suffering as conceived by the orthodox? And what of his own semi-divine nature, the foundation again of his superhuman deeds? They are delusions. Heracles is no demigod. His exploits, however great and valuable, are in no sense miraculous. This view, moreover, is precisely that which we ought to gain from the early part of the drama. Lycus is no doubt an insolent bully, but would certainly not brave annihilation, whether at the hands of Zeus or of his son, by slaughtering a demigod's family. That he acts so proves that he does not believe in the divine parentage of Heracles, and the support so readily given by Thebes to his policy shows as plainly that to the mass of citizens no real proofs of superhuman nature have been offered. In brief, the actions and language of everyone in the play except Heracles himself, Amphitryon, and the chorus, of everyone, including Theseus and even Megara, imply that in this play Heracles is indeed a person of note, but an eminent man of no very startling eminence. But the hero himself, long before this repudiation of poets' wretched tales, has himself given them authority. He tells his father that in truth he has visited Hades, dragged Cerberus thence, and rescued Theseus. At many places in the drama he refers without misgiving or query to legendary monsters which he has quelled, and to his safe return from Hades. This inconsistency, according to Dr. Verrall, is the root of the drama. Heracles suffers from a growing tendency to madness. In his sane moods, he knows that all his story is human, all the nobler for its humanity, but in his dark hours, he accepts the vulgar splendors which rumor throws round his adventures, at such times lending nascent myth the support of his own false witness. The tragedy of his life has been this mental distemper, which has finally caused him to destroy his wife and children. It appears in dreadful paroxysms throughout the first speech which he addresses to Theseus. First an attempt to account for his murderous outbreak by an account of purely human events. Then inconsistently a reference to Zeus, fatherhood, and the attempt of Hera upon his infant life, followed by a splendidly vigorous catalogue of legendary deeds, Typhos, the giants, and the rest, culminating with despairing comments on his hopeless guilt and on the complete victory of Hera. Then he suddenly rends the goddess with his scorn. To such a deity who would pray, for a jealous quarrel, she has destroyed the guiltless benefactor of Greece. Two important details should be noted in connection with this theory. First, the apparition of Iris and Frenzy seems to overthrow it utterly by a demonstration in presence of the audience that Heracles' afflictions are caused by Hera. But the past scene, before ever Frenzy arrives, has shown the hero, if not mad, yet not in full possession of his senses. Moreover, she is not seen by him at the moment when he goes mad, yet if the chorus see her, a fortiori she should be visible when attacking her victim himself. Again, the scene in which the fiend herself shows kind-hearted scruples is ludicrous. These personages, Verrall suggests, are a dream beheld by a member of the chorus who has been impressed by what he has already seen of Heracles' malady. This is proved by an absence of allusion to the event afterwards when the fatal incident is discussed, and when silence is incredible. The aged man, or men, will gradually remember the dream afterwards. This is another way in which stories like that of Hera's vengeance obtain currency. The second point arises from the conversation between Theseus and his friend when clearly sane. Does he confirm the story of the visit to Hades? Now, Heracles and he several times refer to his rescue from below, but never do they use language which necessarily refers to Hades. Thou didst bring me back safe to the light from the dead, or corpses. Such is the style of allusion. Undoubtedly, the language can be applied to Hades. Undoubtedly, also it could fit some natural event like a disaster in a cave or mine, which may actually have been suggested by rationalists of the day as an explanation of the myth. A suggestion which the poet is inclined to adopt, and for which therefore he leaves room in his phraseology. Theseus, amiable as he is, yet presents little of interest. It is his function to voice the opinions of the normal unimaginative man. Megara, however, of whom little has been said, deserves sympathetic study. She does not share Amphitryon's extraordinary beliefs about his son, but loves and admires him with an affection beautifully expressed throughout the too brief portion of the drama in which she appears. It is she who long before the other realizes his mental state. In her, too, poetical imagination shines forth with a radiance which surpasses the charm of the lyrics and Heracles' impetuous eloquence. It is she who utters the Sophoclean description of sovereignty. Letter 1 F14 chi omega nu, tau upsilon rho alpha nu nu iota delta. Letter 1 F27 sigma, mu alpha kappa rho alpha. Letter 1 F76, lambda omicron gamma chi alpha iota, pi epsilon rho iota, pi eta delta meg sigma. Letter 1 F14 rho omega tau iota, sigma omega mu alpha tau. Epsilon letter 1 F30, sigma epsilon letter 1 F50, delta alpha iota mu omicron nu alpha. And that expression of her yearning grief which in its strange felicity of pathos suggests Shakespeare's Constance. Pi letter 1 F6, sigma, letter 1 F0 to nu, letter 1 F61 sigma, xi omicron upsilon theta omicron pi tau epsilon rho omicron sigma, mu epsilon lambda iota sigma sigma alpha, sigma upsilon nu epsilon gamma kappa alpha iota mu, letter 1 F0 to nu, letter 1 F10 kappa, pi alpha nu tau omega nu, gamma omicron upsilon sigma. Epsilon letter 1 F30, sigma letter 1 F13 nu delta, letter 1 F10, nu epsilon gamma kappa omicron letter 1 Fe6 sigma, letter 1 F00 theta rho omicron nu, letter 1 F00 pi omicron delta omicron iota eta nu, delta alpha kappa rho upsilon. The supplices, letter 1 F31 kappa epsilon tau, ota delta epsilon sigma, or suppliant women, is generally supposed on internal evidence to have been produced about 420 BC. The suppliants who form the chorus are the mothers of the 7 who attacked Thebes and their attendants. They surround Aethra, mother of Theseus, the Athenian king, and beg her to win his aid for them since the Thebans have refused burial to the slain. Theseus at first refuses, but Aethra persuades him. A Theban herald enters to forbid Theseus, in the name of the Theban king Creon, to aid the suppliants. Theseus rejects this behest and prepares for war. After an ode, news comes of the Athenian victory. The remains of 5 heroes are brought in of the other 2. Amphiaraus was swallowed up by the earth, and Polynices is supposed still at Thebes. Adrastus delivers funeral speeches over them. The obsequies now take place. The body of Capaneus is burned separately, and Evadne, his wife, throws herself upon his pyre despite the entreaties of her father Iphis. The young sons of the chieftains bear in the funeral urns, and Adrastus promises that Argus will cherish undying gratitude towards Athens. The goddess Athena appears and bids Theseus exact an oath to this effect. She comforts the fatherless boys with a promise of vengeance. This drama is perhaps the least popular and the least studied of all Greek plays, which is not surprising when one considers that, in spite of the praise merited by certain parts, the whole work considered by really dramatic standards is astonishingly bad. There is no character drawing worth the name, and though it may be said that the real heroine of the drama is Athens, it is still strange to find Euripides contented with such colorless persons as Theseus, Aethra, and indeed all the characters. Still more striking are the irrelevancies. Theseus, addressed to Adrastus and the assembly at large concerning the blessings conferred by heaven upon man, have hardly a semblance of connection with the urgent and painful subject of debate. Even more odious, and far longer, is the dispute between Theseus and the herald on the claims of monarchy and democracy. The scene of Evadne's suttee, however striking, is dramatically unjustifiable. It is an episode in the bad sense, meant by Aristotle, no integral part of the action. The last scene is spoiled by the intervention of Athena, who merely causes the Argives to give an oath instead of a simple promise that they will ever be loyal friends of Athens. That this intervention corresponds to very definite historical fact, the league between the two states in 420 BC brought about by Alcibiades, makes no difference to the aesthetic fact. None the less one notes in these supplices certain excellent features. The appeal of Aethra to her son, and the lyric dirge of Evadne over her husband's pyre, are admirably composed. Several parts of the work are magnificent as spectacle. The opening in which the sorrowing mothers, Adrastus, and the fatherless boys are grouped about the aged queen, the return of Theseus and his troops with the dead bodies, the episode of Evadne as it struck the eye, and the procession of boys carrying the funeral urns. The Ion Letter 1F34 Omeganu is a play of uncertain date, but was probably produced late in Euripides' life. Some would place it as low as 413 BC. The scene is laid before the temple at Delphi. Hermes tells how the Athenian princess Creusa, owing to the violence of Apollo, bore a child, which Hermes brought to Delphi, where the boy grew up as a temple attendant. Later Creusa married Xanthus, and today they will come to ask the oracle some remedy for their childlessness. Apollo will give Ion to Xanthus as the latter's son. Later he is to be made known to Creusa as her own. Ion enters, and in a beautiful song expresses his joy in the service of Apollo. The chorus, attendants of Creusa, draw near, they converse with Ion and admire the temple facade. Creusa arrives, she and Ion are mutually attracted, and she tells how a friend, having borne a child to Apollo and exposed it, wishes to know whether it still lives. Ion rejects the story and urges her not to put such a question to the oracle. Xanthus now appears and goes within to consult the god. Creusa retires, while Ion muses on the immorality of gods. After a choric ode, Xanthus returns and greets Ion as his son. The oracle has declared that the first man to meet him will be his offspring. Ion asks who is his mother. They agree that she must be some Delphian Bacchante. The youth is dismayed at the prospect of quitting Delphi for Athens, but Xanthus genially bids him prepare a farewell banquet for his friends and departs to offer sacrifice upon Parnassus. The Athenian women express their consternation. Athens is to have an alien ruler and Creusa must remain childless. When she returns, they tell her the news, and in bitter disappointment, she breaks into an agonized recital of her old sorrow. An aged male attendant undertakes to murder Ion by poison at the banquet. Creusa consents. After an ode praying for vengeance, a messenger brings news that the plot has failed and Creusa has been condemned to death. The queen hurries in. Pursued by Ion and a mob, she takes refuge on the altar. Bitter reproaches pass between the two till the Pythian prophetess appears, giving Ion the basket in which he was discovered as a babe, and which still contains the articles then found with him. She bids him seek his mother. Creusa greets him as her son and names the three objects. They embrace with joy, but Ion, learning that not Xanthus but Apollo is his father, determines to ask the oracle which account is true. Athena, however, appears and explains that Apollo has been compelled to change his plans. Xanthus must continue to believe Ion his own son. This drama suggests a rich tasseled robe of gorgeous embroidery. Were it not that the basis of the story is so painfully sexual, the Ion would be perhaps the most popular of Greek plays. The sudden changes of situation, the emotional crises, the sheer thrill of many passages, the lovely study of the Greek Samuel at his holy tasks, all these things make a glorious play. But our delight is blurred by a recurrent perplexity. Theology is obtruded throughout, and such a theology as never was. Apollo ravishes Creusa, and by help of Hermes brings her child to Delphi, where he lives happily up to manhood, but Creusa is allowed to suppose her child destroyed by wild beasts. The god, however, intends to secure Ion his rights as Prince of Athens. Xanthus is to accept the lad as his son, while Creusa and Ion are to be made secretly known to each other. But this plan is disturbed by the Athenian women, and the god, revising his intention, sends the doves to save Ion and the prophetess to save Creusa. All would now be well, since both Xuthus and the queen accept Ion as a son. But Ion wishes to know whether the oracle speaks truth or lies. Apollo therefore sends Athena to prevent him from taxing the oracle with inconsistency. She explains the various activities of Apollo, prophecies concerning the Athenian race, and bids Creusa keep Xuthus in ignorance. Apollo is as much fool as knave. Athena may say that Apollo hath done all things well, but mortals will not endorse her sisterly admiration. Even the revised plan cannot succeed. How long will Xuthus remain ignorant of facts which are being proclaimed, not only to Creusa and her son, but also to the crowd of Delphians and the Athenian women? Even if this could be secured, things are no better. Apollo has said both that he himself and that Xuthus is the father of Ion. Which of these statements is true matters comparatively little. One of them must be a lie. The god who gives oracles to Greece is a trickster, and no celestial consolations or Athenian throne can compensate the youth for the loss of what filled his heart only this morning. The Ion is the one play in which Euripides attacks the Olympian theology beyond all conceivable doubt. It is certain, that he does not believe in the existence of Apollo and Hermes. Roman 2, that the Delphic oracle is a human institution making impossible pretensions, and Roman 3, that his method of attack is by innuendo and implication. Verrall's theory of the poet's method is here on absolutely unassailable ground. The story is purely human, and the theological story is a mere addendum designed to suit the religious occasion and many of the spectators. What, then, is this human story? Verrall explains that Creusa was wronged by some man unknown, and that her child perished. The Pythian priestess bore a child which she reared with a natural tenderness. This child was Ion, whom the managers of the shrine determined to place in a station which could assist their influence. Then occurs the deadly scene in which the youth is about to kill Creusa. To save the Delphians from the responsibility of murdering a foreign queen in the open street, and the boy from conduct which would make his admission to Athens impossible, a plot is hastily concocted. It will prevent war with Athens, it will destroy Creusa's hatred for Ion, and secure his future throne. The priests have already heard, even if Apollo has not, the story shrieked out at him by Creusa. By an impudent masterstroke they determine that Ion shall be the queen's long-lost child. To this end, the history of the two persons supplies most of the means. All that is needed is something tangible to tie the knot. Hurriedly the clues are provided. The necklace exposed long ago upon the babe is an easy matter. Its fellow was found upon the person of the pedagogus. The ever-blooming olive of the Acropolis can be equaled in freshness by sprays plucked today in Delphi. And for the embroidery, it is fairly certain that some such covering must have been wrapped round the child, and its pattern is sufficiently vague. The queen in her heart-hunger and peril snatches at these clues, and in a moment the two fall into one another's arms. Finally, the clear-headed persistence of Ion is met by what may in truth be called a de ex machina. Over the temple facade is protruded the gigantic head of a figure, through which someone offers such fumbling explanations as are possible. All this is enough for Creusa, she has a son. As for Ion, whose life has been in his faith, he commits himself to nothing. In one day he has grown to the full stature of a man, but one hardly supposes that he visited Delphi again. Thus may Verrall's theory be summarized. It has never been answered, nor does it seem possible to make any answer, except that the alleged real story is far-fetched, of course. For any rationalistic explanation of a supposed miracle must be strange, otherwise no one would have hitherto believed the miracle in order to account for the facts. The theological background, then being merely theatrical gauze and canvas, what of the human action? Though it forms an extraordinarily brilliant, powerful, fascinating spectacle, is it a tragedy? The story ends with the appearance at any rate of joy and contentment. Yet tragedy is found not only in the death of the body, but in the death of ideals. And the destruction of Ion's faith in his all-knowing, unerring father is a fate from which, when we remember his happy caroling upon the dawn-lit temple steps, we could wish to see him saved even by the Gorgon's venom. Any outcry wherewith he might have challenged Creusa, is checked by the cold disgust which fills him at the sound of Athena's bland periods. But one knows the kind of man Athens will receive tomorrow, one who will agree with Xuthus that these things don't happen, who will be an admirable connoisseur of party politics, but who has lost his vision. This, then, is spiritually, though not technically, a tragedy. Further, it is technically a melodrama. That is, the external form and texture is calculated to produce not as in tragedy simple, profound, and enduring exaltation, but more superficial, violent, and transitory emotion. The Pedagogus is pure melodrama. Witness his change from senile helplessness to ruthless vigor, the wildness of his suggestions: burn down the temple, murder your husband, the utter absence of remorse and secondary interests, characteristic of villainous subordinates in melodrama, his complete breakdown when it is demanded by the plot. Such also is the confrontation of Ion and Creusa with the terrified women and scowling Delphians as a background. But the finest thrill, and the touch least justified by any standards save those of melodrama, occurs in the speech of Ion as he stands with the fateful basket in his arms and determines not to open it, but to dedicate it to Apollo. The next moment, he reflects that he must carry out the god's will and discover his origin. The genuine plot halts so as to cause theatrical sensation. It is natural in such a play that the characterization should be simple. Xuthus, the Pedagogus, and the Prophetess are scarcely more than foils to the two chief persons. Creusa attracts us rather because the poet has so well portrayed woman than because he has created a particular woman. More than this can be said of Ion. He is marked out from all the other persons of this play by sheer intelligence, by the power of facing facts, and of constantly readjusting his perspective. He is a figure of somewhat quaint pathos. The happy child who sings to the birds on the temple steps and thinks of nothing but his tranquil existence of pious routine, turns in a moment to the discreet adviser who can imagine incredible things. There is no man who will transmit to the response to such a question. For were he in his own house proved a villain, Phoebus would justly wreak mishap upon him that gave thee such reply. As he moves to and fro, filling the holy water stoops, we can hear him murmuring to himself serene blasphemies. But I must blame Phoebus. Such conduct, use violence upon maidens and betray them, beget children in secret and leave them to die? Come, come, since you have the power, remember its responsibility. You punish mankind for wrongdoing. And so forth, including the suggestion that if Zeus, Poseidon, and Apollo were compelled to pay damages for their lustful offenses, their temples would become bankrupt. In politics, as in religion, Ion observes and deduces for himself. Athenian public life he well understands before entering it. He has views about the influence of perverted religious feelings upon public opinion and the execution of the law. All this prepares us for the splendid moment when, forgetting his own rule, he insists on bearding the oracle, and for the reception he gives to the patching up of Apollo's infallibility. For the rest, the work is a study of emotions deeply conceived and wonderfully expressed. Creusa is induced to tell her story, though disguised, to Ion largely by her sudden feeling for the youth himself. The revelation which she makes to the Pedagogus, and the chorus is wrung from her after all these years, by the sudden loneliness which the gift of a son to her husband brings upon her heart. And the gloriously successful climax, where she suddenly addresses her executioner, as her son is purely emotional also. Even the intellectual revolt of Ion is introduced by a sudden turn of the feelings in the recognition scene. Mother, let my father, too, share in our joy. The Troads tau rho letter 1 ff3 alpha delta epsilon sigma, or Trojan Women, was produced in 415 B.C., together with Alexander, Palames, and Sisyphus as satiric play. This group obtained the second prize, being defeated by the work of Xenocles, whoever he is. The action takes place outside Troy after its capture. In the background is a tent wherein are captive Trojan women. Before the tent lies Hecuba in a stupor of grief. The deities Poseidon and Athena explain in a dialogue that they are quitting Troy with reluctance. Poseidon will destroy the Greek fleet on its way home. When they have departed, Hecuba stirs and laments. Soon she is joined by the chorus of Trojan women. Talthybius tells her that Cassandra is to become the concubine of Agamemnon. Concerning Polyxena he speaks evasively. Andromache is given to Neoptolemus, Hecuba herself to Odysseus, whom she detests above all Greeks. Cassandra rushes forward uttering in frenzy a horrible parody of a marriage song in her own honor. She prophesies the woes of Agamemnon and Odysseus. Hecuba ponders her former greatness and present misery, the chorus sing the fatal day when Troy welcomed the wooden horse. Andromache and her infant Astyanax are brought in, and from her Hecuba hears Polyxena's death. Though prostrated by grief, she urges Andromache to please her new lord, that perchance his son may revive something of Troy's greatness. Talthybius returns with tidings that Astyanax is to be hurled from the battlements. After an ode on the first siege of Troy, Menelaus enters rejoicing in his long-deferred opportunity of slaying Helen. Hecuba bursts into rapturous thanks to the power which rules mankind, and when Helen pleads innocence, refutes her bitterly. Talthybius brings in the mangled body of Astyanax, over which Hecuba utters a speech of reproachful lament. The play ends with the burning of Troy. In structure archaic, this play is in spirit something quite new to the Attic stage. On the one hand, there is little unfolding of a plot. We are reminded strongly of the Prometheus by the portrayal of a situation which changes with extreme slowness. It is the manner of this portrayal which is new and terrible. The Troades was performed after the sack of Melos and before the departure of the Sicilian expedition. It is a statement, by a member of the nation which annihilated Melos, of the horrors wherewith the vanquished are overwhelmed. The glory won by the Greeks who overthrew Troy was the best known and most cherished gift of tradition. Now a Greek writer reveals the other side of conquest. After the crime of Melos, Euripides never felt as he had felt towards Athens or Greece. His intellect and his heart were appalled by the cold ferocity of which his fellows showed themselves every year more capable. Hitherto he has attacked the evils of human nature. Now he impeaches one definite nation, and that his own. No spectator could doubt that Troy is Melos, the Greeks Athens. Such uncompromising hostility must have produced deep effects on so impressionable an assembly. For it is not merely a denunciation, it is a threat. The poet takes the whole picture of misery and stupid tyranny and puts it into sinister perspective in his prologue. All the cruelties of the play are committed by the Greeks under shadow of the calamity denounced against them by the deities of the prologue, whereof we are again and again reminded by the sentences casually dropped by Talthybius and others, that the host is eager to embark. And this, when the great Athenian armament was itself thronging the Piraeus in preparation for the voyage to Sicily. Of characterization, therefore, little is to be found. Cassandra, though her pathos is less deep and wide than that of her namesake in the Agamemnon, is yet valuable, as aiding in that perspective which is given mainly by the prologue. Talthybius and Andromache are ably sketched, but Menelaus and Helen are introduced merely for the sake of the elaborate dispute between Hecuba and Helen. It is upon Hecuba that the whole poem hangs, not upon her action or even her character, but upon her capacity for suffering. With the progress of the play, she changes from the Queen of Troy to a figure summing up in herself all the sorrows of humanity. As each woe is faced, lamented, and at last assimilated into an ennobling experience, another disaster flings her back into the primitive outcry to begin once more the task of resignation. She is a pagan Mater Dolorosa. As each billow of grief descends upon her, leaving her still sentient, nay, filled with eager sympathy for others, the Greeks who oppress her become strangely puny and unreal like the legionaries in some medieval picture of martyrdom. Even when she confesses to complete despair, she yet the next moment begins to fashion within the abyss a tiny abode for hope. Astyanax may grow to manhood, so that, if chance is kind, sons of thy blood may dwell again in Ilium, and there might yet be a city. Next moment the child is torn away to be flung from the battlements. Even so, Hecuba recovers her balance in the end, and can deliver, as she stands over the little body, the stinging reproach of a barbarian revolted by the crimes of civilization. It is to this endless capacity for facing sorrow and transmuting it into rich experience that we owe one of the most beautiful and definite philosophically dicta to be found in Euripides. Letter 1 F66 gamma letter 1 FC6 sigma letter 1 F44 chi mu alpha kappa letter 1 F00 pi letter 1 F76 gamma letter 1 FC6 sigma letter 1 F14 chi omega nu letter 1 F15 delta rho alpha nu letter 1 F45 sigma tau ode sigma pi omicron tau epsilon letter 1 F36 sigma upsilon delta upsilon sigma tau omicron pi alpha sigma tau omicron sigma epsilon letter 1 F30 delta epsilon nu alpha iota zeta epsilon sigma epsilon letter 1 F34 tau letter 1 F00 nu alpha gamma kappa eta phi upsilon sigma epsilon omicron sigma epsilon letter 1 F34 tau epsilon nu omicron letter 1 fe6, sigma beta rho omicron tau letter 1 ff6 nu. Pi rho omicron sigma upsilon psi alpha mu eta nu, sigma epsilon pi alpha nu tau alpha, gamma letter 1 f70 rho delta iota. Letter 1 f00 psi omicron phi omicron upsilon, beta alpha iota nu omega nu, kappa epsilon lambda epsilon theta omicron upsilon, kappa alpha tau, letter 1 f70, delta iota kappa eta nu, tau, letter 1 f70 theta nu eta tau, letter 1 f04 gamma epsilon iota sigma. O throne of earth, by earth upheld, whosoe'er thou art, beyond conjecture of our knowledge, Zeus, or the law of nature, or the mind of man, to thee do I address my prayer. For moving along thy soundless path thou dost guide all mortal life with justice. As for the Olympian gods, they are scarcely attacked. There is little more than a jaded recognition that belief in them is no help or inspiration. To this plaintive agnosticism, there is here no alternative but fierce pessimism. As when in the frightful eloquence of Hecuba, we are told that fate is a capering idiot. Most mournful of all Greek tragedies, this is yet beautiful, and full of splendid spectacular effects. Cassandra bounding wildly forth with her bridal torches, the entry of Andromache seated in the wagon among the spoils of Troy, Hecuba bending over Astyanax's body within the great buckler of his father, the little procession which carries the shield to burial, princely robes hanging therefrom, and the aged queen addressing her farewell to the blazing city. Iphigenia in Taurus, letter 1 f30 phi iota gamma epsilon nu epsilon iota alpha, letter 1 f21, letter 1 f10 nu, tau alpha epsilon rho omicron iota sigma, or Iphigenia among the Taurians, is a work of uncertain date. Nothing is known of its success when produced, and the absence of scholia suggests that it was not popular in later times. Iphigenia, before the temple of Artemis among the Taurians in South Russia, relates that she was not slain at Aulis, but brought by Artemis to serve as her priestess here, close to the city of King Thoas, where she is compelled to sacrifice all strangers. A dream has suggested to her that her brother Orestes is dead. She goes within to prepare offerings to his shade. Orestes and Pylades enter. They have been sent by the Delphian oracle to steal the image of Artemis. In this way, Orestes will be freed from the Furies. They postpone their attempt till nightfall and retire. The chorus of Greek captive maidens enter in attendance upon Iphigenia, and a cowherd brings news that 2 Greeks have been captured and are being brought for sacrifice. After a choric ode, the rustics enter with their prisoners. A conversation follows, in which neither Iphigenia's name nor that of Orestes is revealed, and she offers to spare his life if he will take a letter to Argus. He insists that Pylades shall go, and the latter asks that the message be read. It proves to be an appeal to Orestes, and, exclaiming that he will at once perform his task, Pylades hands it to his friend. Brother and sister thus become known to one another, and all 3 agree to escape, taking the image with them. They enter the temple, after Iphigenia has enjoined secrecy upon the chorus, who sing their yearning for home. King Thoas enters and is tricked by Iphigenia into aiding the escape. The chorus sing Apollo's conquest of Delphi. A messenger rushes in, seeking Thoas. The chorus misdirect him, but in vain. Thoas learns how his people have been beguiled into allowing the Greeks to embark. However, a contrary wind is even now driving them back. Thoas is preparing to hunt the fugitives down when Athena appears and stops him. He is, moreover, commanded to send the Greek maidens home. He consents, and the play ends with the joy of the chorus. This drama is one of the finest among Euripides' works. It provides a marked contrast with the Troads. There is bitterness here indeed, but it is the bitterness of Voltaire rather than that of Swift. And whereas in the former play plot is almost non-existent, here it is vital. Perhaps the most brilliant piece of construction in Euripides is the celebrated recognition scene of this drama. Indeed, the whole tragedy is the story of a plot, skillful and breathless. Iphigenia's method, to deceive by telling the truth about Orestes' matricide, was particularly dear to Greeks, connoisseurs of falsehood both in life and in literature. So beautifully does she succeed that, partly for her own amusement, she tells the king further the news she has just heard concerning her brother's welfare. But the poet is no more the slave of his wit than of his sympathies, and we are brought to realization of the facts, namely, that the 3 Greeks are thieves and Iphigenia a traitress, by her own self-mockery. Falsehood, thy name is Hellas, and by the simple generosity with which the prince accepts her suggestions. The second feature of importance is the atmosphere of adventure. A strange, grim glamour lies upon the story of breathless dangers in a region which is itself a mystery and a menace. We must forget modern notions about South Russia, lines of steamboats, and Odessa as civilized as Hull. This kingdom of Thoas is as remote from Athens as Thibet or the Upper Congo from us. Indeed, at many points, we recall the African stories of Sir Rider Haggard. Amid these ghastly altars, the secret fire and the cleft of death, deserted seas and bloodthirsty savages, there is an infinite painful sweetness in Orestes, reminder of a dusty heirloom in his sister's bedchamber at home. The poem is filled with suggestions of remoteness, the heaving of strange billows, legendary landing places. Flowing from this is the homesickness, which breaks out again and again in Pylades, recollection, during his worst agony, of the winding Phocian glens, and in the lyric songs where the Greek captives long to fly homeward with the Halcyon to the hallowed places of Greece. But not only does religion as a radiant emotion setting aglow around the hill of Cynthus and the circling mirror mark the play. Euripides here, as so often, treats religion intellectually as well as emotionally. By the lips of Orestes, he passes judgment upon Olympian religion as a guide of conduct. Taking the story of Aeschylus, he acts not as a lesser unbeliever would have acted. He does not dub the reconciliation of the Eumenides a delusion. With a studiously bungling air, he explains that one section of the Furies was appeased, and the other not. If the manner of this revision is delightfully impudent, the intention is deadly. Orestes has been sent away by the Delphian priests to do something, to seek and undergo, if possible, a physiological effect simply through the excitement of a far journey. We are very near to the long holiday and change of air. The Furies exist nowhere but in his own brain. On the Athenian Areopagus, he went through a climax of hallucination. Surrounded by stray animals, he saw in imagination all the tremendous events imagined by Aeschylus as objective reality. His mind only partly cleared by this paroxysm, he fled back to Delphi for complete healing. The oracle sent him to the remotest region known to Greeks, to a land, moreover, where the natives are wont to murder all strangers. Phoebus is ashamed of his former responses and seeks to be rid of his too obedient, too persistent devotee. Such is the opinion of Orestes himself when at last in the toils, and the whole work, with an exception presently to be noticed, is pervaded by this unflinching rationalism. The pious herdsmen who see marine deities in the Greek visitors are laughed to scorn by a companion who, though dubbed a fool reckless and irreverent, is entirely justified. Iphigenia's reflections on the human sacrifices of the Tauri lead her to acquit the goddess of such folly and to attribute this practice to ferocious savages who make gods in their own image. At one point, indeed, simple faith is justified. Orestes, when faced by death, is comforted by his friend. The god's oracle hath not yet destroyed thee, close as thou dost stand to slaughter. In a moment, Orestes is free from peril at the priestess' hands. But no one, least of all Euripides, expects even the gods to blunder always. Finally, the ode on Apollo's conquest of Delphi is a delicate but pungent satire. The oracle is a magnificent trade connection. This cynical clearness is a guide in studying the exceptional passage above mentioned. In the last scene, orthodox piety is upheld by the apparition of Athena. Does then the Iphigenia in the end refute the rationalism impressed on it almost everywhere? We can take our choice, accepting Athena, Apollo's divinity, and all the other traditional garnishments, but stultifying many passages and the tone of 9/10 of the play. Or we can accept the latter as a thrilling and pathetic study in human superstition and intrepidity, but reject Athena as a conventional phantom. In this latter case, we shall, with Dr. Verrall, consider that the play, for all artistic and intelligible purposes, ends at v. 1434, leaving Thoas to capture and destroy the Greeks. Many will find such a choice difficult. The Iphigenia is certainly not as clear a case as the Orestes, to say nothing of the Ion. But it is difficult to believe that here he has composed a magnificent play to bolster up theology which elsewhere he strenuously attacks. Nevertheless, the speech of Athena is not in itself contradictory or ludicrous. The mental pathology, it can hardly be called the character, of Orestes deserves close study. He provides an admirable instance of that skill in portraying madness for which Euripides was famed. A man of strong, simple instincts, he is shaken terribly by the murderous events of his childhood. His brain is overthrown by the sway of the hierarchy and by the deeds to which he was impelled. From this overthrow, he never quite recovered, as the dramatist himself carefully indicates. Throughout the Iphigenia we discern, drawn with extraordinary skill and tact, the struggle between the old obsession and an intellect originally clear and acute. The prologue, when he explores the ground with Pylades, shows him, in spite of a ghastly brilliance of thought fit only for frenzy or the nightmare, possessed of shrewdness which, if consistently applied, would have saved him from the expedition altogether. Later he is seen hurled by the excitement of his quest into complete, though temporary, insanity, a fit which throws back strange light upon his trial at Athens and provides a comment upon the later scene, where, though at the moment sane, he yet believes in the delusive experience. Everywhere we find this superstructure of sanity on an insane foundation. Though he can see through the oracle as clearly as any man with regard to its past deceptions, he is pathetically enthusiastic for the latest nostrum. The long account of his sorrows which he gives his sister is full of such sinister meaning. He essays to describe the origin of the court which tried him. There is a holy vote which long ago Zeus founded for Ares owing to some blood guiltiness, whatever it was. He has forgotten half the facts and bungles the rest. This speech, full of obscurity, irrelevancy, and disconnected thought, is practically ignored by his sister, who realizes his condition both from the report of the herdsman and from the occasional lunacy he manifests in conversation. Orestes, too, knows how it is with him, and the complete absence of lament on his part when faced with death is one of the grimmest things in the drama. The Electra letter 1F20 lambda epsilon kappa rho alpha was probably acted in 413 BC. The scene is laid before the cottage of a peasant, who explains that he is the husband of Electra, but in name only. She comes forth and they depart to their several tasks. Orestes and Pylades arrive. Orestes has come at Apollo's bidding to avenge his father, at whose tomb he has offered sacrifice. Seeing Electra, they retire. She is invited to a festival by the chorus of Argive women, but refuses, urging her sorrow and poverty. The two strangers approach, Orestes pretending that he has been sent by her brother for tidings of her. She gives him a passionate message, begging Orestes to exact vengeance. The peasant returns and sends the strangers within as his guests. The chorus sing the expedition to Troy. An aged shepherd enters with the provisions for which Electra sent, and tells her that he has seen upon Agamemnon's tomb a sacrifice and a votive lock of hair. He in vain seeks to convince Electra that her brother must be in Argos, but later recognizes Orestes by a scar. Brother and sister embrace with joy. After passionate prayers to Agamemnon's shade, he departs to seek Aegisthus. The chorus sing the crime of Thespis, which caused sun and stars to change their course. A messenger relates how Aegisthus has been cut down by Orestes in the midst of a religious service. The avengers return with the body, over which Electra gloats. Clytemnestra is seen approaching, lured by a story that Electra has given birth to a child. Orestes feels remorse, but is hardened by his sister, who awaits her mother alone. A dispute follows about the queen's past, but Clytemnestra refuses to quarrel and goes within to perform the birth ritual. Soon her cries are heard, and Orestes and Electra re-enter, filled with grief and shame. In the sky appear Castor and Polydeuces, Pollux, brothers of Clytemnestra, who blame the matricide, which they attribute to Apollo. Then they depart to the Sicilian sea to save mariners who are righteous and unperjured. Special interest clings to this play, because here only can we see Euripides traversing precisely the same ground as Aeschylus, in the Chophoro, and Sophocles, in the Electra. This similarity of subject long damaged Euripides play in the eyes of critics. It was assumed that the youngest poet was imitating his forerunners, and it needed small acumen to observe that the imitation was bad. Whereupon, instead of wondering whether perhaps Euripides was, after all, not copying others, critics proceeded to write cheerful nonsense about frivolity and a profound falling off in art and taste. The fact simply is that each of these three tragedians discussed the story from a different viewpoint. Aeschylus treated it as a religious fact, Sophocles as an emotional fact, Euripides as an ethical fact. Aeschylus is on the side of Apollo, Sophocles on the side of Electra, Euripides on the side of no one. He asks himself what circumstances, what perversions of character can result in this matricide. Hence his careful study of Clytemnestra, Electra, and Orestes, so careful that a reader at first supposes the poet a partisan of Clytemnestra. Not so, he has merely tried to understand her. A placid woman of quick but shallow affections, she was abandoned by her husband for 10 years to the memory of a murdered daughter. Delightfully characteristic is her argument. Suppose Menelaus had been stolen from home, would it have been right for me to slay Orestes that Helen might regain her husband? Vigorous and damaging, this is yet tinged with comedy by its raw novelty and precision. One almost overhears the comerages of the street corner. When Agamemnon brought back openly a concubine to his home, Clytemnestra assisted her lover in anticipating the king's revenge by murdering him. From this act, she has drifted into condoning cruelty against her unoffending children. Throughout, she has acted wickedly and acquiesced in worse conduct by others. Nevertheless, she is no figure of tragedy. She only suggests tragedy because she is the mother of her executioners. Her chief love is placid domesticity. If this can be obtained only by murdering those who threaten it, that is very terrible, but the world is notoriously imperfect. Clytemnestra cannot and will not meet Electra on the tragic plane. Her daughter's great outburst and threat of murderous vengeance she meets in this comfortable fashion. "My child, it was always your nature to love your father. It often happens so. Some favor the male side, while others love their mother rather than their father. I forgive you, for in truth I rejoice not greatly, child, in the acts that I have done, but you, unwashed and shabby in attire," and so forth. Clytemnestra is almost as ill-tuned to the atmosphere which Electra constantly and deliberately creates as Sancho Panza to the high converse of his master. The queen has been summoned to her daughter's cottage by report of a newly born infant. She shows her natural goodness of heart by hurrying thither at once, though of course she has not the taste to leave her gorgeous retinue behind, and doing all she can to comfort and help her daughter. By this time she has all unconsciously taken the wind out of the sails of the avengers, but Electra can maintain her grimness and actually utter black hints of a wedding bed in the grave. We turn next to her. What manner of woman can this be? Electra is one of Euripides' most vivid and successful female characters. She has strong claims on our pity and sympathy, but fails to win them. Her mother is a ready victim of any emotion which breathes upon her. Electra has settled her position emotionally, intellectually, morally years ago. Nothing can alter her. She is the victim and the apostle of an idée fixe. The crimes of love are no less frightful than the crimes of hate. In Electra, affection for Agamemnon has become the basis of cold ferocity against Clytemnestra. It is Orestes who shrinks when the deed is to be done, Electra who braces his resolution. She has borne no child. Instead of beginning a new life in her children, looking to the future, she has fed morbidly upon memories, stiffening natural grief and resentment into permanent inhuman morosity. Clytemnestra has blandly outlived 2 murders in her own family, and remains neither unamiable nor uninteresting, but it is impossible to imagine what Electra will do, say, or think after the events of today. This unnatural self-concentration, which means not only her mother's death but her own spiritual suicide, is mainly the result of her childlessness. And it is on this that Euripides lays his finger. "Announce that I have given birth to a male child." Then, when she has come, of course it is her death. This plot of Electra is possibly the most brilliantly skillful and most terrible stroke in all the poet's work. It indicates the source of her heartlessness, it provides an excellent dramatic motive for the queen's arrival, and it shows, as nothing else could show, the fiendishness of a woman who can use just this pretext to the very woman who gave her birth. She relies upon the sanctity of motherhood to aid her in trampling upon it. Her first words, as she slips forth to join her husband beneath the starlit sky, show how the heavens themselves remind her that she has had no infant at her breast during the night watches. "Black night, thou nurse of golden stars." Moreover, not only does she feel her sorrows, she enjoys the sense of martyrdom. Her wrongs and present trials she is capable of exaggerating. At every opportunity she exploits them for purposes of self-pity, as her husband hints more than once. Orestes, living in exile, has escaped the blight of Electra only to become a criminal with no illusions. Proud of his worldly experience, witness the blundering disquisition on the true gentleman, and his cynical comments on his humble brother-in-law. His onslaught upon Aegisthus from behind proves him at the best deficient in gallantry, and on the matricide itself nothing need be said. We can pity Orestes for his fearful position, but he is a poor creature. The Electra, in fact, is a clear-sighted attack upon the morality of blood feuds. The poet feels that Aegisthus and Clytemnestra, left so long unmolested, should have been left alone still. If Apollo at Delphi and the peasant in his Argive cottage had estimated human nature more wisely, this horror would have been escaped and no harm done. To punish the guilty is not always a virtue. Often it is a debauch of self-glory, and sometimes the worst of villainies. As always, the poet regards the oracle, which commanded matricide, as an offense to civilization. But there is novelty in the extreme candor with which this is put forward. The Dioscuri repeatedly stigmatize its murderous command as foolishness or worse. Equally outspoken are the chorus, who devote the last stanza of their lovely song on the golden lamb and Thyestes, crime to a brilliant denial of its truth. But legends that fill men with dread are profitable to divine worship. It is admirably put, and may rank with the epigrams of Ovid and Voltaire. As for the Dioscuri, it is impossible to speak without affection of such quaint and charming figures. Their converse with Electra and the chorus is an irresistible combination of dignity and a breezy contempt for official reticence. In his first long ex cathedra speech, Castor is on the verge of saying what he really thinks of Phoebus Apollo, remembers himself just in time, and then gives a broad hint after all. In the less formal talk which follows, these bluff naval deities show a soundness of heart and a simplicity as to the meaning of great affairs which recall delightfully the traditional nautical character of modern literature. The anguish of brother and sister, who after long years meet for a few frightful hours only to part forever, awakes their instant deep sympathy. On the other side, these subordinate deities are assuredly in a maze as to the theological problem into which they have strayed. "How was it," asked the Argive women, very pertinently, "that you, being gods and brothers of the woman that hath perished, did not repel destruction from the house?" Electra, too, would know why she was involved in the matricide. In answer, the brethren offer a bundle of reasons, some one of which ought surely to be right: the fate of necessity, the guidance of doom, the foolish utterances of Phoebus, tongue, a partnership in act and in destiny, the ancestral curse. Even if traditional phrases could solve the problem of human sin, these simple souls are not qualified to use or expound them. One incident in the Electra is of particular interest to the historian of literature. The pedagogus seeks to convince Electra that the mysterious visitor to Agamemnon's tomb is her brother. He offers certain evidences which she contemptuously rejects. There can be no doubt that this scene is a criticism of the recognition in Aeschylus' Chophoro. The severed lock of hair, the footprint, and the embroidered cloth appear in both scenes. Electra rejects all these clues. How can the hair of an athletic man resemble the soft tresses of a woman? Is not a man's foot larger than a woman's? Will the full-grown Orestes wear the same garment as an infant? But Euripides' attack is probably mistaken. We may suppose that Aeschylus could have seen these objections, and it is quite possible that tradition told of physical peculiarities in the Pelopid family. As for the embroidered garment, Aeschylus does not call it so. It may well have been a cloth preserved by Orestes. However this may be, we have here the most distinct example of Euripides' criticism of an earlier poet. Helen, letter 1F11 lambda epsilon nuita, or Helena, was produced in 412 BC. The scene represents the palace of Theoclymenus, the young Egyptian king, with the tomb of his father Proteus. Helen relates that Hera gave Paris a phantom in place of the true Helen, while Greeks and Trojans fought for a wraith. She herself has lived in Egypt, waiting for Menelaus. Theoclymenus now seeks her hand. She has taken sanctuary in Proteus' tomb. Teucer enters to consult Theano, the king's prophetess sister. On seeing Helen, he barely refrains from shooting her, but realizing his mistake talks with the stranger, revealing that Menelaus and Helen have apparently been lost at sea. Helen sends him off and breaks into lamentation for Menelaus, but is advised by the chorus of captive Greek maidens to consult the omniscient Theano. She agrees, and they accompany her into the palace. Menelaus enters, a pitiable shipwrecked figure. He has left Helen and his comrades in hiding and is looking for help. When he knocks at the palace door, the portress repels him with the warning that the king is hostile to Greeks because Helen is within his house. Menelaus is thunderstruck but determines to await Theoclymenus. The chorus and Helen return in joy, for Menelaus, they learn, still lives. Menelaus comes forward. After a moment, his wife recognizes and would embrace him, but he repels the stranger. One of his companions arrives announcing that Helen has vanished. As he ends his tale, he sees the true Helen, who he supposes has played a practical joke, but Menelaus falls into her arms. They plot escape, but realize that all depends upon the omniscient Theano. She comes forth, and, explaining that she has a casting vote in a dispute which today takes place in heaven between Hera and Aphrodite, decides to aid the suppliants. When she has withdrawn, it is arranged that Menelaus shall pretend he is the sole survivor, Menelaus being drowned. Helen is to gain permission to offer funeral rites at sea. The chorus raise a beautiful song concerning Helen's woes and the Trojan War. Theoclymenus enters and is easily hoodwinked. After an ode on Demeter's search for Persephone, the plotters are sent on their way by the king. The chorus sing of Helen's voyage and pray the Dioscuri to convoy their sister. A messenger hurries in and tells of the escape. The Egyptian crew has been massacred by Menelaus' followers. Theoclymenus would take vengeance upon his sister, but is checked by the Dioscuri, who explain that all has occurred by the will of Zeus. Two aspects of this play are unmistakable and apparently incompatible. The plot closely resembles that of the Iphigenia in Taurus. The style and manner of treatment are curiously light. What can have been Euripides' purpose in repeating, after so short an interval, a copy of that grim masterpiece, and to execute it in this light-hearted fashion? The Helen is in no possible sense a tragedy. At the point where the audience should be spellbound by suspense and dread, the cajoling of the king, we are relieved from all oppression by the facility with which the captives succeed. Theoclymenus is an imbecile who gives them all they need with his eyes shut. The earlier action is robbed of all power by the superhuman attributes of Theano. How can, or need, Helen have any doubts concerning her husband with an all-knowing friend at hand? The central datum, that only a phantom fled to Troy and returned therefrom with Menelaus, is utterly destructive of tragic atmosphere. In the recognition scene, the possibility of pathos is drowned in absurdity. The messenger suddenly turns to find his mistress smiling at his elbow and greets her with relief. "Ah, hail, daughter of Leda, here you are after all." Teucer's scene, besides providing a palmary instance of bad construction, for his function is merely to cause Helen anxiety about her husband's fate, which one might have expected to arouse her curiosity earlier in the course of these 17 years, is in itself absurd. After coming all this distance to consult Theano about his route, he is sent away happy, without seeing the prophetess, by Helen's suggestion. You will pick out your way as you go along. Equally curious is the diction. Brilliantly idiomatic as are the iambics, they are almost everywhere light, loose in texture, almost colloquial. Such things as phi epsilon rho, letter 1 F26 nu delta, letter 1 F72 delta, letter 1 F74, nu letter 1 FF7, nu mu letter 1 F74, letter 1 F00 pi omicron delta epsilon xi eta tau alpha iota, lambda omicron gamma omicron epsilon sigma. Letter 1 F23 nu gamma, letter 1 F70, rho epsilon letter 1 F34, chi omicron, mu epsilon nu theta alpha lambda alpha sigma sigma. Letter 1 F14 chi epsilon iota. Epsilon letter 1 F37 sigma gamma, letter 1 F70, rho letter 1 F45 gamma epsilon kappa alpha tau. Omicron letter 1 F50, rho alpha nu omicron nu. And the silly jingle on lambda omicron gamma letter 1 FF3, theta alpha nu epsilon letter 1 FD6 nu, are typical of the whole atmosphere. Even the lyrics glow with prettiness rather than beauty. Lovely, as are the naiad and the nightingale, they mitigate in no degree the flimsiness of the whole. Theano herself, in an outrageous passage, brings the mockery to a climax. This very day among the gods there is to be strife and conference concerning thee before the throne of Zeus. Hera, who was thine enemy before, is kindly to thee now, and would bring thee safe to thy home country with this thy wife, so that Greece may learn how Paris, love, the gift of Cypris, was but a mockery. But Cypris would fain deny thee thy home return, that it may never come to light how in Helen's case she bought the prize of beauty with bridals that were not. And the decision lies with me, whether, as Cypris wishes, I shall destroy thee by revealing thy presence to my brother, or whether I shall join Hera and save thy life. We should be ill-advised to take this in all earnest as a ludicrous blasphemy. It is graceful trifling. But what is Theano? A dread goddess to whom the Queen of Heaven sues for aid, or a kind-hearted woman whose strong common sense might perhaps, in a circle like that of the dolts and poseurs who fill the stage, raise her to the repute of superhuman wisdom. She is not all playful. When the honor of her dead father is in question, she stirs the heart by her passionate solemnity. Aye, all that lie in death must meet their bond, and they that live, yea, all. Beyond the grave the mind, though life be gone, is conscious yet eternal, with eternal heaven at one. This stands, together with Hecuba's outburst in the Trojan Women, as the most explicit statement of personal religion in the extant plays of Euripides. In the midst of this farrago of fairy tale and false sentiment, it is doubly startling. The drama is neither tragedy, nor melodrama, nor comedy, nor farce. What are we to think of it? Dr. Verrall would regard it as a burlesque. That is, as a playful imitation of serious work, with exaggeration of weak features or tendencies. From the facts that one ode has nothing whatever to do with the plot, but with the mother and the maid, and that Aristophanes parodies the play in his Celebrants of the Thesmophoria, wherein Euripides is accused of profaning that festival, it is inferred that Helen was not written for public presentation, but for private performance at a house on the island of Hellene belonging to an Athenian lady. The occasion was a gathering of women who had been celebrating the Thesmophoria, and forms Euripides' playful answer to the charge that he had never depicted a good woman. To prove his zeal, he chooses Helen, the least reputable of her sex, and completely rehabilitates her character. At the same time, he amuses his audience with a parody of his own work. The sanctuary of Helen recalls that of Andromache, and the scape that of Iphigenia and her friends. The news of this tour de force spread, and at last, owing to public curiosity, it was exhibited at the Dionysia. There is no doubt, that the Helen is not serious either in intention or execution. Roman 2, that there is good evidence for supposing a connection between the play and the festival of the mother and the maid, the Thesmophoria. Roman 3, that Aristophanes jokes about Proteus Proteas, and the rest do support the view that Euripides has in his mind the history of a family who have nothing to do with Menelaus and Helen. Roman 4, that in the play there are points, such as Ido, the baby name of Theano, which are irrelevant to the story. Are we, then, to accept Verrall's account? The sound view would appear to be that Euripides offered to the Archon a work which for once was a burlesque. So sincere a thinker as Euripides was certain sooner or later to attack himself, at any rate to examine his position and methods with humorous detachment. So far we must go with Verrall. The elaborate and delightfully detailed development we can hardly accept. The evidence is not sufficiently strong. But the poet is making fun not only of himself. The false Helen and her disappearance at a crisis in the action are not merely miracles of a type in which he utterly disbelieves. They are features which even a believer would remove as far as possible into the background. In handling this fairy tale with such naivete, he is possibly laughing at some indiscreet fellow dramatist. Certainly, he is ridiculing the popular belief in such legends. Helen herself cannot credit the tale of Leda and the Swan. When given the choice between two accounts of her brother's fate, she prefers the non-miraculous version. Even the dramatist's own dislike of soothsayers is elaborately expounded by the Greek messenger and sympathetically echoed by the chorus, absurdly enough in a play which contains Theano, whom the chorus themselves have induced Helen to consult, and with success. Although of course Theano knows only what could be learned by listening to the talk of Menelaus. The Phoenici, Phi Omicron Iota Iota Sigma Sigma Alpha Iota, or Phoenician Women, was produced about the year 410 BC. The action takes place before the palace of Thebes. Jocasta explains that the blind Oedipus is kept prisoner there by his sons Eteocles and Polynices, whom he has therefore cursed with a prayer that they may divide their inheritance with the sword. They have arranged to rule for a year by turns, but Eteocles, at the end of his term, has refused to retire, and Polynices has brought an army against Thebes. Jocasta has arranged that the brothers shall meet. When she has gone, a pedagogus shows the Argive host to Antigone from the roof. Next the chorus appear, a band of Phoenician maidens who sing of their voyage and of Delphi, their destination. Polynices stealthily enters and is greeted rapturously by his mother. Eteocles follows, and the brothers quarrel bitterly and finally. The chorus sing of Cadmus and the harvest of warriors. Eteocles comes forth and is advised by Creon to post a champion at each of the 7 gates. He agrees, ratifies the betrothal of Antigone to Haemon, and bids Creon consult Tiresias as to the hope of victory. If Polynices falls, he is not to be buried in Theban ground. The chorus sing to Ares, who has filled the land with war in place of the delightful Dionysiac worship. They celebrate the wondrous history of Thebes. Tiresias enters with Creon's son Menocius and declares that victory can be won only if the youth is sacrificed. Creon arranges to send his son away, but Menocius resolves to slay himself. The next ode celebrates the Sphinx, the tale of Oedipus, and Menocius, nobility. A messenger brings to Jocasta tidings that her sons are about to engage in single combat. She hurries to the spot with Antigone. After a brief ode of suspense, Creon returns mourning for his dead son, and another messenger tells at length how Polynices, Eteocles, and Jocasta have died. Thebes has won complete victory. The corpses are brought in, followed by Antigone, who summons the aged Oedipus. Together they bewail the dead till Creon breaks in and decrees that Antigone must marry Haemon, Oedipus go into exile, and Polynices remain unburied. Antigone defies him. She will bury her brother, she will not marry Haemon, but will share her father's exile. Oedipus, as they depart, asserts his greatness as the conqueror of the Sphinx. This work was immensely popular in antiquity. It was repeatedly revived. Ancient authors quote from it often. Together with the Hecuba and the Orestes, it formed the final selection of Euripides, work made in Byzantine times, and the scholia are extremely copious. Because of its popularity, the play was considerably expanded by interpolation. It is no mere question of isolated lines inserted by actors or copyists, though such appear to be numerous. Considerable masses are due to a later poet or poets. The following passages are generally suspected. IV 88-201, the scene of Antigone and her attendant upon the roof terrace. To this, it has been objected that the entrance of Polynices should occur as the first event of the play after the closing words of the prologue, which mention his expected arrival. This passage contains, moreover, a number of words otherwise unknown, which is enormous considering the length of the scene, and several awkward or strained expressions. Roman 2 VV 110440, the description of the 7 chieftains as they advance upon the gates. It is full of obscurities and difficulties, particularly 2 elaborate yet frivolous descriptions of shields. Moreover, it practically repeats the terrace scene. Both passages can hardly be genuine. Roman 3, 1223-58 or 1282, the messenger's account of preparations for the single combat, followed by the dialogue in which Jocasta calls Antigone to accompany her to the field. Not only are there marked faults of style, it is impossible, considering the urgency of the news, that the queen should stay for this tedious narrative. Jocasta's conversation with Antigone is by no means so objectionable. It is very short, and the style is not unworthy of Euripides. Nevertheless, it is strange that the queen should wait for her daughter at so urgent a time. Roman 4, the end of the drama, though at what point the addition begins is not agreed. The last address of Oedipus, which opens thus. Letter 1 F66 pi alpha tau rho alpha sigma, kappa lambda, epsilon iota nu letter 1 FC6, sigma pi omicron lambda letter 1 FD6, tau alpha iota, lambda epsilon epsilon sigma sigma epsilon tau, omicron letter 1 F30, delta iota pi omicron upsilon, sigma letter 1 F45 delta epsilon. Letter 1 F43 sigma, tau, letter 1 F70, kappa lambda epsilon iota nu. Alpha letter 1 F30, nu iota gamma mu alpha tau. Letter 1 F14 gamma nu omega kappa, alpha letter 1 F76, mu epsilon gamma iota sigma tau omicron sigma, letter 1 F26 nu, letter 1 F00 nu hetero. Unmistakably recalls part of the finale, in Oedipus Tyrannus. Letter 1 F66 pi alpha tau rho alpha sigma, theta debated sigma, letter 1 F14 nu omicron iota kappa omicron iota, lambda epsilon epsilon sigma sigma epsilon tau. Omicron letter 1 F30, delta iota pi omicron upsilon, sigma letter 1 F45 delta epsilon. Letter 1 F43 sigma, tau, letter 1 F70, kappa lambda epsilon iota nu. Alpha letter 1 F30, nu iota gamma mu alpha tau. Letter 1 F94 delta epsilon iota, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, kappa rho alpha tau iota sigma tau omicron sigma, letter 1 F26 nu, letter 1 F00 nu hetero. If we accept the customary date of Sophocles, play 405 BC, it was produced after Euripides' death. Further, the whole scene of Oedipus, Antigone, and Creon has evidently been expanded and distorted. According to one version, that followed by Sophocles in the Antigone, the maiden remained in Thebes after the battle and buried Polynices. According to the Oedipus Colonius, she accompanied her father into exile. Here the two versions are combined. Moreover, from the entrance of Oedipus onwards, the play abounds once more in unnatural or unusual turns of speech. And it may be thought a serious mistake to bring the aged sufferer forth at all, thus creating a new interest at the last moment of a play crowded with incident. But though this portion contains much unauthentic work, it appears to be intermingled with the genuine. Certain other passages are open to suspicion, especially Jocasta's prologue and the remainder, hitherto unmentioned, of the first messenger's speech. We appear to have Euripides' prologue padded out by another hand. The same kind of recurrent weakness and flatness marks the messenger's speech. Above all, when the speaker seeks to rise to the occasion, his efforts result in this. From the scaling ladder, his limbs were hurled asunder like sling stones, his hair to heaven, his blood to earth, his arms and legs whirled round like Ixion's wheel. This imbecile bombast is fortunately without parallel in Attic tragedy. It seems likely that Euripides' work was in quite early times, probably the 4th century, expanded by another poet, whose main contribution was a large addition to the messenger's speeches at a date when Aeschylus was little enough known to allow such things as the description of the hostile champions a good degree of novelty. The new text was in its turn enlarged by accretions due to actors. Euripides' own work is vigorous and interesting, a stirring scene of warfare, patriotism, and strong passions, which in its present expanded form reminds one by its spirit and its popularity of Kid's Spanish tragedy, the first favorite of Elizabethan audiences. The two brothers are well distinguished. Polynices by his pathetic sense that intolerable wrong is urging him against his will into crime, Aeschylus by a dark fervor of ambition which has grown upon his soul like religion, and their terrible altercation in the sweeping trochaic meter is equal to anything of the kind in Euripides for terse idiomatic vigor. Jocasta's passionate joy when she sees her exiled son, joy which stirs her aged feet to trip in a dance of fond rapture, provides the one light-hearted moment. And her noble speech of reconciliation is the single great achievement of the drama. The Orestes, letter 1F40, rho epsilon sigma tau eta sigma, was produced in 408 BC and again in 341. It was extremely popular, and formed with the Phoenici and the Hecuba the final selection of Euripides, work made in Byzantine times, but the later interpolations are probably few. The scene is laid before the palace at Argos. Orestes and Electra, having slain Clytemnestra and Aegisthus, are imprisoned in their own house by the Argive state, which will today decide whether they are to be stoned to death. Orestes has been tormented by madness and is now seen asleep, watched by Electra. She hopes that they may yet be saved by Menelaus, who has come home with Helen. The latter enters and requests Electra to go for her to Clytemnestra's tomb with drink offerings. She is persuaded to send her daughter Hermione instead. The chorus of Argive ladies now enter, and their voices awaken Orestes. Then follows a wonderful scene of affectionate tendance and a sudden paroxysm of the sufferer. The chorus sing of the Furies and the agony through which the house is passing. Menelaus enters and Orestes passionately implores his aid. Tyndarus, father of Helen and Clytemnestra, arrives and denounces the cowering Orsts. Why did he not invoke the law against his mother? The youth's long speech of exculpation further incenses Tyndarus. When he has departed, Orestes again appeals to Menelaus, who points out that the only hope lies in the Argive assembly. Orestes watches him go with contempt, but is cheered by the arrival of Pylades, who throws in his lot with his friend, and the two walk off to the assembly. The chorus sing the story of the house and lament the matricide. A messenger brings to Electra an account of the debate, which ended with permission to the criminals to die by their own hand. Electra pours forth a lyric of painful beauty until the two youths return. Pylades declares that he too will die, but suggests vengeance on Menelaus. Let them slay Helen. Electra proposes that Hermione be held as a hostage whereby Menelaus may be induced to save them. The two men go within to dispatch Helen, whose shrieks are soon heard. Meanwhile, Electra receives Hermione, who is dragged within. A Phrygian slave flings himself in terror from a hole high up in the house front. In a strange lyric narrative, he tells how amid the confusion Helen has vanished. Orestes rushes forth in pursuit, but he is now insane and the slave contrives to escape. Orestes goes back, and in a moment the house is on fire. Menelaus rushes in distraught and sees Orestes on the battlements with his sword at Hermione's throat. A frantic altercation arises until Menelaus cries to the citizens for a rescue. Apollo appears and bids the quarrel cease. Helen is to become a sea goddess. Electra shall marry Pylades, and Hermione Orestes, who is to stand his trial at Athens. Apollo will reconcile him to the Argive state. To appreciate this masterpiece, we must realize that Euripides, who so often insists on considering tradition in the light of his own day, has here insisted on that principle even more definitely than elsewhere. Certain legendary data are, to be sure, retained. Troy has fallen, but a few years ago, Iphigenia was offered by her father as a sacrifice at Aulis. Otherwise, the events described might have occurred in the 5th century. Agamemnon, though a noble of great eminence, was not a king. Argos is ruled by an assembly not distinguishable from the Athenian ecclesia. The youth who exacts vengeance with his own hand is told in language which might have been employed by Pericles, that the vendetta is an outrage upon law and society. Punishment for crime rests with the state alone. The behest of Apollo, all-important in the Choephoro, is not even mentioned in the discussion which decides the fate of Orestes. The oracle is indeed treated with scant courtesy even by those most concerned to uphold it. Electra complains of the gods' wickedness, and her brother blames Loxias for urging him to a villainous deed and then giving no aid. The atmosphere is one in which the slaughter of Clytemnestra must be regarded with horror and the traditional defense of Orestes as unthinkable. This is not a theological study, but a dramatic essay in criminal psychology. In Orestes, the playwright has given us one of his most terrible portraits. Highly sensitive, weak-minded, overeducated in a bad school, he is unbalanced by the horror of his father's death and by the oracular command which has blasted his life. In the magnificent sickbed scene, he, like his sister, fills us with nothing but pity. But the calmer he becomes, the more are we filled with loathing for this pedant of 18, with his syllogisms justifying murder, his parade of rhetoric, his hopeless inability to grasp a situation. Rich as is the world's drama in villains, Orestes occupies a place conspicuous. He has little heart and no sense. Both failings are common. But that both heart and brain should be replaced by a factitious, perverse cleverness, an incredibly superficial passion for scoring logical points against opponents who have in hand urgent interests of real life, this grips us irresistibly. He is an example of the wreck produced by a highly specialized mental training which has ignored character. His first address to Menelaus strikes the note. Freely will I divulge my woes to thee, but as the first fruits of my plight, I touch thy knees, a suppliant, tying prayer the while to thy unleafed lips. This affected and obscure exordium is followed by verbal subtleties at every opportunity. Through my sorrows I live not, yet see the light. My deeds, not my appearance, ravage me. My body's gone, my name alone remains. But all this is nothing to the detestable exhibition wherewith he answers the aged Tyndarus. To the vital point, that Clytemnestra should have been brought before a legal tribunal, he makes no reply whatever. His only difficulties are that Tyndarus is wounded to the soul by his daughter's death, and that he is far older than Orestes. What is to be done? Simply to contract out of natural feelings so that the way may be clear for pure logic. True, matricide doth taint me, yet again pure am I, for my sire I did avenge. Therefore let thy great age be set aside from this our conference, for it puts me out, and let me on 'tis but thy hair I dread. There follows a frigid statement, balance 2 against 2, of his father's claim and his mother's offenses, and of his own glorious achievement in purifying social life. The original sinner is Tyndarus himself, who begot so vile a daughter. He ends by an appeal to Apollo's behest and a pompous comment on the importance of marriage. The aged Spartan having given his grandson over to justice as irreclaimable, the youth turns to Menelaus, whom he insists on regarding as his real hope, in spite of Menelaus' plain reluctance and extreme unpopularity in Argos. He is, moreover, unwilling to endure another display. Let me be, I am reflecting. At all times, he is impatient of subtleties. In the first moments of their meeting, he asks his accomplished nephew, "What mean you?" Wisdom is shown not by obscurity, but by plain speech. But now that Orestes has his chance, he refuses to suffer Menelaus' reflections, and with a warning that a long address is better than a short one, and easier for the auditor to follow, produces a masterpiece of metallic cleverness which presses Seneca himself very hard. Perhaps the finest gem is the offer of Hermione as a kind of discount. Before the assembly, he succeeds in combining several insanely tactless insults to the Argives. They are possessors, not original citizens of the land. They were Pelasgians at first, but later Danidi, descendants of the women who slew their husbands, and he has killed his mother as much for their sake as his father's. But Euripides' most frightful satire on advanced education is reserved for the nightmare of the close, where the raving Orsts leans down over the battlement to the grief-maddened Menelaus and begins by a lunatic reminiscence of the Socratic method. Will you be the questioner or the respondent? Prig as he is, Orestes has nevertheless some elements of nobility at the first. He can tell his uncle plainly that his disease is conscience, which convicts me for a criminal. He shows real regard for Electra. The splendidly selfless friendship between him and Pylades stirs everyone. As the play advances, however, we are lost in the loathing and breathless wonder wherewith we gaze upon the increasing insanity of the wretched prince. Each moment he becomes more vigorous and more lost to sense of right. When Electra suggests the vilest part of the plot, the seizure of Hermione, he breaks forth into a cry like Macbeth's, "Bring forth men children only." Electra has been the chief definite cause of Orestes' fall. Amazingly vivid, she fills the whole drama with a thin, acrid fume of malice. Her ruling passion is not mere hatred against Clytemnestra. That bitterness has spread until, saving her tenderness for Orestes, there is nothing in her but a narrow viperishness. When an innocent like Hermione draws near, the fang strikes by instinct. Her intensity of feeling and her years have made her Orestes' monitor long before he returned home, and it is she to whom Tyndarus points, in searing language, as the more guilty. Another influence has soured her, that lack of husband and children on which Helen, with the brutality so frequent in shallow natures, insists at their first meeting. But Electra has vastly more common sense than her brother or Pylades, and it is to her that the delightful comment on Helen is given. "Ah, nature, saw ye how tiny was that tress she cut, sparing her beauty? Tease the old Helen still." But her sense of humor cannot sustain her heart long. "Heaven's hatred seize thee. Thou hast wrought the fall of me, and this my brother and of Greece." These two women, so pungently contrasted in one brief scene, share, however, one attribute, that nerveless theology which Euripides detested as rotting the moral fiber. Electra muses upon suffering and disaster sent by heaven. Helen attributes her elopement with Paris to the maddening doom of heaven, which has also destroyed this hapless pair, her nephew and niece. The latter, in her lyric outcry, explores all the legends of her line to discover the cause of the present disaster, a method which the chorus, for all their sympathy, indeed complicity, seem to parody by the ludicrous baldness of their reflection that this horror of fiends and bloodshed has fallen upon the house, because Meticulously fell out of the chariot. All the minor characters are skillfully drawn Pylades, the warm-hearted, scatter-brained ruffian who conceives the murder of Helen as soon as he learns that she is in his friend's house. Tyndarus, the hot-tempered, affectionate old king. Menelaus, the vulgar and successful, who has no other ambition than to let bygones be bygones, and who is actually expected to find Orestes and Clytemnestra sharing the same home, quite comfortable after the death of Agamemnon. Helen, that faded, facile creature, who cannot abstain from conversation, even with murderesses if there is no one else. Hermione, minute as is her part, commands our affection, not only because of the vile complot which centers round her, but for the shy graciousness of the little she does say, letter 1F25 Kappa Omega, lambda alpha beta omicron, letter 1Fe6, sigma alpha, pyro epsilon epsilon mu iota alpha nu, and the rest. She seems to have strayed from some sunlit lost drama by Sophocles. The religious sanction, which for Sophocles had been the background of Orst's story, and which for Aeschylus provided the most vital part of the action, has in Euripides' hands become, as it were, a small, rather shabby stage property hung upon the back scene. Those avenging spirits who hunt the matricide are now called frenzies by his sister, and in the anxiously precise account which Menelaus elicits from his nephew, it becomes plain that the three maidens-like night are an hallucination. Any unfettered intercourse between them and ordinary men is out of the question. Traditional belief itself tells rather against their divinity than for it. Another stage property is the incidental miracle. Menelaus at Malia was addressed by the prophet of Nereus, Glaucus, truthful god, who told him of his brother's death. When we learn that at Nauplia he heard of Clytemnestra's death but from some mariner, we surmise that Glaucus too was human. The second miracle is that related by the Phrygian slave. Helen vanished, either by spells or the tricks of wizards or stolen by heaven. Helen has only hidden herself. The Phrygian is crazed by excitement and terror. But the miracle of Helen is vouched for by a more august witness, Apollo, who asserts that he has saved her from Orestes' sword. Thus we arrive at the final triumph of orthodox religion, the epilogue in which the Delphian god stays at a word the vengeance of Argus, and the quarrel between Menelaus and Orestes. In the reality of this epilogue, we shall believe according as we find it credible that Euripides could destroy all the effect of his own play. All the action, all the atmosphere, which the dramatist has created, are rent by an utter breach. The objection is not so much that Apollo and his speeches are in themselves absurd, though the consolation offered to Menelaus, that Helen throughout their married life has given him endless trouble, is, however true, distasteful. What jars hopelessly is the monstrous discontinuity of event and emotion. As elsewhere, this orthodox Olympian and his epilogue are a sham, devised to suit the demands of an audience which knew how Orestes went forth from Argos to Athens. The real drama ends with the wild breakdown of Menelaus, and for the three criminals and their victim, the doom falls which sin and bitter madness have made inevitable. But the Orestes is not remarkable as a study in skepticism, like the Ion. Even the psychology, superb as it is, cannot be regarded as the cause of the immense popularity which the play won in antiquity. It is preeminent for magnificent situations. The sickbed scene is unforgettable, especially that marvelous hushed song of Electra beside her sleeping brother. Holy night, outpouring ever slumber's boon on souls that mourn, from thy midmost deep dominion hither bend thy sweeping pinion, where, 'neath woes that leave it never lies a princely house forlorn. The whole progress of the later scenes is splendidly exciting, and in the midst Euripides has set the audacious scene of the Phrygian slave who replaces the conventional messenger's speech with his wild lyrical narrative, incoherent and baffling. Equally brilliant is the finale in which actual lunacy confronts the delirium of despair and grief, with the frail victim flung upon the parapet, the knife brandished in the madman's grasp, and the flames which are to end the horror already rising behind. The Bacchae, Beta Alpha Kappa Chi Alpha Iota, or Bacchantes, female votaries of the god Bacchus or Dionysus, was produced in 405 BC, soon after the poet's death in Macedonia, and with its companion plays obtained the first prize. Dionysus, standing before the palace of Thebes, tells how, disguised as a prophet, he has brought his religion into Greece. His purpose in Thebes is to punish the sisters of his mother Semele for declaring that their sister had united herself not with Zeus but with some mortal, and to crush the young king Pentheus, who opposes his worship. Already the Theban women are reveling upon Mount Cithaeron, filled with the Bacchic ecstasy. He departs to join them, and the chorus of Phrygian vaderces throng in uttering a rapturous eulogy of their religion. Tiresias and Cadmus are next seen preparing to join the revels when Pentheus enters and reproaches them. Their answers enrage him further, and he orders the arrest of the stranger prophet. The chorus appeal to holiness against the oppressor, reciting the blessings of Dionysus and the doom of pride. They yearn to revel unchecked. The stranger is brought in. Pentheus questions and insults him, finally hailing him away to the stables. The chorus sing their indignation and desire for the aid of Dionysus in person when the prophet is heard summoning fire and earthquake. The women in frenzy greet the overthrow of the palace. Their leader comes forth and relates how Pentheus in vain sought to bind him and how the god has thrown the house into utter ruin. Pentheus rushes out in fury, but is met by a rustic who relates the revels and miracles performed by the Theban vaderces. This excites the king still further, but the stranger dissuades him from the use of armed force. Let him go disguised as a woman to witness the revels. Pentheus retires into the palace with the prophet, who reveals the king's coming doom to the chorus. They rejoice in their future freedom and the fate of the ungodly. Pentheus reappears, dressed as a female reveler and utterly under the stranger's influence. The two depart for the mountains, the king being now practically imbecile. The chorus fiercely call for bloody vengeance, then praise the humble endeavor after all that is beautiful in life. A messenger returns with the story of Pentheus' death. He has been torn to pieces by his mother Agave and her companions. Agave enters in mad triumph with her son's head, followed by Cadmus, who bears the mangled remains of his grandson and gradually brings Agave back to her senses. He laments the prince who was the comfort of his old age. Dionysus appears in the sky, foretells the future of Cadmus and his wife, and explains that the present sorrows are due to the will of Zeus. Agave turns away, repudiating the new religion. Intoxicatingly beautiful, coldly sordid, at one moment baffling the brain, at the next thrilling us with the mystic charm of wood and hillside, this drama stands unique among Euripides' works. Its wonderful effect flows from three sources: primitive dramaturgy, lyrical beauty, the enigma of its theological import. As for the first of these, there is a marked simplicity both of plot and characters. A god brings a strange worship into the land of his birth. The king rejects and scorns him, whereupon the god turns his people to madness so that they avenge him upon the king. It is the simplest possible dramatic concept. If we consider the personages, comparing Agave with Phaedra or Medea, Pentheus with Ion or Hippolytus, we find an equal simplicity. The characters of the Bacchae impress us less by their subtle truth to nature than by the situation in which they stand. In this sense, the Bacchae is the most Aeschylean work of Euripides. Like his predecessor when he composed the Chophoro, he is studying directly a great religious fact, which submerges the refinements of individual psychology, leaving somewhat stark figures: the god, the old man, the king, the prophet, and the woman. In technique, we are not far from that primitive stage of modern drama which exhibits the interplay of avarice, loving-kindness, and the rest. This imparts an even greater attractiveness to the amazing literary excellence of the whole. This excellence is of two distinct kinds. The episodes are not filled with romantic beauty. Only a few splendid passages in the long narratives of messengers exhibit this. They show the same mastery of a brilliant half-prosaic idiom which is familiar elsewhere. But the lyrics are the poet's finest achievement in this field. Nothing that he had created hitherto can be compared with them, save the praises of Attica in the Medea and the song of escape in the Hippolytus. The profound beauty of their musings on the life of serene piety, the startling vividness wherewith they express the secluded loveliness which haunts bare peaks or remote woodlands, the superb torrent of glowing song which celebrates the religious ecstasy of Dionysiac votaries, where the glorious diction is swept along by a tempest of ever more tumultuous rhythm. All these contribute to make the Bacchae something precious and alone. It is with regard to the third feature, the theological purport, that disagreement begins among critics. Is the playwright commending the Bacchic religion to his fellow countrymen, or is he not? If not, why this magnificent and intense proclamation of the glory conferred by belief? But if he supports it, why this dreary aching scene at the end, when Dionysus hears no voice raised in loyalty, only the despairing accents of the woman who repudiates his worship? It may be objected that perhaps we should not hope for definite interpretation, that since, like a live thing, it seems to move and show new faces every time that, with imagination fully working, one reads the play. Perhaps there is no core of central fact to find. Here lurks a dangerous confusion of thought. Every work of art springs from a definite concept held by the artist, some piece of reality clearly understood and sincerely felt, insisting on expression at his hands precisely because it affects him emotionally. The elusiveness of the final expression is not in the least degree any proof that no definite doctrine or experience or passionate wish was its origin. A fern has a physical center of gravity as truly as an apple, though more difficult to locate. Rather, the luxuriant freedom is the proof that there is deep down something definite, else the freedom would be anarchy. We conclude that however enigmatic is the Bacchae, yet Euripides had a definite opinion about the two questions. Does the god Dionysus exist? Is his religion a blessing to humanity? His opinion could have been written down in a few lucid sentences. Had this not been so, he would have postponed beginning his play until it was. This clear concept may itself indicate doubt, if we insist on the word, or rather a bifurcation of truth, as may be observed in the dramaturgy of Sophocles. There is, then, a secret to be discovered. Is it lost forever or not? It appears to some that the drama contains evidence, unmistakable but long overlooked, which conveys Euripides' opinion concerning Dionysus. The chief, the only certain, clue is contained in the palace miracle. The facts are that the chorus cry aloud at the tottering of the building, that Dionysus a moment later when relating what has happened within, adds, "And this further evil hath Bacchus wrought upon him. He hath flung his dwelling to the ground, where it lies all in ruin," that, finally, the palace is as a fact uninjured. This latter point is proved by the complete silence of all the personages except Dionysus and the chorus. Neither Cadmus nor Agave, nor the two messengers, at their several entrances make the least remark about it. Above all, Pentheus, who is within the house when the overthrow is alleged to have occurred, says nothing about it. Later, the prince and his enemy enter the palace before proceeding to Cithaeron, again with no hint that the building has been destroyed. It follows that the statements made by the chorus and by Dionysus are untrue. The women believe what their leader cries out from within and what he tells them later. That is, they accept what their own eyes tell them is false. Only one power can work this marvel of belief, hypnotism, or, as earlier ages would call it, magic. The Dionysus of this play is precisely what Pentheus calls him, a foreign wizard, no god at all, but a human hierophant of the new religion. Brought up in Western Asia, he combines a profound feeling for natural religion with an un-Greek leaning to orgiastic ecstasy and an instinct for fiendish cruelty. So that in spreading the gospel of joy and simple surrender to the mystic loveliness of nature, he crushes those who reject him, not destroying them in passion, but working their misery with a horrible cold relish. He is Shakespeare's Richard III with religious instead of political ambitions. As for the Dionysiac religion itself, the poet feels its vast emotional appeal, feels it so strongly that he has drawn the most wonderful picture of ecstatic religion to be found in literature. But if it is proposed to him as a way of life, for civilized men he condemns it as firmly as unwillingly. To give free rein to passions and instincts hitherto unconscious or starved, this is a path, perhaps the only path, towards strangely beautiful experience, the thrill of communion with non-human life. But it is not the path for man. Here Euripides stands at one with the great European tradition. If man is to attain the height of his destiny, he will seek not the gold of joy, but the silver of happiness, not the blazing rapture of absorption in strange beauty, but the calm glow of self-understanding and self-expression. He will not seek to destroy the instinct for ecstasy, but will harness it and work it into the fabric of a sound, coherent life. He may be a spectator, it is true, if not of all time, yet of all existence. His eyes will shrink from nothing, but his heart is not to be reft from him. He must prove all things, but hold fast only that which is good, a moral being, not the slave of sound and color. In this drama, where Euripides seems to voice like some pagan archangel the glory of a non-moral absorption in the torrent of raw life, he is fundamentally as moral as at any moment in life. As Tannhäuser, after his sojourn in the Venusberg, is at length won back by the urgency of his own soul into the Roman Church, so does Euripides unflinchingly present, to an audience still breathing hard after the glories of Cithaeron, Agave and Cadmus bowed over Pentheus, mangled body, and the rejection of a god whose unmitigated demands imply the wreckage of sound human life. What then are we to believe of Dionysus? If we refuse him, we are liable like Pentheus to be destroyed. If we surrender ourselves, what of Agave? Here is a dilemma which Euripides himself did not foresee. By theta epsilon omicron sigma, God, he often means something widely different from the concept of an ordinary Athenian, but he never intends all the associations of our word God. For us, belief in God implies that the universe holds a personal governor, all-powerful and all-wise, who stands to us in a relation emotional as well as metaphysical. To accept him is to believe that his purpose embraces the existence and history of the universe and of the humblest creature therein, and because of that belief to merit his love by loving service of our own. These thoughts are to us tremendous commonplaces. They would have bewildered any 5th century Greek save Aeschylus. Theta epsilon omicron sigma means a power, usually but not necessarily personal, which is outside ourselves and affects our life in a manner which cannot be affected by any wish or act of ours, save possibly to a small degree by ritual submission. Dionysus, like the other gods, is a permanent fact of life personified. We must give him respect, take account of him in our conduct and judgment of others. To ignore him is not so much sin as utter blindness. If we insist on the personality of Dionysus, we find him attractive but deadly, a deity who employs his might to entangle the threads of life, crushing hearts better than his own. Insofar as he is a person, he is unthinkable. But as a fact of life, with no more purpose or will than the force of gravitation, he is neither good nor bad, simply a profound reality, one of the elements we must consider in building our lives. Cadmus expresses this lesson. If anyone despises the supernatural powers, let him look on the death of this man and believe in the gods. Then why does the poet dwell on the personal existence of Dionysus? Even if we refuse to believe the theory outlined already, that this person is a human hierophant, we can still answer the question. Euripides is concerned not merely to tell us the truth about ethics, but to discuss the current theology of his day. The majority of his fellows believed in a personal Zeus, a personal Athena and Dionysus. He wishes to convince them of the falsity, the pernicious falsity, of such a creed. Take this play in its superficial meaning, and you find a person who is detestable, a god who does wrong, and who is, therefore, no god at all. Away with him, purify your theology. And when this is done, we find, not that the drama has fallen to pieces, but that now it is coherent and forcible. There is in the human soul an instinct for ecstasy, for a relinquishment of self in order to feel and bathe in the non-human glory of nature. Trample this instinct ruthlessly down as did Pentheus, and your life is maimed and shriveled. Iphigenia et Aulis, letter 1F305 iota gamma epsilon nu epsilon iota alpha, letter 1F21, letter 1F10 nu, alpha letter 1F50, lambda iota delta iota, was produced soon after the poet's death in 406 BC by his son, together with Alcmaeon at Corinth and the Bacchae. The scene shows Agamemnon's tent at Aulis, where the Greeks are encamped ready to sail for Troy, but delayed by contrary winds. Before they can set out, Agamemnon's daughter Iphigenia must be sacrificed to Artemis. The king has written to his wife bidding her send the maiden to marry Achilles. We now see him in agony beneath the night sky and entrusting to an aged slave a letter revoking the first. The chorus, women of Colchis, enter and describe the pastimes of various heroes. Menelaus intercepts the letter and reproaches his brother with treachery. After a vigorous dispute, they learn that Clytemnestra and Iphigenia are approaching. Menelaus relents, but they realize that the sacrifice must proceed. The chorus sing Aphrodite's power and the judgment of Paris. Agamemnon greets his family with half-concealed distress and in vain attempts to send his wife back forthwith. A choric ode describes the impending doom of Troy. Achilles, seeking Agamemnon, meets Clytemnestra, who to his amazement greets him as a son-in-law. In the midst of their embarrassment, the old slave comes forward and reveals Agamemnon's purpose. The queen in agony appeals to Achilles, who promises to defend Iphigenia. The chorus sing the bridals of Peleus and Thetis, Achilles' parents. Then mother and daughter piteously beg Agamemnon to relent. He is heartbroken but determined. Iphigenia utters a lyric lament, after which Achilles tells how the army maltreated him for championing Iphigenia. He and the queen are excitedly debating when Iphigenia proclaims her readiness to die for the cause of Greece and departs, singing her farewell to life. A messenger brings a description of the sacrifice. At the last moment, the princess miraculously disappeared, and a hind was substituted for her by the goddess. Agamemnon returns and takes leave of Clytemnestra. The text of this drama presents curious features. There are 2 prologues, and the last 50 or 60 lines of the whole are corrupt. It seems that Euripides died before the work was finished. The gaps were filled by his son Euripides, who produced the trilogy Iphigenia, Alcmaeon, Bacchae, soon after 406 BC. The original prologue, of the ordinary narrative kind, delivered by Agamemnon in iambic meter, is embedded in the later prologue, which takes the form of a dialogue in anapaests between the king and his aged retainer. This later work is extremely charming, filled with the quiet beauty of night, overhanging the feverish ambition and misery of men. But though the younger Euripides probably wrote an ending also, this has been displaced by extremely bad work of a much later time. It is not easy to understand why such inferior matter was allowed to eject the composition of the younger Euripides. Perhaps the explanation is that the concluding lines were known from the first not to be by the master, that the play was often produced, and that for these two reasons rival endings were very early before the public. They would destroy one another's prestige, so that in later centuries none survived, and some scribe filled up the gap as best he could. A noteworthy contrast exists between the Iphigenia and the Bacchae, though they were no doubt composed at almost the same time. In this play, the chorus has practically no concern with the action, whereas the Asiatic women form the soul of the Bacchae. Instead of the wild loveliness or serene spirituality which thrill us in the lyrics of that drama, we find here nothing more profound than graceful complications of phrase and facile emotion. In compensation, while the Bacchae is primitive in psychology, its companion is superior to many Greek tragedies in the masterly freedom and subtlety of its character drawing. The play is a study of 5 ordinary characters under the stress of an extraordinary crisis. This commonplace quality of the personages conveys the whole purport, giving it a momentous position even among such works as we have been discussing. In this latest tragedy, no sincere reader can fail to detect himself under the thin disguise of names. Many men were pointed at as the original of Meredith's Sir Willoughby pattern, and for the same good reason most Athenian husbands must have stirred a little on their benches in the presence of this unheroic Agamemnon. There is nothing heroic in any of the persons. Menelaus is an ordinary man, artlessly selfish at one moment, artlessly and uselessly kind-hearted at another, and a master of fluent invective which reveals his own failings. Clytemnestra is an ordinary woman, showing indeed a queenly dignity in the normal relations of life, but when puzzled or alarmed revealing herself a thorough bourgeoise, and when confronted by the doom which threatens her daughter forgetting all her pride, clutching at even the most pitiful means of gaining a respite, and utterly broken when her hope dies away. Agamemnon is an ordinary man, thrown by circumstances into a position where both generalship and statesmanship are needed, attempting to rule his army by diplomacy and his family by military discipline, with ruin as the result. Fatally open to suggestion, he makes and remakes subterfuges, seeking to spare everyone's feelings until at last he drifts into the necessity of slaying his own child. Even Iphigenia is an ordinary girl. It is precisely because she is a common type that we grieve for her anguish and triumph in her exaltation. Macaria in the Heraclide is almost unknown save to professed students of Euripides. She knows no fear or hesitation and lives on the heights. We recognize in ourselves no kinship with her. But Iphigenia we meet every day. She is no heroine, but a child. Her delight at seeing her father again shows all a child's amiable abandon. Her pitiful cries and shrinking at the prospect of death are those of the ordinary happiness-loving girl. When finally the agony of her father, the empty clamor of Achilles, her mother's undignified tremors, nerve her to trample her own dread underfoot, we rejoice precisely because what we witness is the triumph of common human nature. Even Achilles, son of a goddess as story reported him, is a commonplace person too. This is not the hero who flames through the Iliad, but a young noble led into the extreme of folly by this very legend that his origin is divine. Perhaps nothing even in the deadly Euripides is quite so fatal to the traditional halo than the incredible speech wherewith Achilles comforts Clytemnestra. Of vast length, full of spurious, jerky rhetoric and contradictory comments on the situation, which, however frightful, appeals to him mostly as an atmosphere in which he can pose, this oration reveals him as a sham. Fortunately for him, he is never undeceived. This man is not the Achilles of tradition. He is spiritual brother of the mad prince in the Orestes and the ancestor of Mr. Shaw's Sergius Saranoff. In his last work, then, Euripides, so far from showing any exhaustion of power, appears on the verge of new developments. He has drawn still nearer to the new comedy of Menander. The suddenness with which, after the quarrel between Agamemnon and Menelaus, the crisis is precipitated by the entrance of the messenger announcing Iphigenia's arrival. The man breaks into the middle of a line is a remarkable novelty. The altercation itself shows a brilliant freedom of idiom, which even this poet has hardly reached hitherto. There is at least one unprecedented license of meter, and the complete change of spirit which comes upon Iphigenia was novel enough to offend Aristotle. The Cyclops, Capupsilon Capilamdo Megapsi, is the only complete satiric play now extant. No indications of date seem available. The background is a cave on Mount Etna, wherein dwells the Cyclops, or one-eyed giant Polyphemus. Silenus tells how he and the satyrs have become the ogre's slaves. He is sweeping out the cavern when the chorus of satyrs drive in their flocks. Odysseus and his men arrive, seeking provisions, which Silenus eagerly sells for a skin of wine. The conversation is interrupted by Polyphemus, who decides to devour the intruders. Odysseus eloquently appeals to him, but receives a brutal and blasphemous reply. The giant drives the Greeks within, and the chorus express their disgust at his cannibalism. Odysseus tells how 2 of his men have been eaten. He himself has gained favor by the gift of wine, and proposes that they all escape, after blinding Polyphemus with a red-hot stake. The chorus joyfully assent. Polyphemus comes forth drunk and intending to visit his brethren, but Odysseus dissuades him. The Cyclops asks Odysseus his name and is told, Nomen. He promises to eat his benefactor last. The revel proceeds until Polyphemus retires, whereupon Odysseus calls for action, but the chorus all offer ridiculous excuses. The hero goes within to perform the task with his comrades. Soon the giant reappears, blind and bellowing with pain, while the satyrs joke about Nomen and give him false directions so that the Greeks escape from the cave. Odysseus reveals himself, and Polyphemus recognizes the fulfillment of an oracle. He threatens to wreck the ship, but the others depart unconcernedly to the beach. This brief play, it has hardly more than 700 lines, is invaluable as being the only complete work of the satiric type which we now possess. Considered in itself, it is of small value, though it must have formed an agreeable light entertainment. The lyrics are short and trifling. Of characterization there is little, and that little traditional and obvious. Odysseus is pious, valiant, resourceful, Polyphemus brutally sensual, the satyrs cowardly and frivolous. Though there are passages of tension, the audience can never have felt any marked excitement, as the whole story, except that the satyrs are imported by the dramatist, is taken from a well-known episode in Homer. Even such things as the joke on the name Autais, Nomen, and the comparison between the spit which blinds Polyphemus and the auger of a shipwright are borrowed from the epic. The nature of satiric drama in general is discussed elsewhere. Here it will be enough to note that there are tragic features in this play. Odysseus throughout speaks and acts in a manner as dignified, perhaps more dignified, than in certain tragedies of our poet. The farcical scenes provided by the rascally Silenus, the obscene jests and cowardice of the chorus, and a certain approximation to comedy in the iambic meter used by them or by Polyphemus are marks of a satiric play. It should be noted, however, that even without them, the Cyclops would be no tragedy. Polyphemus is no tragic antagonist of the hero. His exposition of his philosophy of life, such as it is, must not persuade us that there is here any valid moral antagonism as foundation of the drama. Odysseus contends with him and eludes him as one might escape the violence of a ravening animal. The Resus, letter 1 Fe5 letter 1 Fc6 sigma omicron sigma, is a drama of uncertain date and authorship. The action is founded on the 10th book of the Iliad and takes place at night in the Trojan camp. Hector has defeated the Greeks and hopes to destroy them at dawn. The drama opens with a song by the chorus of sentinels, come to warn Hector that the Greeks are astir. He is ordering instant attack when Aeneas urges that a spy be first sent. Dolon volunteers and sets forth disguised as a wolf, followed by the admiration and prayers of the chorus. A herdsman announces the approach of the Thracian prince Resus with an army to aid Troy, but Hector is displeased with his tardiness and, despite the joyful ode of the chorus, greets his ally with reproaches. Resus offers excuses, promising to destroy the Greeks without Trojan help and to invade Greece. Hector takes him away to bivouac. The chorus depart to rouse the Lycians, whose watch comes next. Odysseus and Diomedes steal in, intending to slay Hector. They have met Dolon and learned from him the position of Hector's tent and the watchword, Phobos. Athena appears, bidding them slay Resus and take his wondrous steeds. They depart, and seeing Paris draw near, she calms his suspicions under the guise of his protectress Aphrodite. Next she recalls the Greeks, who have slain Resus. An exciting scene follows, in which the chorus sees Odysseus, who escapes by using the password. The chorus sing the daring of Odysseus. A wounded charioteer of Rhesus staggers in, proclaiming his master's death, of which he accuses Hector, who sends him away for tendance. As the chorus lament, a muse appears in the sky, bearing the body of her son Rhesus. She sings a dirge and curses Odysseus and Diomedes. Next, she tells of her union with the river god, father of Rhesus, and upbraids Athena. Hector promises glorious obsequies, but she declares that her son shall live on in the Thracian mountains as a spirit half divine. Hector orders an assault upon the Greeks, and the chorus sing a few courageous words. This admirable drama stands quite by itself. There is a minimum of psychology, the lyrics are mostly of slight value, but the writer has not aimed at a tragedy of the usual type. Its excellence lies in the vigor and excitement of the action. Almost all the scenes, especially the debate at the opening and the escape of the Greeks, are written by a master of vivid realism who is less concerned with character drawing. The unwearied Hector, the cautious Aeneas, the vaunting, splendid barbarian prince, the fiercely loyal charioteer, these are all obvious types. The only really fine stroke of psychological insight occurs where Hector, himself reckless at first, is by the absurd presumptuousness of Rhesus forced into discretion. What really stirs one is the thrilling atmosphere of danger and the magical little lyric which falls half carelessly from the wearied sentries when the night begins to wane. Hark, hark, that voice, as of 1,000 strings, the nightingale, where Simwa moves along, mid corpses stark upon the listening air she flings her grief transfused into song, and now on Ida graze the sheep. One distant pipe through darkness cries over the upland lawn. Now layeth velvet-footed sleep enchantment on my drooping eyes, sweetest at hush of dawn. Some ancient critics denied that Euripides wrote the Rhesus, and the great majority of modern scholars have accepted this view. The evidence for Euripidean authorship is as follows. The play comes down to us in the manuscripts of that poet. Roman 2, that Euripides wrote a Rhesus is known from the Didascaliae or dramatic records. Roman 3, early Alexandrian writers quote passages from our text as from the Rhesus of Euripides. On the other side are a statement in the argument. Some have suspected this drama to be spurious and not the work of Euripides, for it reveals rather the Sophoclean manner. Roman 2, various features of the work which modern critics have regarded as suggesting an inferior playwright. A, the plot is superficial. B, there is no prologue. C, 4 actors are needed. D, Aeneas and Paris have practically nothing to do. E, the chorus is employed in a manner foreign to Euripidean plays. F, there is a lack of force and pathos. G, there is no rhetoric. H, there is no sententiousness. I, we have here the beginning of historical drama, which is later than the 5th century. J, the style is eclectic. Imitations of Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides are to be observed. Several of these objections are plainly unfounded. 4 actors are not clearly necessary, as was shown above. Pathos, of a kind quite Euripidean, is to be found in the scene where the muse laments her glorious son. And how deny rhetorical force to a poet who can write such brilliantly vigorous things as, friends in plenty shall I find, now heaven stands firm for us and fortune guides my sword. I need them not. Where hid they those long years when Troy, a galleon with her canvas rent, reeled onward through war's shrieking hurricane? The high-hearted defense of Rhesus is full of the same tingling rhetoric, yet many critics of the highest rank have denied Euripidean authorship to the Rhesus. On the other side stands the testimony of the almost contemporary record. One consideration, obvious yet too often ignored, may help us. The earliest work of Euripides to which we can assign a date, the Alcestis, belongs to the year 438. The poet was then at least 42 years old. Is it beyond belief that 20 years before the Alcestis, the youthful dramatist composed a stirring tale of war and hairbreadth escape, which owed much to the manner of Aeschylus, especially in his handling of the chorus? During the period for which we have evidence, he was constantly testing the possibilities of his art. Need we assume that, until the Alcestis, he had not advanced? The soundest view appears to be that we have here a very early work of Euripides. This is confirmed by the critic Crates, an academic philosopher of the 2nd century before Christ, who asserted that Euripides was still young when he wrote the Rhesus. To this should be added whatever help may be drawn from contemporary history. It is natural to suppose that when this drama was composed, Athenian politics were closely concerned with Thrace. An Athenian colony at 9 Ways, afterwards called Amphipolis, was destroyed by the Thracians in 465 B.C. In 436, the place was resettled under the new name by Hagnon, who brought the bones of Rhesus from the Troad back to Thrace. The later year, as connected with the hero, would seem the more suitable, were it not for the words of his mother, who refuses burial for her son and proclaims his strange life after death. Hidden in caverns of the silver-yielding soil, he shall lie as a human spirit, still living. Such language would rather be avoided after the bones themselves had been visibly committed to Thracian earth. On the whole, one thinks the situation more suitable to some period, anterior to Hagnon's expedition, when Thracian politics were in the air, perhaps quite soon after the disaster of 465 BC. Of the lost plays, we have about 1,100 fragments. Few of these comprise more than 3 or 4 lines, but a fair conception of several dramas can be formed from reports of the plot, parodies by Aristophanes, and the remains themselves. The Telephus was acted in 438 BC, together with the Cretan women Alcmaeon at Sophis and Alcestis. Sophocles won the first prize, Euripides the second. Telephus, king of Mysia, was wounded by Achilles when the Greeks invaded Mysia in mistake for Troy. His wound would not heal, and he entered his enemy's country disguised as a beggar to consult the Delphic oracle, which declared that the wounder would heal him. Meanwhile, the Greek heroes were deliberating at Argos about a second expedition. Agamemnon refused to set forth again and uttered to Menelaus the celebrated words, Sigma pi alpha rho tau eden u, letter 1 f 1 lambda alpha chi epsilon sigma, tau alpha epsilon tau eden u, cap omicron sigma mu epsilon iota. Sparta is thy place. Make thereof the best. While the council was in progress, Telephus begged audience. His disguise was penetrated by Odysseus, and he was about to be slain when he snatched up the infant Orestes, threatening to kill the child if the Greeks molested him. He was given a hearing and justified his action in fighting the Greeks when they invaded his country. His hearers were won over, but it was found that Achilles had no knowledge of medicine. Odysseus suggested that the real wounder was Achilles' spear. Telephus was thus healed, and in his gratitude consented to guide the Greeks to Troy. We possess in the Acharnians of Aristophanes an elaborate and brilliant parody of the interview granted to Telephus. Diceopolis, an Athenian farmer who has made peace on his own account with Sparta, is attacked by his fellow citizens, the charcoal burners of Acharni, and only obtains leave to plead his cause by threatening to slay their darling, a coal basket. Then he begs from Euripides the beggar's outfit of Telephus, and, returning, delivers a clever harangue denouncing the war. The baby hostage idea Aristophanes used again in the Thesmophorias, you see, where Nesalachus, in great danger from the infuriated women, seizes the infant which one of them is carrying, only to find it a concealed wineskin. Philoctetes was produced in 431 BC with the Medea, Dictes, and Harvesters, theta epsilon rho, ota sigma tau alpha iota, when both Euripides and Sophocles were defeated by Euphorion, the son of Aeschylus. Our knowledge is derived almost wholly from Dio Chrysostom, who compares the 3 plays called Philoctetes by Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides. He offers interesting comments on the differences in plot. In Euripides, as in Aeschylus, the chorus consists of Lemnian men, but the later poet anticipates criticism by making his chorus apologize for not visiting the sufferer earlier. One Lemnian, by name Actor, takes part as a friend of Philoctetes. The prologue is spoken by Odysseus, here working with Diomes, not Neoptolemus, as in Sophocles, who explains that he would not have undertaken this present task for fear of being recognized by Philoctetes, had not Athena changed his appearance. Here, as in the apology offered by the chorus, we have implied criticism on Aeschylus. The Trojans are sending an embassy in the hope of gaining Philoctetes. Later in the drama, no doubt, occurred a set dispute between the Greek and the Trojan envoys. In the Bellerophon, Euripides seems to have gone to the extreme in depicting the passionate atheism inspired by the sight of prosperous wickedness. If the gods do aught base, he exclaims in a famous line, they are not gods. Another vigorous fragment begins. Then dare men say that there are gods in heaven? Nay, nay, there are not. Fling the tale away, the ancient lie by human folly bred, base not your judgment on these words of mine, use but your eyes. Bellerophon ascended to heaven on his winged steed Pegasus in order to remonstrate with Zeus. This idea is used farcically in Aristophanes' piece, where Trigeus ascends on a monstrous beetle. Eurystheus was a beautiful picture of patriotism. Athens being attacked by the Eleusinians and Thracians, King Eurystheus was told by the Delphic oracle that he could secure victory for Athens by sacrificing his daughter. His wife Praxithea, in a speech of passionate patriotism, consented to give up her child. Swinburne has used this fragment in his own Eurystheus. Another long fragment contains the advice which Eurystheus gives to his son, and which in its dry precision curiously resembles the farewell of Polonius to Laertes. While the issue of battle remains uncertain, the chorus of old Athenians sing a lyric which charmingly renders their yearning for peace. Along my spear, at last laid by, may spiders weave their shining thread, may peace and music, ere I die, with garlands crown my whitening head. I deck Athens' cloistered fane with shields of Thracian mountaineers, and ope the well-loved page again, where poets sing across the years. Another popular play was the Antiope. It dealt with the persecution of Antiope by Lycus, king of Thebes, and his wife Dirce. She was rescued from death by her two sons, Amphion and Zethus, whom she had been compelled to abandon at birth, and who discovered the relationship in the critical hour. The chief interest of the play was the contrast between the brothers, Zethus a man of muscle, devoted to farming, Amphion, a musician and lover of the arts. Euripides developed this contrast in a long debate wherein culture was upheld against the Philistine. We still read one criticism of myth, which recalls a blunt passage of the Ion. Story said that Antiope's sons were the offspring of Zeus, but Amphion has the hardihood to express doubt to his mother herself. With the Helen, BC 412, was produced a work of the first importance, the Andromeda, a charming love story full of romance and poetical loveliness. It was immensely popular. Aristophanes gives in his Thesmophory, as you see, a parody as elaborate as that of Telephus in the Acharnians, and it was a perusal of this drama which excited Dionysus in the Frogs to descend to Hades for the purpose of fetching back the dead playwright. Lucian tells how Archelaus, the tragic actor, came to Abdera and performed the Andromeda. The whole town grew crazy over it. They used to sing the solo from the Andromeda and recite Perseus' speech from beginning to end. The town swarmed with these actors of a weak standing, pale and lean, shouting with all the strength of their lungs, "O love, of gods and men tyrannic lord," and all the rest of it. This went on for a long time, in fact till winter, when a severe frost cured them of their nonsense. The Andromeda points forward to the novel, and it is interesting to note that in the best Greek novel, the Ethiopica of Heliodorus, who wrote about 800 years after Euripides' death, the heroine's father, like Andromeda's, was an Ethiopian king. Scanty as are the remnants of this drama, we can still form some idea of its structure. It is the crowning virtue of all great art that, however little is left of it by the injuries of time, that little will be lovely. The country of Cepheus, the Ethiop king, was ravaged by a sea monster, and the only help lay in sacrificing to the creature Andromeda, the king's daughter, who was bound to a rock and left as his prey. At this point, the action begins. It is still night, and from the cliff rises the lament of the captive. O solemn night, how slow thy coursers trace, amid the holy heavens starbedight, their pathway through the deeps of space. At each pause in her song comes the voice of Echo repeating the sad syllables, till Andromeda is joined by the maidens who form the chorus. The lyric dialogue concluded, it seems that the father and mother, Cepheus and Cassiopeia, enter and that there is some talk of attacking the monster. Phineus, brother of the king and the affianced of Andromeda, shrinks from the risk. But now comes unlooked-for aid. Perseus, fresh from his slaughter of the Gorgon, arrives, borne through the air on his winged sandals. Though Zeus is his father, in this play he figures as the lowly hero familiar in our own fairy tales. Certainly, he appears to be contrasted with the rich but cowardly Phineus and the helpless, despairing king. His first words have been preserved. Gods, to what alien kingdom am I come on sandals swift, between the earth and heaven journeying homewards on these winged feet? But soft, what crag is that by tossing foam surrounded? Lo, the statue of a maid hewn from the living rock by patient art, its craftsman's masterwork. Drawing near, he perceives that this thing of beauty is a living maiden, and at once longs to make her his bride. When she asks his name, instead of proudly claiming Zeus as his father, he mentions his own name, his journey's end, and his achievement. Pi epsilon rho sigma epsilon upsilon sigma. Pi rho letter 1 F78, sigma letter 1 F04 rho gamma omicron sigma, nu alpha upsilon sigma tau omicron lambda letter 1 FF6 nu. Tau letter 1 F78, gamma omicron rho gamma omicron nu omicron sigma, kappa alpha rho alpha, kappa omicron mu iota zeta omega nu. But he is no medieval knight. He does not forbear to state his claim before addressing himself to the task. And if I save thee, maid, wilt give me thanks? Andromeda, on her side, feels and speaks without subtlety. Stranger, have pity on my sore distress, free me from bonds. And again, take me, O stranger, for thy handmaiden or wife or slave. Before encountering the monster Perseus, comes to an understanding with Cepheus and goes forth to the conflict, calling upon Eros to aid his chosen. O love, of gods and men tyrannic lord, either teach beauty to unlearn her power, or speed true lovers, through adventurous maze that in thy name they enter to success. So shall all men to thee pay reverence, refuse, and lo, thy glories fade to not end through thy very boon of wakened hearts. 2 or 3 lines picture the grateful crowd of rustics who surrounded the victor. All the shepherd folk flowed around him, one bringing an ivy bowl of milk for his refreshing, another the joyous grape juice. Phineus sought to assert his claim upon Andromeda, but was repulsed by her father. Later, the maiden's parents themselves begged her not to leave them desolate. In a thrilling reply, she declared that she would cleave to her husband. Then follows mention of a wedding feast, and at the close it seems probable that Athena foretold the future. Of the Phaethon, we are fortunate in possessing 2 unusually long fragments of 70 and 75 lines respectively. It is an exciting and romantic story, the legend of Phaethon, child of the sun god, who called upon his father to prove their relationship by permitting him for one day to drive the chariot of the sun. This conception, gorgeous with the spirit of adventure and an un-Greek yearning for what transcends mortal power, seems to have filled the whole play with glow and rushing movement. A fragment of the prologue marks this at once. It tells how Clymene is wedded to Merops, lord of this our land, which first of all the earth, the sun god smites with golden radiance of his risen car, nammed by black-visaged folk that dwell around the gleaming stable of the sun and dawn. From Strabo, to whom we owe this extract, we learn that the palace of Merops is close to the abode of the sun god. This notion that the youth's home is only an hour's walk from the palace of the sun gives a sense of delightful verisimilitude. It appears that Phaethon in this prologue tells how his father Merops plans to marry him to a goddess, but that he himself is unwilling. Clymene, his mother, to persuade her son that he will not be distastefully united to one vastly his superior, reveals that he is the son not of Merops, but of the sun god Helios, who promised her long ago that he would grant her child one wish. Let Phaethon approach Helios with some request and prove her story. The prince resolves to do so. The chorus of female attendants enter with a lovely song in honor of Phaethon's wedding. They picture the whole earth awakening to daily activities. Next appears the king, who describes the brilliant future which awaits his son. Phaethon views with distaste this life of easeful splendor. To him, at this moment, may well be attributed the vigorous words, "Each nook of earth that feeds me is my home." Goethe has indicated, with splendid insight, the dramatic power which must have filled this scene. The aged king offering the easy joys of riches and a royal home to this youth already burning in secret for the high enterprise of seeking his real and divine father. Later, the interview was described between Phaethon and Helios, who, after seeking to dissuade him, granted his request and added anxious instructions. "Let not thy steeds invade the Afric sky, its temper hath no moistness, and thy wheels downward must sink. Direct thy path toward the Pleiades 7. Impatient of the rest, he snatched the reins and smote the winged coursers till they flew unchecked thro' opening vistas of the heaven. His father, mounted on a blazing star, rode after, warning him, 'Drive thither, boy, wheel yonder.'" The messenger seems to have continued with a picture of Phaethon's fall. The body, still giving off the smoke of destruction, is next brought in, and we possess part of Clymene's frantic speech. Her grief is mingled with terror. The strange manner of her son's death may provoke her husband Merops to inquiry and reflection, and so her long-past union with the sun god may come to light. She bids them hide the body in the treasure chamber, of which she alone holds the keys. Soon the king enters amid lyric strains, celebrating the marriage day of Phaethon. He is giving orders for merrymaking when a servant hurries out to inform him that the treasure chamber is giving forth clouds of smoke. Merops hastens within, and the chorus bewail the disclosure which is imminent. In a moment, the stricken father is heard returning with lamentation. The course of the last scene is not certain, but probably a god reconciled the king and his wife, giving directions for the disposal of Phaethon's body. A beautiful but obscure fragment, redolent with the charm of breezes and murmuring boughs after all this blaze and splendor, seems to point to the story of Phaethon's sisters, who mourned him beside the western waters and were transformed into poplars. This god was probably Oceanus, the father of Clymene. He alone, deity of the world-encircling water, could give unity to these two pictures, the radiant eastern land of Phaethon's youthful enterprise and the distant western river, where his sorrows and his end are bathed in dim beauty. This sketch allows us to realize how much we have lost in the Phaethon. The romantic events and setting recall the Andromeda. Clymene's sorrow and shame mingle strangely with the gallant enterprise and bright charm of the whole, somewhat as Cruce's story is contrasted with the fresh cheerfulness of Ion. Above all, the noble simplicity and high-hearted adventurousness of Phaethon, inspired by his newfound kinship with a god and chafing at the placid program of domestic honor and luxury, which his supposed father sets before him. This is a concept of boundless promise. The Hypsipyle, which was produced late in Euripides' life, is specially interesting through the discovery in 1906 of extensive fragments at Oxyrhynchus in Egypt. Previously it was known by scanty quotations of no great interest, though apparently much prized in ancient times. The plot is now in the main clear. Hypsipyle, granddaughter of the god Dionysus and daughter of Thoas, king of Lemnos, was exiled because she refused to join in the massacre of the Lemnian men by their women. Previously she had borne twin sons to Jason. These she lost when expelled from her home. She is now slave to Eurydice, queen of Nemea in the north of the Peloponnese, and nurse to her infant son Ophelts. Her own sons come in quest of her, and without recognizing their mother are entertained in the palace. Hypsipyle is quieting the child with a song and a rattle when the chorus of Nemean women enter. Next, certain soldiers arrive from the host which the 7 chieftains are leading against Thebes. Their commander, the Prince Amphiaraus, explains that the army is in need of water, and Hypsipyle consents to show them a spring. Later she returns in anguish. During her absence, the child has been killed by a great serpent. Eurydice is about to slay her when she appeals to Amphiaraus, who pleads her cause and promises Eurydice that the Greeks shall found a festival in honor of the child. This festival is that of the famous Nemean Games. He sees that this fatal accident is a bad omen for the enterprise of the 7, and names the child Archemorus instead of Ophelts. Eurydice is appeased. Later we find Hypsipyle and her sons made known to one another, and the god Dionysus appears, apparently to arrange future events. Though there is one difficulty as to the plot, namely, that we do not know what function was assigned to Hypsipyle's sons. They cannot have been introduced merely for the recognition scene. The whole conception strikes one as simple and masterly. It has been well remarked that while a modern dramatist would have omitted the Theban expedition, nothing seemed to the Greeks worthy of contemplation in the theater by a great people, unless it had some connection with the exploits and the history of nations. On the same canvas, the death of one little child and the doom of the 7 chieftains, with their crowding battalions, are depicted in a perspective which sets the former fatality in the foreground. The captive princess, even through the ruins of the text, shines forth with great charm. Her whole life centers round her lost children and the brief magical time of her union with Jason. The chorus reproach her with her indifference to the exciting presence of Adrastus, great army. She will think of nothing save Argo and the fleece. When at point to die, her spirit flashes back to those old days in a few words of amazing poignancy. Letter 1 F66, pi rho letter 1 FF7, rho alpha kappa alpha letter 1 F76, lambda epsilon upsilon kappa alpha letter 1 FD6, nu omicron nu letter 1 F10 psi, letter 1 F05 lambda mu sigma, letter 1 F55 delta omega rho, letter 1 F00, rho gamma omicron letter 1 FE6 sigma, letter 1 F30 letter 1 F7c, pi alpha letter 1 FD6 delta. Ah, prow of Argo and the brine that flashed into whiteness. Ah, my 2 sons. Her talk with them towards the end is a pathetic and lovely passage equal to anything Euripides ever wrote in this kind. Melanippe the Wise appears to have been a drama of unusual personal interest. Aeschylus espoused Hip, whose daughter Melanippe became by Poseidon mother of twin sons. The god bade her hide them from Aeschylus, and they were discovered by grooms in the care of a bull and a cow. They, supposing the children miraculous offspring of these animals, reported their discovery to Aeschylus, who decided to expiate the portent by burning the infants alive. Melanippe was instructed to shroud them for death. In order to save her children without revealing her own secret, she denied the possibility of such portentous births, but seems to have found herself forced at length to confess in order to prove the natural origin of the infants. Aeschylus condemned her to be blinded and imprisoned, her offspring to be exposed. Her mother Hip appeared as Dea ex machina and saved her kin. The great feature of this play was the heroine's speech in which she sought to convince her father that such a portent was impossible. Lines from the opening of this argument are preserved. The story is not mine. From my mother have I learned how heaven and earth were once mingled in substance. When they separated into twain, they engendered and brought into the light of day all creatures, the trees, birds, beasts, nurslings of the sea, and the race of men. The speech was an elaborate scientific sermon to disprove the possibility of miracles. Similarly, according to a famous story, the drama opened originally with the line, "Zeus, whoever Zeus may be, for only by stories do I know of him." But this open agnosticism gave such offense that Euripides produced the play again with the words, "Zeus, as truth relates." A different but closely connected source of interest is the fact that here Euripides veiled his own personality less thinly than usual. That Melanippe was only his mouthpiece appears to have been a recognized fact. Dionysius of Halicarnassus observes that it presents a double character, that of the poet and that of Melanippe, and Lucian selects the remark on Zeus in the prologue as a case where the poet is speaking his own views. The mother from whom Melanippe learned her philosophy has been identified with the great metaphysician and scientist Anaxagoras, who was banished from Athens in 430 BC, and it is natural to suppose that this Melanippe is not much later than that year, perhaps much earlier in view of the strongly didactic manner. Hartung refers to this play the splendid fragment. Letter 1F 44 lambda beta iod omicron sigma, letter 1F 45 sigma tau iod sigma, tau letter 1F C6, sigma letter 1F 31 sigma tau omicron rho iod alpha sigma, letter 1F 14 sigma chi epsilon, mu alpha theta eta sigma iod nu. Mu eta tau epsilon, pi omicron lambda iod a tau letter 1F F6, nu letter 1F 10, pi letter 1F 76. Pi eta mu omicron, sigma upsilon nu letter 1F C3 mu eta tau. Epsilon letter 1F 30, sigma letter 1F 00 delta iota cap omicron upsilon sigma, pi rho alpha psi epsilon iota sigma, letter 1F 41, rho mu letter 1F F6 nu. Letter 1F 00 lambda lambda. Letter 1F 00 theta alpha nu alpha tau omicron upsilon, kappa alpha theta omicron, rho letter 1F F6, nu phi upsilon sigma epsilon omega sigma, kappa omicron sigma mu omicron nu, letter 1F 00 gamma eta rho omega. Pi letter 1F C7, tau epsilon, sigma upsilon nu epsilon sigma tau eta, kappa alpha letter 1F 76, letter 1F 45, pi letter 1F C3, kappa alpha letter 1F 76, letter 1F 45 pi omega sigma. Tau omicron letter 1F D6, sigma delta, letter 1F 72, tau omicron iota omicron upsilon tau omicron iota sigma, omicron letter 1F 50 delta epsilon pi omicron tau, alpha letter 1F 30, sigma chi rho letter 1F F6, nu letter 1F 14 rho gamma omega nu, mu epsilon lambda epsilon tau eta mu alpha, pi rho omicron sigma iota zeta epsilon iota. Happy is he who hath won deep learning. He setteth himself neither to hurt his fellow citizens nor towards works of iniquity, but fixeth his gaze upon the ageless order of immortal nature, the laws and methods of its creation. Unto such a man never doth there cling the plotting of base deeds. If these lines point at Anaxagoras and belong to our play, the two significant clauses which defend the moral character of the philosopher in question indicate the year 430 itself. The Cresphontes had immense success as a powerful melodrama. Polyphontes, having slain his brother Cresphontes, king of Messenia, seized his throne and married his widow Merope, who sent her infant son Cresphontes away to safekeeping in Aetolia. When he grew up, he returned to avenge his father. At this point, the action begins. Cresphont seems to have delivered the prologue. Since Polyphonte, fearing his return, has offered a reward to whoever shall slay him, he has determined to win the usurper's confidence by claiming to have destroyed his enemy. Meanwhile, Merope, alarmed by the proclamation of the king, has sent an aged slave to find whether Cresphont is well. He returns with tidings that the prince has disappeared from Aetolia. Merope gives her son over for lost, and observing the youthful stranger who is received with joy by the king, she becomes convinced that he is the murderer of her son. While he lies asleep, she steals upon him with an axe, when the old slave recognizes the stranger and stops her arm. Mother and son are united, and at once plot to slay Polyphonte. Merope pretends to be reconciled to the king, who in his joy goes to sacrifice, accompanied by the youth, who takes advantage of a suitable moment to slay his enemy. Plutarch, nearly 6 centuries later, testifies to the sensation which the recognition caused in the audience. Merope herself seems to have been a figure ranking with Hecuba in the Troads. The tidings of her son's death draw from her words, which in their quiet dignity of grief have something of Wordsworth. Children have died ere now, not mine alone, and wives been widowed. Yea, this cup of life unnumbered women have drained it, as do I. Insistent fate taking in fee the lives of all I loved, hath made me wise. Probably it was Merope again who uttered the famous lines which advise lament over the newly born and a glad procession to accompany the dead. The recognition scene is singled out for a special praise by Aristotle. The fragments of this tragedy include a perfect jewel of lyric poetry, a prayer to peace. Epsilon letter 1 F30, rho eta nu alpha beta alpha theta epsilon pi lambda omicron epsilon tau epsilon, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, kappa alpha lambda lambda iota sigma tau alpha, mu alpha kappa alpha rho omega nu theta, epsilon letter 1 FF6, nu zeta letter 1 FC6, lambda omicron sigma mu omicron iota, sigma epsilon theta epsilon nu. Letter 1 F6 1 sigma, chi rho omicron nu iota zeta epsilon iota sigma. Delta epsilon delta omicron iota kappa alpha, delta letter 1 F72, mu letter 1 F74, pi rho letter 1 F76, nu pi omicron nu omicron iota sigma, letter 1 F51, pi epsilon rho beta alpha lambda letter 1 FC3, mu epsilon gamma letter 1 FC6, rho alpha sigma. Pi rho letter 1 F76, nu sigma letter 1 F70, nu chi alpha rho iota epsilon sigma sigma alpha nu, letter 1 F6 5 rho alpha nu, pi rho omicron sigma iota delta epsilon letter 1 FD6, nu kappa alpha letter 1 F76, kappa alpha lambda lambda iota chi omicron rho omicron epsilon sigma, letter 1 F00, omicron iota delta letter 1 F70, sigma phi iota lambda omicron sigma tau epsilon phi alpha nu omicron epsilon sigma, tau epsilon. Kappa omega mu omicron epsilon sigma, letter 1 F34 theta iota, mu omicron iota, pi omicron tau nu alpha, pi omicron lambda iota nu. Tau letter 1 F70, nu delta, letter 1 F10, chi theta rho letter 1 F70, nu sigma tau alpha sigma iota nu, epsilon letter 1 F36, rho gamma, letter 1 F00 pi, omicron letter 1 F34, kappa omega nu tau letter 1 F70, nu mu alpha iota nu omicron mu epsilon nu alpha nu tau, letter 1 F14 rho iota nu theta eta kappa tau, letter 1 FF7, tau epsilon rho pi omicron mu epsilon nu alpha nu. Sigma iota delta alpha, rho letter 1 FF3. A paraphrase might run thus: O peace, thou givest plenty as from a deep spring. There is no beauty like unto thine, no, not even among the blessed gods. My heart yearneth within me, for thou tarriest. I grow old and thou returnest not. Shall weariness overcome mine eyes before they see thy bloom and thy comeliness? When the lovely songs of the dancers are heard again, and the thronging feet of them that wear garlands, shall gray hairs and sorrow have destroyed me utterly. Return, thou Holy One, to our city. Abide not far from us, thou that quenchest wrath. Strife and bitterness shall depart, if thou art with us. Madness and the edge of the sword shall flee away from our doors. Matthew Arnold's Merope has the same plot and includes a recognition scene which probably resembles the lost original closely. His conception of Polyphonte is thoroughly Euripidean. Of the other lost plays, little can be said here. Still, amid this faint glow of stardust, many marvelous things are to be discerned, words of tremulous tenderness from the Danae describing the charm of infancy, a line from Eno which in its powerful grimness recalls Aeschylus, like a lone beast, he lurks in caves unlit. Out of the Polyidus the celebrated query. Who knows of life that it is aught but death, and death aught else than life beyond the grave? From an unknown drama comes a line, which owes its preservation to St. Paul. Phi theta epsilon iodoro omicron upsilon sigma iodinu, letter 1F24 theta, chi rho eta sigma theta. Letter 1F41 mu iota lambda iota alpha iota, kappa alpha iota. Evil communications corrupt good manners. Euripides, cosmopolitan sympathy nowhere, finds finer expression than in the distich. Where'er spreads heaven the eagle cleaves his path, where'er lies earth the righteous are at home. But the student must at his leisure explore the marvels of these rock pools left by the retiring ocean. One majestic passage from the Cretans shall suffice to close this survey. The lines are from a march sung by the curates or priests of the Cretan Zeus, and show that even in the Hellenic world the monastic spirit was not unknown. Thou whom the Tyrian princess bare to mighty Jove, thou lord of Crete, to whom her 100 cities bow, lo, I draw near thy judgment seat. Quitting my home, yon hallowed place where beams of cypress roof the shrine, by far-brought axes lopped and hewn, close knit by oxen's blood divine. Pure is my life's unbroken calm, since Zeus to bliss these eyes unsealed. The feast of quivering flesh I shared while through the dark strange thunder pealed. The mountain mother heard my vows and saw my torch the darkness ride. The hunter named me for his priest, a mail-clad bacchant sanctified. Now robed in white I keep me pure from food that air has throbbed with breath. I shun the newborn infant's cry, and gaze not on the couch of death. It now remains for us to attempt a synthesis, to set before ourselves as clearly as may be the whole personality of Euripides. We are studying not the program of a politician, but the spirit and method of a great artist, the inspiration of a great teacher. An artist has other things to heed than a superficial consistency of presentation, and a teacher of permanent value shows his followers not what to think, but how to think, not opinions, but the reasoned basis of opinion. Euripides is a man not of dogmas, nor indeed of negations. He is the apostle of a spirit which blows whither it lists, setting up a healthful circulation of tingling life throughout regions which have languished in the heavy air of convention. His work forces us to think and feel for ourselves, not necessarily to think and feel with him. The briefest description of his special quality is that he is in the same moment a great artist and a great rationalist, a man profoundly conscious of the beauty and value of all life, all existence, all energy, and yet an uncompromising critic of the vesture which man throws around those parts of the universe which are subjected to him. No man has ever loved and expressed beauty with a mind less swayed by illusion. These two instincts, the instinct to study life in all its unforced manifestations, and the instinct to question all conventions, lie at the root of his work. It is in virtue of these that he has been called enigmatic. Like Renan, he was letter 1F00, new letter 1F74, rho delta iota psi upsilon chi omicron sigma, a man of two souls, but he is no more an enigma than others. His peculiarity lies herein, that the duality of nature often found in ordinary men was by him exhibited at the heights of genius. That is why he so often seems laboring to destroy the effect he has created. He is inconsistent, because he is equally at home in the two worlds of feeling and of thought. Precisely for this reason, he created a new type of drama. Horace Walpole wrote that life is a comedy to those who think, a tragedy to those who feel. Thus, when a genius of Euripides' type addressed itself to the theater, the result was drama which could not but shock people who, bred in the school of Aeschylus, had no conception of tragedy, which could be witty, light, modern, destructive. Menander is the successor of Euripides, not of Aristophanes. Anyone who follows out these two strands of instinct will understand much that might seem strange, much that gave offense, in his work. It will be well, therefore, to bring together the faults which have been found with him in ancient and in later times. Leaving on one side, since it is by no means certainly a reproach, the celebrated remark of Sophocles, I represent people as they should be, Euripides as they are, we find our chief material in Aristophanes and Aristotle. The Frogs contains an elaborate attack upon the tragedian which, whether fair or not, has a prima facie reasonableness. Euripides is twitted with moral and literary offenses. In the first place, his predilection for depicting the power of love, especially the adulterous or incestuous passions of women, and the sophistical restlessness of mind which he inculcates mark him as a corrupter of Athens. On the technical side, his music is affected and decadent. The libretto of his choruses is both elaborate and jejune. The style of his iambics lacks weight and dignity. His prologues are tiresome and written in a mechanical fashion. Aristotle, in his turn, objects to certain weaknesses of characterization. Menelaus in the Orestes is particularly bad. The speech of Melanippe, no doubt that celebrated oration on miracles, is indecorous and out of character. In the Aulid Iphigenia, the heroine is inconsistent. He gives two examples of the irrational, Aegeus in the Medea and Menelaus once more in the Orestes. Euripides' use of the deus ex machina is also often bad. He instances Medea's miraculous chariot. Lastly, there is the famous mixture of praise and blame. Euripides, faulty as he is in the general management of his subject, is yet felt to be the most tragic of the poets. If we pass now to modern detractors, we find one fault overshadowing all the rest: bad construction, what Aristotle calls episodic plots, namely, plays the several scenes of which are more or less accidentally combined and form no organic whole. There is truth in some of this fault-finding. Whether we are to regard such features as actually blemishes is another matter. Two certainly are defects of the gravest possible description: episodic plots and the deus ex machina. If a man produces plays which have no organic unity, or which at the close of the action are in such a tangle that a being of superhuman information and power is necessary to cut the knot, he is no unskillful dramatist, but merely a blockhead, for he can always fling his rubbish into the fire. So hopelessly damaging are these two accusations that one really cannot believe Euripides obnoxious to them. One might as well allege that Alexander did not understand tactics, or that Pericles believed Byzantium was in Sicily. The charge of faulty construction has been considered earlier in connection with the plays which are supposed examples thereof. But the deus ex machina needs a few words. The god out of the machine is a phrase of two applications. It may mean a deity brought in to round off the play by giving information about the future history of the personages. Or the god may be introduced when the plot, owing to the human limitations of the characters, has become knotted and progress is impossible. Then a being who miraculously knows all the facts appears and cuts the knot. In the first case, the epiphany is practically outside the drama. In the second, it is only too vital to it. Of the first case, there are 5 instances in the extant plays. To these, of course, our grave objection cannot apply. Of the second type, there are 7 examples if we regard the miraculous car of Medea as a deus. Granted the story which is known to the audience, such interventions are necessary. Medea cannot escape the vengeance of Corinth, Orestes the verdict of the Argive state, without supernatural aid. Theseus would, it might seem, never have been persuaded by mortal witness that Hippolytus is innocent. In the Tauric Iphigenia and the Helena, nothing but a miracle can save from death the fugitives who, as a matter of history, reached home in safety. The supplices would end without the formal compact between rescuers, and rescued if the goddess did not intervene. As for the Ion, Euripides' contemporaries knew that Delphi still flourished, so that the annihilating investigation of Ion must, it appeared, have been somehow arrested. For these 7 plays, then, we can choose between 2 theories of the deus ex machina, in that second sense of a pseudo-dramatic expedient. The first theory is that the poet wishes to end with historical truth, but in the course of his action has so blundered that he cannot naturally do so. Therefore, he puts forward a god who asserts that the action shall continue as history asserts that it did. So might a competitor in a match of archery employ a confederate who, whenever his arrow missed the target, should pick it up and plant it in the white. The other theory is that Euripides intended to work out an interesting situation of legend as a study in natural psychology and social development. The situation, according to story, came to a certain end. According to Euripides, that was not the natural end. And he emphasizes this legendary distortion by pointing out clearly that to square nature and the story nothing less than a miracle is required. To assert that he needed the supernatural intervention to save his play is absolutely to reverse the facts. Can we doubt which of these theories is sound? 2 further questions at once arise. Why did he select situations from misleading legends? And is there then no pseudo-dramatic deus ex machina at all? The first question is of vital importance. It is incorrect to say that he was bound by convention to the traditional stories. Phrynichus, Agathon, and Moschian all defied this convention. Euripides was a student of human thought, of the development of belief, as well as a dramatist. Convinced that his contemporaries held false beliefs about the gods and that the myths were largely responsible for this, hypnotizing thought by their beauty and paralyzing logic by their authority, he sets himself to show not only that they are untrue, but also how, though untrue, they ever won credence. As for the Deus ex machina, the truth is that he does not exist, save, of course, in the role of a non-dramatic narrator. He is, like the three unities, a figment based on uncritical and hasty reading. Outside this poet, the only possible case is that of the Philoctetes, which has been shown no genuine instance. We may now return to the objections raised by Aristophanes and Aristotle. They are all due to the two instincts we have described: his interest in every manifestation of life, and his stern rationalism. Most of the technical flaws, for instance, alleged against him, are proofs that he was attracted by the possibilities of his own art. He is constantly testing the limits to which development can go. The iambics of the Orestes, for example, are extraordinarily full of resolved feet. After that play, he restrains himself more. In music, too, he appears to have been an explorer. At any rate, the fault found with the words of his choruses points to a development like the modern, in which libretto was becoming subservient to music. The comic poet, again, fastens eagerly upon the prologues and puts into the mouth of Aeschylus a famous jest. Eesh, and now, by Jove, I'll not smash each phrase word by word, but with heaven's aid I'll ruin your prologues with a little old flask. You're an old flask, you my prologues. Eesh, just one little flask. You write so that anything will fit into your iambics. A little fleece, a little flask, a little bag. I'll show you on the spot. You're, oh you will. Eesh, yes. Dion, now you must recite something. You're Aegyptus, as the far-spread story tells, with 50 sons in voyage o'er the deep landing at Argus. Eesh, interrupting, lost his flask of oil. Several other absurd instances follow. This celebrated jest means, that Euripides constructs the early sentences of his prologue in such a way that a subordinate clause, usually containing a participle, leads up to a short main clause at the end of the sentence. Roman 2, that his prologues descend to trivial details. Roman 3, that the caesura occurs always in the third foot. Roman 4, that he is viciously addicted to resolved feet. The tragedian can be defended from these charges, such as they are, but the idea at the back of Aristophanes' mind is true, namely, that these prologues are often dull performances. Probably the poet did not intend much more. He wishes to put his hearers au fait with the precise legend and the precise point with which he is concerned. As is often said, these passages take the place of a modern playbill. Later in the Frogs, Dionysus produces a huge pair of scales. Each is to utter a line into his scale pan, and the heavier line wins. Euripides declaims into his pan the opening line of the Medea: epsilon letter 1 f3 4 theta, letter 1 f6 4 phi epsilon lambda, letter 1 f0 0, rho gamma, omicron letter 1 fe6, sigma, mu letter 1 f7 4 delta iota alpha pi tau alpha sigma theta alpha iota, sigma kappa alpha phi omicron sigma. And his rival sigma, pi epsilon, rho chi epsilon iota letter 1 f7 2, pi omicron tau, alpha mu letter 1 f7 2, beta omicron epsilon mu omicron iota, letter 1 f1 0 pi iota sigma tau rho omicron phi alpha iota. Dionysus absurdly explains that the latter wins because he has put in water like a fraudulent woolen merchant, while Euripides has offered a word with wings. Underlying this nonsense is the truth that the Aeschylean line is ponderous and slow, that of Euripides light and rapid. It is like contrasting Marlowe and Fletcher. The difference is not between good and bad, but between old and new. Aeschylus' iambic style is fitted most admirably for his purpose, but Euripides has not the same purpose, that is all. It is one of his most remarkable innovations that he practically invented the prose drama. A very great deal of his verse is simply prose which can be scanned. To compare such a passage as letter 1 f25 xi epsilon iota, gamma letter 1 f7 0, rho alpha letter 1 f5 0, tau letter 1 f7 8, sigma sigma letter 1 f7 4, nu delta alpha mu alpha rho tau alpha, kappa alpha letter 1 f7 6, tau epsilon kappa nu alpha. Letter 1 F15 lambda xi omega nu, phi omicron nu epsilon epsilon sigma omega nu. Kappa letter 1 F04 mu, letter 1 F10 pi iota sigma phi alpha xi omega nu, letter 1 F04 nu alpha xi mu epsilon nu omicron nu tau iota, delta alpha letter 1 F50, tau omicron letter 1 Fe6, pi alpha nu tau alpha, sigma omicron letter 1 F76, gamma epsilon nu eta sigma epsilon tau alpha iota. Tau letter 1 Fc7 tau, letter 1 F00, sigma phi alpha lambda epsilon iota letter 1 FB3, kappa epsilon rho delta alpha nu epsilon letter 1 FD6 sigma, pi omicron lambda iota nu delta letter 1 F72, sigma letter 1 F74 nu mu letter 1 F74, pi rho letter 1 F76, nu tau alpha rho alpha xi letter 1 FC3, sigma pi rho letter 1 F76, nu tau omicron delta, epsilon letter 1 F56. Theta epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, tau epsilon kappa nu omicron nu. Or 100 others, with the beacon speech in Agamemnon or Athena's charge to the Areopagite court, is to ignore the whole point of a literary revolution. Who would set a page of Hedda Gabler's conversation against an extract from Macbeth and affirm that Ibsen could not write dialogue? Ibsen, indeed, it is particularly instructive to bear in mind here. According to him, the golden rule is that there is no golden rule. Dr. Stockman's nobility consists in telling the truth at all costs. Gregor's whirl insists on that course and is seen to be a meddlesome prig who ruins his friend's home. Here the Greek and the Norwegian agree heartily, for the sophistry, with which many at Athens were disgusted, is only Euripides' way of putting his conviction that there is no fixed rule of conduct, still less any fixed rule for our self-satisfied attempts to praise or blame the abnormal. An impulse of pity ruins Creon in the Medea. Lycus in the Heracles turns his back on mercy and is destroyed also. The pride of glorious birth nerves Macaria to heroism. Of Achilles it makes merely a pathetic sham. Consciousness of sin wrecks and tortures Phaedra, while to Helen in Orestes it means little more than a picturesque melancholy. Hermione in Andromache and Creusa both go to all lengths in their passionate yearning for domestic happiness. One destroys her husband and her own future, the other reaps deeper bliss than she dared to hope. Iphigenia and Hippolytus serve the same goddess, but amid what different atmospheres and diverse destinies. This consciousness that effort brings about results different from its aims, that chance, whatever chance may be, is too potent to allow any faith in orthodox deities. Only in moods of despair rings from the poet such outcry as Hecuba's, that fate is a capering idiot. But it has planted surely in his mind the conviction that there is no golden rule of conduct. And hence that love of forensic rhetoric, of which we hear so much, each case must be considered on its own merits. To this agnosticism, we owe not only that treatment of religious legend which we have already studied, but the poet's greatest achievement. Socrates, because, as he said, he could not understand metaphysics or astronomy, gave his attention to man. His friend, because he despaired of a satisfying theology, threw his genius into psychological drama. The center of his interest is the human heart. Only one fact about destiny can be stated as consistently held by him, namely, that the spring of action and the chief factor in happiness or misery is not the will of heaven or dogmatic belief, but the nature, phi epsilon sigma iota sigma, of the individual. Because he studies sin, not to condemn but to understand, he has earned that reproach of Aristophanes who rages at his predilection for Phaedras and Asthenobias. What attracted him was not a desire to gloat or even to pardon. It was the fact that the sinners he depicts are so intensely alive. A being dead in virtue engaged his interest less than one who, however evilly, existed with vigor. To this passionate interest in human life can be referred as basis all the other themes on which he spent study. Religion, as we have found, only attracts him because it guides or misleads conduct. His political studies have little concern with ethnology or economics. They are only an expansion to a wider field of this same interest in sheer humanity. Philosophy and natural science are of value for him, as for Lucretius, in that they provide an escape from paralyzing superstition. If they are presented as a refuge from the facts of life, he will have none of them. When Electra seeks in her knowledge of astronomy a far-fetched consolation for self-fostered misery, she strikes us not as heroic, but as own kin to the febrile intellectuals of T. Chekhov's Cherry Orchard or the novels of Dostoevsky. His dislike of convention in morals is answered by his originality in portraiture, as well as in dramatic situations. Nothing is more thrilling than to observe how, in the hands of a great realist, whole masses of human beings come to life. What was the background of one novelist suddenly begins in the pages of another to stir, to articulate itself, to move forward and discover a language. The men, commanded by Captain Osborne in Vanity Fair, become Private Orthoris or Corporal Mulvaney in the pages of Kipling. So in Euripides, the dim and familiar background of barbarians, who existed merely to give color and outline to Achilles and Odysseus, the women who bore the necessary children and ground the needed flour, the henchmen without whom horses would not be groomed or trees felled, suddenly awake and reveal passions of love and hatred, pathetic histories, opinions about marriage and the grave. In every age, the man who points to the disregarded, the dormant, hitherto supposed securely neutral and plastic, who cries it is alive, watching you and reflecting, waiting its time, such a man is met in his degree with the reception given to Euripides by the elder generation of Athenians. The clamor of crank, fattest. This is the thin end of the wedge, and kindred watchwords may be found translated into brilliant Attic by Aristophanes. But in virtue of these same interests, Euripides became the Bible of later Greek civilization. He would have passed into a fetish had it not been that the destructively critical side of his genius prevented the most narrow-minded from reducing him to a system. To the last, he remains inconclusive, provocative, refreshing. On the other side, his sensitiveness to all aspects of life, his feeling for beauty, to use the familiar phrase, held him back from mere cynicism. The Hippolytus remains as perhaps the most glorious support in literature for unflinching facing of facts. It shows triumphantly how a man may feel all the sorrow and waste which wreck happiness, yet declare the endless value and loveliness of life. We may detect two aspects in which this joy in life shows itself most markedly: his romance and his wit. Romance is not improperly contrasted with classicism. But as few Greek or Roman writers are classical in the rigid sense, it is not surprising to find romantic features outcropping at every period of their literature. Euripides himself is the most romantic author between Homer and Apuleius, whatever our definition of romance may be. R.L. Stevenson's remark that romance is consciousness of background, Hegel's doctrine that romantic art is the straining of art to go beyond itself, and a more recent dictum that romance is only the passion which is in the face of all realism. Each of them definitely recalls some feature of Euripides' work already discussed. A modern writer with whom he can be fruitfully compared, at this point especially, is Mr. Bernard Shaw. In many characteristics, these two dramatists are notably alike: their ruthless insistence upon questioning all established reputations, whether of individuals, nations, or institutions, their conviction that there is no absolute standard of conduct, their blazing zeal for justice, their mastery of brilliant lithe idiom. But in their feeling about romance, they diverge violently. Perhaps the largest ingredient in Mr. Shaw's strength is his hatred and distrust of emotion and of that spirit, called romance, which organizes emotion and sees in it a basic part of life. But Euripides appreciates it all the more highly that he is not enslaved by it. Even in such ruthless dramas as the Medea and the Iphigenia in Taurus one, remarks how the thrill and beauty of life gleams out, if only as a bitter memory or a present pain of contrast. The magic fire-breathing bulls and the heapy coils of the glaring dragon in the remote land where Jason won his quest, the strange seas, deserted beaches, and grim savages among whom Iphigenia cherishes her thoughts of childhood in Argus. The same sense of glamour which inspires early in his life such a marvelous flash as the description of Rhesus, steeds. Sigma tau iota lambda beta omicron upsilon sigma iota delta. Letter 1F65 sigma tau epsilon, pi omicron tau alpha mu iota omicron upsilon, cap upsilon kappa nu omicron upsilon, pi tau epsilon rho omicron u. And indeed the whole dashing buoyant drama. This passion survives the shames and disillusionment wrought by 25 years of tyranny and war. It persists even in those black but glorious hours when he wrote the Troads, and at the close of his life culminates in the splendors of the Bacchae. No attentive student of his work can ignore this effect, but if we possessed all his plays, we should be in no danger of accepting the idea that Euripides is beyond all other things a bitter realist. The Andromeda and the Phaethon, would have redressed the balance. The wit of Euripides cannot easily be discussed. It often depends upon idiomatic subtlety and must almost disappear in translation. But frequently, again, it consists in the method of handling a situation. Just as the playwright often makes of his drama, among other things, an elaborate reductio ad absurdum of myth, so is he capable of writing a whole scene with a twinkle in his eye. The clearest example is the Helena. Menelaus' stupefaction at learning that Egypt contains an Helen, daughter of Zeus, is indeed definite comedy. Delta iota letter 1F78 sigma, letter 1F14 lambda epsilon psi epsilon, pi alpha letter 1FD6, delta alpha nu iota nu, pi epsilon phi epsilon cap epsilon nu alpha iota. Letter 1F00 lambda lambda, letter 1F26 tau iota sigma, letter 1F14 sigma tau iota, zeta eta nu letter 1F78, sigma letter 1F44 nu omicron mu. Letter 1F14 chi omega nu, letter 1F00 nu hetero, nu epsilon iota lambda omicron upsilon, pi alpha rho, letter 1F44 chi theta alpha sigma. Epsilon letter 1F37 sigma gamma, letter 1F70, rho letter 1F45 gamma epsilon kappa alpha tau. Omicron letter 1F50, rho alpha nu omicron nu. And she told me that the lady was a daughter of Zeus. What? Is there some person called Zeus living beside the Nile? There's one in heaven to be sure, but that's another story. Such a translation gives perhaps the intention of the words and colloquial rhythm of the last sentence. Here is comedy, but that of Congreve, not of Aristophanes. The distinction is important. Euripides is less comic than witty. As we turn his pages, we rarely laugh, but 1,000 times we break into the slight smile of intellectual enjoyment. One delight in reading an Euripidean play, tragedy though it be, is the same as that aroused by the work of Meredith. Euripides' sense of the ludicrous is a part of his restlessness in conception. Again and again, he startles us by placing at some tragic moment a little episode which passes the pathetic and becomes absurd. When Clytemnestra and Achilles bring each other into awkward perplexity over the espousal of Iphigenia, the effect is amusing, and the intervention of the old slave who puts his head out of the tent door must provoke a smile, even though we realize that he has misery and death on his lips. After Creusa has given her instructions for the assassination of Ion, it is, though natural, yet quaint for the prospective murderer to reply, "Now do you retire to your hotel." In the Medea, the whole episode of Aegeus, to which Aristotle objected as irrational, is tinged with the grotesque. That the horrible story of Medea's revenge must hang upon a slow-witted, amiable person like Aegeus is natural to the topsy-turviness of life as the dramatists saw it. In fact, just as Euripides on the linguistic side practically invents the prose drama, so in the strictly dramatic sphere he invents tragicomedy. Nothing can induce him to keep tears and laughter altogether apart. The world is not made like that, and he studies facts, depicting the phases of great happenings not as they ought to be, but as they are. He would have read with amused delight that quaint sentence of Dostoevsky. All these choruses sing about something very indefinite, for the most part about somebody's curse, but with a tinge of the higher humor. It is indeed significant that sparkles of incidental mirth are, so far as a modern student can tell, commonest in that most heartbreaking play Orestes. One dialogue between Orestes and Menelaus, to take a single passage, is a blaze of wit. It exemplifies every possible grade of witticism, from the downright pun to subtle varieties of iambic rhythm. Perhaps the most light-hearted and entertaining example is provided by Helen who, of all casuists, evolves a theory of sin as a method of putting her tigerish niece into good humor and so inducing her to perform for Helen an awkward task. Even more skillful, but ghastly in its half-farcical horror, is the dialogue between Orestes and the escaped Phrygian slave. Later ages of Greek civilization looked upon Euripides as a mighty leader of thought, a great voice expressing all the wisdom of their fathers, all the pains and perplexities familiar to themselves. After generations had passed, it was easy to dwell upon one side only of his genius, and for Plutarch or Stobaeus to regard him as the poet of sad wisdom. Amongst us one, who most has suffered, takes dejectedly his seat upon the intellectual throne, and all his store of sad experience he lays bare of wretched days. But his own contemporaries, living in the days before Aegispotami and knowing the many facets of his spirit, could not so well accept a man of such contradictions, who was in strange earnest about things they felt to be indifferent, and who smiled at such odd moments. Euripides must often have felt himself very lonely in Athens. "My soul," he cries, "lay not hold upon words of subtlety. Why admit these strange high thoughts, if thou hast no peers for audience to thy serious musings?" And again, "Though far beyond my ken a wise man dwell, across the earth I greet him for a friend." It may be that Europeans of our own day are better fitted to estimate him aright than enthusiasts under the empire or his companions who saw him too close at hand. During the last half-century, we have witnessed great changes which have their counterpart in the Athens for which he wrote. Hopes have been realized only to prove disappointments and the source of fresh perplexities. In England, the spread of knowledge has resulted not in a cultivated, but in a mentally restless people. Universal ability to read has for its most obvious fruit not wider knowledge of literature, but more newspapers and a rank jungle of popular writing. Similarly, at Athens, the sophists had produced mental avidity where there was no quickening of spiritual vigor to correspond. Another fact of vital import has been the rise of our working class to solidarity and political power. It probably resembles that demos, which Cleon led more closely than the masses, with which Peel or Russell had to deal. Again, experience of war has shown how small is the effect which settled government, social reform, and education have exercised upon the raw primitive human instincts, both base and noble. In Greece, the Empire of Athens, with its tyranny and selfishness, and the Peloponnesian War which had produced a frightful corruption of conduct and ideals, tainted society with that cynicism. Letter 1F00 nu alpha iota delta epsilon iota alpha, of which Euripides so often speaks. Just as we are severed by a wide gulf from the crude but not ignoble certainty, the superficial worship of progress which marked the Victorian era, so was Euripides severed from the men of Marathon for whom Aeschylus wrote. So it is that we can judge the poet of the Greek Enlightenment, or rather of the Athenian disillusionment, better than most generations of his readers. To aid us, there have naturally arisen writers to voice, in a manner often like his, our own disappointment and our renewed interest in parts of life and the world which we had ignored as unmeaning or barren. The disinherited are coming into their own. Mr. Thomas Hardy has written of the English peasant with a richness and profundity unknown since Shakespeare. He offers indeed another interesting analogy with Euripides. While the critics are concerned with his pessimism, he remains for an unsophisticated reader a splendid witness to the majesty and charm of the immense slow curves of life, the deep preciousness which glows from the gradual processes of nature, and that dignity of mere existence which survives all sin and effort. Tess of the D'Urbervilles is the best modern parallel to Hippolytus. Meanwhile, Anatole France has given us many an example of that ironical wit of which the Greek poet is so consummate a master. Another Frenchman, Flaubert, has set as the climax to his dazzling fantasy, La Tentation de Saint Antoine, an expression in unattic vehemence and elaboration of that passionate sympathy with all existence which blazes in the lyrics of the Bacchae, a yearning which Arnold and the scholar Gypsy has uttered in milder and still more haunting language. There is no final synthesis of Euripides. Throughout his life, he held true to those two principles, the worship of beauty and loyalty to the dry light of intelligence. Glamour never blinded him to sin and folly, misery and coarse tyranny never taught his lips to forswear the glory of existence. One of his own noblest songs sets this triumphantly before us. Omicron, letter 1F50, pi alpha epsilon sigma omicron mu alpha iota, tau, letter 1F70, sigma chi alpha rho iota tau alpha sigma, mu omicron epsilon sigma alpha iota sigma, sigma epsilon gamma cap alpha tau alpha mu epsilon iota gamma nu epsilon sigma, letter 1F01 delta iota sigma tau alpha nu, sigma epsilon zeta epsilon gamma iota alpha nu. Mu letter 1F74, zeta letter 1FF4, eta nu mu epsilon tau. Letter 1F00 mu omicron epsilon sigma iota alpha, letter 1F30, epsilon letter 1F76 delta, letter 1F10 nu, sigma tau epsilon phi alpha nu omicron iota nu, epsilon letter 1F34 eta nu. I will not cease to mingle the graces with the muses, the sweetest of fellowships. When the muses desert me, let me die. May the flower garlands never fail me. The graces and the muses, such is his better way of invoking beauty and truth, the two fixed stars of his lifelong allegiance. Chapter 6. Meter and rhythm in Greek tragedy. Section I Introduction. Poetry is illuminating utterance consisting of words the successive sounds of which are arranged according to a recurrent pattern. The soul of poetry is this illumination, its body this recurrent pattern of sounds, and it is with the body that we are now to deal. At the outset, we must distinguish carefully between rhythm and meter. Rhythm is the recurrence just mentioned, the structure. Meter is the gathering together of sounds into masses upon which rhythm shall do its work. Meter, so to put it, makes the bricks, while rhythm makes the arch. Greek meter is based, not upon stress accent, but upon quantity, the length of time needed for the pronunciation of a syllable. In English, the line, "My bosom, Lord sits lightly in his throne," is scanned, that is to say, marked off into feet, the metrical units, as a series of 5 iambi, the iambus being a foot which consists of an unaccented, followed by an accented, syllable. The word bosoms can stand where it does because the stress of the voice naturally falls upon the first syllable of bosom. To begin a line with "my serene bosom" would clearly be wrong. The length of the syllables has no effect on the scansion. That sits needs as long a time for its utterance as the first syllable of lightly does not alter the fact that sits light is an accentual iambus. Greek words, on the other hand, as metrical material, are considered only from the quantitative point of view, not the accentual. The voice stress in the word lambda omicron gamma omicron upsilon sigma rests upon the first syllable, but the word is an iambus, a short followed by a long, marked respectively thus, whereas an English blank verse consists of 5 accentual iambi, e.g. To ain't ertain, divine xenocarete. The corresponding verse of all the Greek dramatists is composed of 6 feet each, of which is theoretically a quantitative iambus, and most of which actually are such. Thus Andromache, v. 241, is to be scanned. Tau iota delta omicron upsilon, gamma upsilon nu alpha iodic psi, iota tau alpha upsilon tau, alpha pi rho omega tau, alpha pi alpha nu tau, alpha chi omicron upsilon. When is a syllable long and when short? A few rules will settle all but a minority. All syllables are long. I which contain a necessarily long vowel, eta or omega, e.g. mu eta nu, tau omega nu. Roman 2, which contain a diphthong or iota subscript, e.g. omicron iota nu omicron sigma, alpha iota nu omicron upsilon mu epsilon nu, row letter 1 FB3, symbol 305 delta iota omega sigma. Save that the first syllable of pi omicron iota letter 1 FF6 and tau omicron iota omicron letter 1 FE6, tau omicron sigma, and their parts is often short. Roman 3, which end with a double consonant, zeta, xi, psi, e.g. omicron zeta omicron sigma, epsilon xi omega, epsilon psi alpha epsilon sigma alpha. Roman 4, which have the circumflex accent, e.g. upsilon mu letter 1 FD6 symbol 305 nu, mu letter 1 FE6 symbol 305 sigma. Most syllables are long, the vowel of which is followed by 2 consonants, but there is some difficulty about this very frequent case. It can arise in 3 ways. A. Both consonants may be in the same word as the vowel. Then the syllable is long, save when the consonants are I, a voice stop, beta, gamma, delta followed by rho, or Roman 2, a voiceless stop or spirant kappa, pi, tau, theta, phi, chi, followed by a liquid or nasal, lambda, rho, mu, nu, in both of which cases the syllable can be counted long or short at pleasure. Thus epsilon sigma mu epsilon nu, mu omicron rho phi eta, letter 1 FB1 nu delta rho omicron sigma. But the first syllables of iota delta rho iota sigma, tau epsilon kappa nu omicron nu, pi omicron tau mu omicron sigma, are doubtful. They can be either long or short as suits the poet. B. One of the consonants may end its word and the other begin the next. Such syllables are all long. Thus, tau eta kappa tau omicron sigma, mu omicron lambda epsilon beta delta omicron sigma, alpha nu delta rho epsilon sigma, sigma omicron phi omicron iota, although both these long syllables are short by nature. See below. C. Both consonants may occur at the beginning of the second word. If the vowel is naturally short, the syllable is almost always short, though such scansions as sigma epsilon kappa tau epsilon nu omega are occasionally found. But if the second word begins with a double consonant or sigma followed by another consonant, the syllable is always long. Thus omicron xi epsilon nu omicron sigma, tau letter 1 FD1 zeta eta tau epsilon iota sigma, tau alpha upsilon tau, letter 1 FB1, sigma cap omicron pi omicron upsilon mu epsilon mu. A vowel naturally short, when thus lengthened, is said to be lengthened by position. The following types of syllable are always short. I, those containing a naturally short vowel, epsilon or omicron, not lengthened by position, e.g. epsilon cap omega nu, omicron lambda omicron sigma. Roman 2, final alpha of the third declension neuter singular, sigma omega mu letter 1 FB0. Third declension accusative singular, epsilon lambda pi iota delta letter 1 FB0, delta rho alpha sigma alpha nu tau letter 1 FB0, and all neuters plural tau letter 1 FB0, sigma omega mu alpha tau letter 1 FB0, tau omicron iota alpha upsilon tau letter 1 FB0. Roman 3, final iota, e.g. epsilon sigma tau letter 1 FD0, tau letter 1 FD0, save, of course, when it is part of a diphthong. Roman 4, the accusative alpha sigma of the third declension, alpha nu delta rho letter 1 FB0 sigma, pi omicron nu omicron upsilon nu tau letter 1 FB0 sigma, but mu omicron upsilon sigma letter 1 FB1 sigma, first declension. The quantity in both cases is that of the corresponding nominative. Hiatus is practically unknown. That is, a word ending in a vowel is not to be followed by a word beginning with a vowel, unless one vowel or the other disappears. Almost always it is the first vowel which is thus cut off, the process being called elision. In verse, one would not write pi alpha nu tau alpha epsilon letter 1 F36 pi epsilon, but pi alpha nu tau epsilon letter 1 F36 pi epsilon, not letter 1 F14 tau iota epsilon letter 1 F36 nu alpha iota, but letter 1 F14 tau epsilon letter 1 F36 nu alpha iota. When the first vowel is long and the second short, the latter is cut off by prodlision, a much rarer occurrence. Thus tau omicron upsilon tau letter 1 FF3 letter 1 F00, nu epsilon letter 1 FD6, pi epsilon would become tau omicron upsilon tau letter 1 FF3, nu epsilon letter 1 FD6 pi epsilon. Two long vowels, as in kappa alpha lambda letter 1 F74 letter 1 F21 mu epsilon rho alpha, are not used together at all. But the rule as to hiatus does not normally apply at the end of a verse. Usually one can end a verse with an unelided vowel and begin the next with a vowel. If in any metrical scheme this liberty is not allowed, it is said that synephea prevails. We are now in a position to discuss the various meters to be found in Greek tragedy. Section Roman 2, the iambic meter. Practically all the dialogue and speeches are written in this meter. The student would do well to grow thoroughly accustomed to reading these aloud with correct quantities before he attempts the others. The iambic line consists of 6 feet, any one of which may be an iambus, but a pure iambic line, one in which every foot is an iambus, as in Andromache, v. 241, see above, is very rare. A speech written solely in such feet would be highly monotonous and far too rapid. Other feet are therefore allowed, under restrictions, to take the place of the iambus. By far the commonest of these is the spondee, which consists of 2 long syllables, lambda omicron gamma chi eta, pi letter 1 FB1 nu tau omega macron nu. This can occur in the first, third, or fifth places, 1, 2, or all 3. Thus, delta to sigma alpha iota, beta iota letter 1 FB3, phi alpha rho alpha gamma gamma iota pi rho omicron sigma, delta epsilon sigma chi epsilon iota mu, epsilon rho letter 1 FF3, prom. Vinctus, 15. Omega tau epsilon kappa nu alpha kappa alpha delta mu, omicron upsilon tau omicron upsilon, pi alpha lambda alpha iota, v epsilon alpha, tau rho omicron phi eta, ed. Tier, I. Next, the lightness and variety is often greatly increased by the use of resolved or broken up feet, each long syllable being regarded as equal to 2 shorts. It follows that the iambus can be resolved into, the spondee into, and, but this last is not employed in iambics. Of these 3, the tribrach is much the most frequent. As it corresponds to the iambus, it can occur in any place, save the 6th. It is exceedingly rare in the 5th place. Phi alpha iota delta rho omega pi omicron nu epsilon delta iota delta omicron upsilon alpha iota gamma iota sigma theta omicron upsilon phi iota lambda omicron iota sigma Orestes 894. Pi epsilon rho odic psi, epsilon gamma omega, kappa alpha lambda upsilon psi, alpha beta omicron tau rho upsilon, omega delta epsilon iota, chi lambda omicron letter 1 FC3, Bacchi, 12. The dactyl A is allowed in those places to which the spondee is admitted, save the fifth, just as the tribrach is excluded from the sixth. Thus, omicron upsilon phi alpha sigma, iota pi rho omega tau, omicron nu delta alpha, omicron nu alpha iota gamma, upsilon pi tau letter 1 FF3, delta iota kappa alpha sigma, Orestes, 872. Lambda omicron gamma omicron upsilon sigma, epsilon lambda iota sigma sigma, omega nu omicron tau iota, kappa alpha theta iota sigma tau alpha iota eta, nu omicron mu omicron upsilon sigma, Ibid. 892. It is rare in the first foot. Least common of all is the anapaest, which appears only in the first foot, unless it is contained entirely in a proper name, when it can occur in any place save the sixth. This license is due to necessity. Such a name as letter 1F00, nu tau, letter 1FD0, gamma omicron, nu eta could not otherwise be introduced into iambics at all. Examples: sigma tau epsilon phi alpha nu omicron upsilon sigma, delta rho upsilon omicron sigma, tau epsilon mu iota lambda alpha kappa omicron sigma, tau alpha nu theta epsilon sigma phi, omicron rho omicron upsilon, Bacchi, 703. Delta epsilon sigma pi omicron iota nu alpha gamma alpha rho, kappa alpha tau omicron iota kappa, omicron nu epsilon rho mu iota omicron nu eta nu, lambda epsilon gamma omega androm, 804. Occasionally a line is to be found with 2 or even 3 resolved feet. Lambda omicron upsilon tau rho omicron iota sigma, iota nu alpha lambda omicron chi, omicron upsilon pi epsilon rho iota, pi epsilon sigma omega nu, pi alpha nu upsilon sigma tau alpha tau omicron iota sigma, Orestes, 367. Mu eta tau epsilon rho alpha, tau omicron sigma omega phi rho, omicron nu tau epsilon lambda alpha beta, epsilon nu alpha nu tau iota sigma epsilon mu phi, omicron rho alpha sigma, Ibid. 502. Alpha nu alpha delta epsilon lambda phi, omicron sigma, alpha pi alpha tau, omega rho alpha phi iota lambda omicron sigma epsilon iota, delta epsilon sigma omicron iota, delta omicron kappa epsilon iota, Ibid. 310. 2 licenses should be noted. The last syllable of the line may be short. No doubt the pause at the end was felt to help it out. Lines of this kind are innumerable, e.g. kappa rho alpha tau omicron sigma, beta iota alpha tau epsilon sigma phi letter 1 FF3, nu mu epsilon nu tau omicron lambda eta, delta iota omicron sigma, prom. Vinctus, 12. Which is followed by a vowel, letter 1 F14 chi epsilon iota. It matters little whether such syllables are marked as short, as long, or with the sign of doubtful quantity. Next, synesis sigma epsilon nu iota zeta eta sigma iota sigma, collapse, occurs now and then. 2 syllables coalesce and are scanned as one, e.g. mu eta omicron upsilon, pi omicron lambda epsilon omega sigma. Alpha lambda lambda epsilon alpha, mu epsilon kappa alpha iota, tau eta nu epsilon psi, epsilon mu omicron upsilon, delta upsilon sigma beta omicron upsilon lambda, iota alpha nu, Antigone, 95. Omega sigma mu eta tau iota sigma mu epsilon tau epsilon kappa, epsilon nu epsilon psi, omicron tau omicron upsilon tau epsilon phi upsilon nu ion, 313. Sigma phi alpha zeta alpha iota mu alpha tau omicron upsilon, theta epsilon alpha, sigma beta omega mu omicron nu eta mu epsilon tau epsilon iota sigma epsilon Andromache, 260. Synesis is specially common in the various cases of theta epsilon omicron sigma and theta epsilon alpha. Finally, 2 important rules of rhythm remain to be stated. First, there must be a caesura in either the 3rd or the 4th foot. A caesura is a gap between words in the middle of a foot. Either the 3rd foot, then, or the 4th must consist partly of one word, partly of another. It is indicated in scansion by the sign. Many verses have this necessary caesura in the 3rd foot only, e.g. alpha pi alpha nu theta, omicron mu alpha kappa rho, omicron sigma, kappa alpha nu alpha rho iota theta mu eta tau omicron sigma, Chi-rho omicron nu omicron sigma, Ajax, 646. Many show it in the fourth only. Pi-rho omicron sigma, tau eta sigma delta, epsilon tau eta sigma, gamma epsilon nu alpha iota kappa omicron sigma, omicron iota kappa tau, epsilon iota rho omega, delta epsilon nu iota nu, ibid. 652. A still larger number have caesura in both places. Phi rho omicron epsilon rho alpha sigma, epsilon tau epsilon iota alpha sigma, mu eta kappa omicron sigma, eta nu kappa omicron iota mu omega mu, epsilon nu omicron sigma. Agamemnon, 2. This usage is essential to rhythm. It is of course possible for every foot in the line to exhibit a caesura, but one in the midst is necessary to prevent the line from falling into pieces. That coextension of word and foot which is naturally frequent must at one point be emphatically excluded, so that the whole line may be felt as a single rhythmical whole. Such lines as tau alpha epsilon tau eta nu alpha xi, lambda epsilon gamma epsilon iota, kappa alpha lambda eta nu, epsilon iota nu alpha iota, pi omicron lambda iota nu. Or omicron delta epsilon sigma sigma epsilon omega sigma, delta omicron epsilon lambda omicron iota, mu alpha chi omicron epsilon mu epsilon nu omicron iota, tau alpha chi alpha, are utterly impossible. The first falls into 6 scraps and the second into 2 mere lumps of equal length. If a breach of the rule ever occurs, it is for a special reason. When Sophocles Ed. Tyr. 738 writes, letter 1 F66, zeta epsilon letter 1 FE6, tau iota mu omicron epsilon delta, rho letter 1 FB6, sigma alpha iota, beta epsilon beta omicron epsilon lambda epsilon sigma alpha iota, pi epsilon rho iota. The dragging rhythm well represents the dawning dread of Oedipus. But the main caesura may be dispensed with if the third foot ends with an elision, apparently because, if the word could be written in full, the fourth foot would be divided between 2 words. Thus, chi alpha letter 1 FD6 rho, omicron letter 1 F50, gamma letter 1 F70, rho letter 1 F10 chi theta alpha iota rho omega sigma, letter 1 F00 pi omega lambda epsilon sigma alpha sigma delta, letter 1 F10 mu epsilon, Alcestis, 179. Zeta eta tau, omicron letter 1 Fe6, sigma iota tau, letter 1 F78, nu tau epsilon kappa omicron nu tau, letter 1 F10 gamma letter 1 F7c, delta letter 1 F72, delta iota alpha phi epsilon rho omega, Heracles, 76. The other rule is that generally called the rule of the final cretic. It is most simply stated thus: if there is a caesura in the 5th foot, that foot must be an iambus, e.g. mu eta mu epsilon sigma tau upsilon gamma eta sigma letter 1 fc3 sigma omicron epsilon chi epsilon kappa omega nu gamma alpha rho alpha gamma gamma epsilon lambda omega. Troeds, 710. Tau omicron nu tau omicron epsilon delta epsilon nu epsilon kappa rho omicron nu omicron epsilon kappa alpha theta alpha pi tau omicron nu alpha nu lambda iota pi omicron iota sigma, ibid. 738. This rule does not exclude from the first half of the foot long monosyllables, which are in meaning and syntax closely connected with the cretic word or words. Thus tau letter 1 ff6 nu sigma omega mu alpha tau omega nu is a quite correct ending, but not tau omicron epsilon tau omega nu sigma omega mu alpha tau omega nu. Subjoined is a scheme of the iambic verse as written by the tragedians. The writers of comedy allowed themselves licenses with which we are not here concerned. Euripides is much fonder of resolved feet than Aeschylus or Sophocles. 1 is Section Roman 3, the trochaic tetrameter. Under this head, we shall deal only with trochees as used in dialogue. Originally, all dialogue was written in this meter, and they sometimes appear in extant plays when the situation is too hurried or excited for iambics, though not agitated enough for lyrical dialogue. These passages are not usually long, and it is interesting to note that the longest are found in the 2 most melodramatic plays, Orestes and Iphigenia at Aulis. The meter is always the trochaic tetrameter catalctic, sometimes called the trochaic octonarius, that is, a line consisting of 8 feet, mostly trochees, with catalexis. Catalxis occurs when the last foot of a line has not its full number of syllables, the remainder being filled by a pause in delivery. Pure trochaic verses are occasionally to be found. Cap alpha tau alpha, pi omega sigma alpha phi iota cap omicron mu epsilon sigma theta alpha, delta epsilon upsilon rho omicron, tau alpha upsilon tau alpha mu eta chi alpha nu omega ion, 548. 8. The mark means that there is a pause equivalent in length to a short syllable. It is often found in the scansion of lyrics, and there one also at times uses symbol 32d, symbol 32d, which mean pauses equivalent to 2, 3, and 4 short syllables respectively. As in iambics, the last syllable may be short by nature. Omicron upsilon chi iota, sigma omega phi rho omicron nu, epsilon iota nu gamma epsilon pi, epsilon mu psi epsilon, delta epsilon upsilon rho omicron, sigma, eta delta iota omicron sigma, delta alpha mu alpha ra Heracles. This meter is plainly analogous to Tennyson, S. Dreary gleams about the moorland, flying over Locksley Hall. But such purely trochaic lines are rare. Other feet are usually admitted, especially the spondee. Beta lambda epsilon psi omicron nu, epsilon iota sigma, eta mu alpha sigma, iota nu, alpha rho chi alpha sigma, tau omega nu lambda omicron gamma, omega nu tau alpha upsilon tau alpha sigma, lambda alpha beta omega, if all. 320. Spondees may occur only in the second, fourth, or sixth foot. The tribrach also is often employed by Euripides. Psi eta phi omicron nu, alpha mu phi eta mu omega nu pi omicron lambda iota tau alpha sigma, epsilon pi iota, phi omicron nu letter 1 ff3, theta epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, chi rho epsilon, omega nya Orestes. Epsilon upsilon tau upsilon chi, epsilon iota sigma delta, eta mu epsilon iota sigma epsilon sigma, omicron mu epsilon theta alpha, tau alpha lambda lambda alpha delta, omicron upsilon lambda epsilon gamma, omicron upsilon sigma, omicron mu omega sigma, if tor. 1232. The fifth foot is the favorite place for the tribrach, and next to that the first. Chi rho omicron nu iota omicron sigma, alpha lambda lambda omicron mu omega sigma tau alpha chi iota sigma tau alpha, kappa alpha kappa omicron sigma epsilon phi, omega rho alpha theta eta phi iota lambda, omicron iota sigma Orestes. Euripides, late in his career, introduced a good deal of license, here as elsewhere. Firstly, tribrachs become far more frequent and occur in unusual places. Alpha nu omicron sigma iota omicron sigma pi epsilon phi upsilon kappa alpha sigma, alpha lambda lambda omicron upsilon pi alpha tau rho iota delta omicron sigma, omega sigma sigma upsilon pi omicron lambda epsilon mu iota omicron sigma phonacy. To place a resolved foot practically at the end of the line is bold. The meter is shaken almost to pieces. Here, as in other respects, Euripides points forward to the conversational manner of the new comedy. But he goes further and allows feet hitherto not found in trochaics, the anapaest and the dactyl. The latter, however, is extremely rare and employed only with proper names. Sigma upsilon gamma gamma omicron nu tau, pi upsilon lambda alpha delta, eta nu tau epsilon, tau omicron nu tau alpha delta, epsilon xi upsilon nu delta rho, omega nu tau alpha, mia omicron eta, Orestes, 1535. Epsilon iota sigma alpha rho, iota phi iota gamma epsilon nu, epsilon iota alpha nu, epsilon lambda epsilon nu eta sigma, nu omicron sigma tau omicron sigma, eta nu pi epsilon pi rho, omega mu epsilon nu omicron sigma if all. 882. The anapaest is commoner. There is a proper name instance in the line just quoted. Omega sigma nu, iota cap epsilon tau epsilon upsilon sigma, omega mu epsilon, sigma omega sigma alpha iota, tau omicron gamma epsilon delta iota kappa alpha iota omicron nu, omega delta epsilon chi epsilon iota Orestes. 797. Kappa alpha iota, sigma upsilon, mu eta tau epsilon rho, alpha theta epsilon mu iota tau, omicron nu sigma omicron iota, mu eta tau rho omicron sigma, omicron mu alpha zeta, epsilon iota nu kappa alpha rho alpha phone. There is no rule as to caesura. The end of the fourth foot regularly coincides with the end of a word. Such an arrangement is named diaeresis. In all extant tragedy, only one certain exception to this rule is found. Epsilon iota delta omicron kappa, epsilon iota, sigma tau epsilon iota chi, omega mu epsilon nu, omega gamma epsilon nu alpha iota omicron nu, epsilon iota rho eta kappa omega sigma epsilon pi, omicron sigma, philoctetes. Since Dionysus is practically always found in so many hundreds of lines, being preserved even in the loosest writing of Euripides, why should we regard the recognized trochaic verse as in unity? Why not write, e.g., Omicron letter 1F50, gamma letter 1F70, rho letter 1F02 nu, xi upsilon mu beta alpha letter 1FD6, mu epsilon nu letter 1F04 lambda lambda omega sigma, letter 1F22, pi letter 1F76, tau omicron letter 1FD6, sigma epsilon letter 1F30, rho eta mu epsilon nu omicron iota sigma. Letter 1F65 sigma tau, letter 1F10 mu letter 1F72, sigma kappa eta pi tau rho omega nu, kappa rho alpha tau omicron letter 1Fe6, nu tau alpha tau letter 1Fc6 sigma delta, letter 1F04 nu alpha kappa tau, epsilon letter 1F36, nu alpha iota chi theta omicron nu omicron sigma, phonacy, 590 SQ. If the line falls into two clearly marked halves, why not show this to the eye? There is no unanswerable objection to doing so. The passage above corresponds exactly in rhythmical form to much English verse, e.g., art is long and time is fleeting, and our hearts, though stout and brave, still, like muffled drums, are beating funeral marches to the grave. The practice in English is to break up the long trochaic line into two when the words at the Dionysus rhyme, as in the above passage from Longfellow, but not to do so when the only rhymes occur at the catalectic foot. We print the opening of another poem by Longfellow thus. In the marketplace of Bruges stands the belfry old and brown, thrice consumed and thrice rebuilded, still it watches o'er the town. In Greek, there is, of course, no rhyme scheme to settle this, but the regular catalexis is felt to mark off separate units. The entire question depends upon personal fancy, though the instance from the Philoctetes shows that Sophocles at any rate regarded the whole octonarius as the unit. Subjoined is the scheme. 1 is Section Roman 4, the anapaestic meter. Whereas iambics and trochaics were declaimed by the actors, anapaests were used mostly by the chorus and were chanted in recitative. They are found when the chorus move into the orchestra or salute the entrance of a new character. Most tragedies end with a brief anapaestic system, executed by the singers as they depart. The most usual line is a tetrapody, that is, a verse of 4 feet. Tau iota sigma upsilon pi rho omicron sigma, mu epsilon lambda alpha theta rho omicron iota sigma, tau iota sigma upsilon tau letter 1Fc3 delta epsilon pi omicron lambda epsilon iota sigma. Alcestis, 29. But lines consisting of anapaests alone are very uncommon. The spondee is often found. Omicron upsilon kappa eta rho kappa, epsilon sigma omicron iota, mu omicron rho omicron nu alpha delta mu eta tau omicron upsilon, Alcestis, 32. Dactyls also are frequent. Sigma phi eta lambda alpha nu tau, iota tau epsilon chi nu letter 1Fc3, nu epsilon nu delta epsilon pi iota, tau letter 1Fc3 delta alpha epsilon, ibid. 34. No other foot is admitted, but each of these three may occur at any place in the line. Besides the tetrapody, we find now and then a dipody, or verse of 2 feet. Anapaestic systems are invariably closed by a catalectic verse. Alpha epsilon tau eta, pi rho omicron theta alpha nu epsilon iota nu, pi epsilon lambda iota omicron upsilon, pi alpha iota sigma macron, ibid. 37. In systems of considerable length, such lines occur at intervals. They are called paromiacs. Section V. Lyrics. The meters of Greek songs form a difficult and complicated study. So long as we do not know the music composed for them, the scansion of lyrics must remain a more difficult and doubtful question than that of the iambics, episodic trochaics, and anapaests. The best preparation for their study is the habit of reading iambics and trochaics with correct quantities and natural emphasis. Let us, so prepared, address ourselves to the following passage from the Agamemnon 975 SQQ. Tau iota pi tau epsilon mu omicron iota tau omicron delta. Letter 1 F14 mu pi epsilon delta omicron u, delta epsilon letter 1 F d6, mu alpha, pi rho omicron sigma tau alpha tau eta rho iota omicron u, cap alpha rho delta iota alpha sigma, tau epsilon rho alpha sigma cap omicron epsilon, pi omicron tau, letter 1 F b6 tau alpha iota. Mu alpha, nu tau, iota pi omicron lambda, epsilon, letter 1 F d6 delta. Letter 1 F00 kappa epsilon lambda epsilon upsilon sigma tau omicron sigma, letter 1 F04 mu iota sigma theta omicron sigma, letter 1 F00 omicron iota delta alpha. Omicron letter 1 F50 delta. Letter 1 F00 pi omicron pi tau epsilon sigma alpha iota. Delta iota kappa alpha nu, delta epsilon sigma kappa rho iota tau omega nu, letter 1 F40 nu epsilon iota rho alpha tau omega nu, theta alpha rho sigma omicron sigma, epsilon letter 1 F50. Pi epsilon iota theta letter 1 F72, sigma letter 1 F35 zeta epsilon iota, phi rho epsilon nu letter 1 F78, sigma phi iota lambda omicron u. Theta rho omicron u omicron u. Chi rho omicron u omicron sigma, delta epsilon tau omicron iota, pi rho upsilon mu nu eta sigma iota omega nu, xi upsilon nu epsilon mu beta omicron lambda alpha letter 1 FD6, sigma psi alpha mu mu iota alpha sigma, letter 1 F10 xi, letter 1 F00, kappa tau, letter 1 FB6, sigma beta epsilon beta eta kappa epsilon u. Epsilon letter 1 F56 theta, letter 1 F51 pi. Letter 1 F34 lambda iota omicron u, letter 1 F66 rho tau omicron, nu alpha epsilon beta alpha tau alpha sigma, sigma tau rho alpha tau omicron sigma. It soon becomes plain that the passage is, at any rate in the main trochaic. The first two lines scan easily, ending with a catalectic foot. We note that the third seems to drag at the end. Kappa alpha rho delta iota alpha sigma, tau epsilon rho alpha sigma kappa omicron pi, omicron upsilon pi omicron tau alpha iota. For we remember that in the trochaic octonarius, the last complete foot is never a spondee. But in the fourth line, we are quite baffled. Mu alpha nu tau iota pi, omicron lambda epsilon iota, delta, alpha cap epsilon lambda epsilon upsilon sigma tau, omicron sigma. Anapaests are very rare in trochaics, iambi unknown. That the iambus should never replace the trochee is quite natural. It would be hideous rhythm, in the first line of Locksley Hall, instead of comrades, leave me here a little, to write draga-ons, leave me. The foot omicron brev lambda epsilon letter 1 FD1 cannot be right. The line seems hopeless, or rather, if we have any knowledge of Homeric and Virgilian meter, we recognize something like the dactylic hexameter. Mu alpha nu tau iota pi omicron lambda, epsilon iota delta alpha cap epsilon lambda, epsilon upsilon sigma tau omicron sigma, alpha mu iota sigma theta omicron sigma, alpha omicron iota delta alpha. But is such a passage possible in a trochaic passage written for Greek music? It is known that in Greek music the notes corresponded closely to the syllables. Music composed for trochees will certainly be in 3/8 time, for dactyls in 4/8 time. All these feet should have 3 beats, not 4. The next two lines are plainly similar to the first and second. In the 7th line we first wonder why, though we are in the midst of a grammatical sentence, the words should begin farther to the right than is usual, as if for a new paragraph. When we try to scan, we find once more the iambus difficulty. Theta alpha rho sigma omicron sigma, epsilon upsilon pi epsilon iota theta, epsilon sigma iota zeta. If we work backwards from the end, omicron sigma, phi iota lambda omicron u, theta rho omicron u gives the familiar trochaic octonarius ending. But the middle of the line has fallen to pieces, and for the present we leave it. The 8th line seems at first more familiar. Is it not the ordinary iambic scenarius of section Roman 2? But where is the caesura? And can we suddenly insert an iambic line into a trochaic system? Is it then possible after all to scan it as some kind of trochaics? Begin at the end. Ipsilon symbol threserifov, mia symbol threserifov, beta omicron, brev lambda alpha, symbol threserifov, eta symbol threserifov, sigma suits excellently. And if we work backwards, we soon find that the whole would fall readily into trochaics, if only we could ignore the first syllable. Chiro omicron u omicron sigma, delta epsilon, tau omicron iota. Xi upsilon u epsilon mu beta omicron, lambda alpha eta sigma. But why should we ignore it? and why does the line begin farther to the left? The ninth line again offers perplexity in the first half, clearness in the second. Eta cap epsilon mu, epsilon theta pi, iota lambda iota omicron nia. Grown by this time bolder, we attack the first half in detail, working backwards. Letter 1 FB1 sigma beta epsilon is easy. Then letter 1 F10 psi alpha kappa tau, maybe either or, both of which are admissible. We are left with psi symbol 305 alpha symbol 305 mu mu letter 1 FD0, letter 1 FB1 sigma. Reading the whole line over slowly, marking the trochees carefully, we find ourselves somehow dwelling on the last syllable of psi alpha mu mu iota alpha sigma. Why should we? If that syllable were only, all would be well, but it is not. Finally, the 10th and last line is quite easy. Omega rho tau omicron, nu alpha epsilon beta alpha tau alpha sigma. The whole passage then is trochaic, but we have met 4 difficulties. I, the necessity to dwell upon certain syllables, Roman 2, the irrational presence of dactyls, Roman 3, the temptation to ignore the first syllable of chiro omicron nu omicron sigma, Roman 4, the insetting of theta alpha rho sigma omicron sigma. Understanding of these 4 facts will carry us a long way. We take them in order. Our first point indicates that we must revise that division of all syllables into longs of equal value and shorts of equal value, each long being exactly equivalent to 2 shorts, which obtains in iambics. The lyric meters recognize syllables of greater length than, most frequent is the length, equal to. A syllable of this length is therefore admitted in lyric trochaic systems as a whole foot, and investigations, such as we have practiced above, will generally show where such a foot is to be postulated. We can now scan certain portions which we found troublesome. Theta alpha rho sigma omicron sigma, epsilon pi, epsilon iota theta epsilon sigma, iota zeta. Psi alpha mu mu iota alpha sigma, epsilon psi alpha kappa tau. Moreover, as we were suspicious of the final spondi, replacing the expected trochee in the third line, we obtain at any rate a quasi-trochee by scanning thus. Kappa alpha rho delta iota alpha sigma, tau epsilon rho alpha sigma kappa omicron pi upsilon pi omicron tau alpha eta. This prolongation of a syllable is called tau omicron nu eta, stretching. Such a syllable may fill a foot, as in trochaics, and this rhythm is said to be syncopated. Next comes the dactylic fourth line, which introduces another vital rule. Trochaic systems admit, not genuine dactyls, but cyclic dactyls. To the long of each foot and to the first short is given less than their usual length. The rhythm is accelerated, so that is equivalent to, and the whole cyclic dactyl marked, is equivalent to a trochee. Whenever we see a number of apparent dactyls, we must examine the whole passage to find whether it is trochaic or not. Trochaic systems which contain cyclic dactyls are called logoetic. The present line, then, being trochaic, we feel the same doubt of the final spondi, which would equal, not as it should, which we felt in the third line and scan the whole. Mu alpha nu tau iota pi omicron lambda, epsilon iota delta alpha cap epsilon lambda, epsilon sigma tau omicron sigma, alpha mu iota sigma theta omicron sigma, alpha omicron iota delta alpha. Our third question touched the first syllable of chiro omicron nu omicron sigma in the 6th line. It is, as a fact, to be regarded as standing outside the metrical line, a kind of prelude, called anacrusis. It is plain that neglect of anacrusis will often throw our scansion out completely. A useful rule can be given. In almost any line, whatever comes before the first long syllable forms an anacrusis. The reason is that the first syllable of a foot must have an ictus, see below, or stress accent, and the foot ictus normally falls on long syllables. It becomes natural then to pronounce the first short or shorts, if any, quickly, and to give the first long the ictus. In this way, the short is felt as a mere preliminary to the line. The anacrusis, however, can be of 3 forms. Its length must be that of the second part of the characteristic foot, for trochees, or for dactyls, and so forth. It is marked off from the first foot by the sign. The 4th point was the insetting of theta alpha rho sigma omicron sigma. It happens in the middle of a grammatical sentence so that there can be no question of an ordinary paragraph. But if it does not point to a break in sense, its only reference can be rhythmical. The whole passage must fall into two distinct rhythmical paragraphs. Let us scan them separately and endeavor to find a reason for this break. Take the first, scanning, marking, and numbering the feet. Tau gota pi tau epsilon, mu omicron iota tau omicron delta, epsilon mu pi epsilon delta omicron nia. Delta epsilon iota mu alpha, pi rho omicron sigma tau alpha tau, eta rho iota, omicron nia 4. Kappa alpha rho delta iota alpha sigma, tau epsilon rho alpha sigma kappa omicron omicron pi omicron tau alpha eta 6. Mu alpha nu tau iota pi omicron lambda, epsilon iota delta alpha kappa epsilon lambda, epsilon sigma tau omicron sigma, alpha mu iota sigma theta omicron sigma, alpha omicron iota delta alpha 6. Omicron delta alpha pi, omicron pi tau sigma, alpha iota, delta iota kappa alpha nia. Delta sigma kappa rho iota tau, omega nu omicron nu epsilon iota rho alpha tau, omega nia. If we examine this to find structural unity, it soon appears. The first pair of lines answers to the last, and line 3 to line 4, in the number of their feet 4 plus 4, 6, 6, 4 plus 4. The correspondence is indicated thus. 4, 4, 6, 6, 4, 4. Each of these masses, it will be noticed, is marked off by the sign. Such a mass is named a sentence or colon, kappa letter 1 ff6 lambda omicron nu, lim, and such a balanced structure of cola is named a period, pi epsilon rho iota omicron delta omicron sigma, circuit. It happens that in the passage just examined, the sentence division always occurs at the end of a word, but this is not invariably so. We proceed now with the second paragraph, the second period as we shall now call it. Theta alpha rho sigma omicron sigma, epsilon pi, epsilon iota theta epsilon sigma, iota zeta epsilon iota, phi rho epsilon nu omicron sigma, phi iota lambda omicron nu, phi rho omicron nu omicron nia. Chi rho omicron nu omicron sigma, delta epsilon, tau omicron iota, pi rho epsilon mu nu eta sigma iota, omega nu psi epsilon nu, epsilon mu beta omicron lambda alpha eta sigma. Psi alpha mu iota alpha sigma, epsilon psi alpha kappa tau alpha sigma, beta epsilon beta eta kappa epsilon nu, epsilon theta epsilon pi, iota lambda iota omicron nia 4. Omega rho tau omicron, nu alpha epsilon beta alpha tau alpha sigma, sigma tau rho alpha tau, omicron sigma. That is 4 plus 4, 6, 4 plus 4, 4. This would be an obviously well-balanced structure, but for the last colon, to which nothing corresponds. Such an extra sentence is called a postlude, letter 1F10 pi letter 1FF3 delta iota kappa omicron nu. Non-corresponding sentences like this are far from rare. They may occur at the beginning of the period, prelude, pi rho omicron letter 1FF3 delta iota kappa omicron nu, in the middle, mesode, mu epsilon sigma omega delta iota kappa omicron nu, or at the end. This very period supplies an example of a mesode as well as of a postlude. The scheme is 4-4-6 mesode, 4-4 postlude. The whole passage, then, consists of two periods connected by meaning and grammar, but, for us, by no more intimate musical bond than the common use of trochees. But the dance and music which accompanied the whole would clearly demonstrate its unity. The end of a period is indicated by. It is necessary now to consider briefly the passage which immediately follows, VV 988 SQQ. Pi epsilon theta omicron mu alpha iota, a letter 1F00 pi, letter 1F40 mu alpha tau omega nu omicron sigma tau omicron nu. Alpha letter 1F50, tau omicron mu alpha rho tau epsilon sigma letter 1F6 for nu tau, letter 1F78 nu delta. Letter 1F04 nu epsilon, lambda epsilon rho alpha sigma, letter 1F45 mu omega sigma, letter 1F51 mu nu letter 1F3 delta epsilon letter 1FD6, theta rho letter 1FC6, nu omicron, nu letter 1F10 rho, ota nu epsilon omicron sigma. Alpha letter 1F50, tau omicron delta iota, delta alpha kappa tau, omicron sigma letter 1F14 sigma omega theta epsilon nu, theta epsilon mu omicron sigma. Omicron letter 1F50, tau letter 1F78, pi letter 1FB6, nu letter 1F14 chi omega nu, letter 1F10 lambda pi iota delta omicron sigma, phi iota lambda omicron nu, theta rho alpha sigma omicron sigma. Sigma pi lambda alpha gamma chi nu alpha delta. Omicron letter 1 F54. Tau omicron iota. Mu alpha tau alpha zeta epsilon iota. Pi rho letter 1 F78. Sigma letter 1 F10 nu delta iota kappa omicron iota sigma. Phi rho epsilon sigma iota nu. Tau epsilon lambda epsilon sigma phi omicron rho omicron iota sigma. Delta iota nu alpha iota sigma. Kappa epsilon kappa lambda omicron upsilon mu epsilon nu omicron nu. Kappa epsilon alpha rho. Epsilon letter 1 F54. Chi omicron, mu alpha iota delta, letter 1 F10 psi, letter 1 F10, mu letter 1 FB6, sigma tau omicron iota, letter 1 F10 lambda pi iota delta omicron sigma, psi epsilon theta eta, pi epsilon sigma epsilon letter 1 FD6, nu letter 1 F10 sigma, mu letter 1 F74, tau epsilon lambda epsilon sigma phi omicron rho omicron u. This is an exact counterpart in syllables, feet, cola, and periods of the first passage. The first is called the strophe, sigma tau rho omicron phi eta, turn. The second, the antistrophe, letter 1 F00 nu tau iota sigma tau rho omicron phi eta, counterturn. The chorus, while singing the one, performed various evolutions about the orchestra, and these were repeated exactly, but in reversed order, while they sang the antistrophe. All these lyrics are so constructed. The normal tragic chorus consists of one or more such pairs, though occasionally the antistrophe is followed by a passage called an epode. The epodes correspond to each other, not to the strophes. This equivalence of strophe and antistrophe is often of value in determining the quantities or the text in one of them. We have now gained some insight into the nature of a Greek choric song, but before proceeding further, it will be well to deepen our impression by taking from the Agamemnon, VV, 160 SQQ. Another, and a simpler, pair of strophes. Zeta epsilon epsilon sigma, letter 1 F45 sigma tau iota sigma pi omicron tau, letter 1 F10 sigma tau iota nu. Epsilon letter 1 F30 tau omicron delta, alpha letter 1 F50, tau letter 1 FF7 phi iota lambda omicron nu, kappa epsilon kappa lambda eta mu epsilon nu letter 1 FF3 tau, omicron letter 1 FE6, tau omicron nu iota nu, pi rho omicron sigma epsilon nu epsilon pi omega. Omicron letter 1 F50, chi letter 1 F14 chi omega, pi rho omicron sigma epsilon iota kappa alpha sigma alpha iota. Pi alpha nu tau, letter 1 F10 pi iota sigma tau alpha theta mu omega mu epsilon nu omicron sigma pi, lambda letter 1 F74, nu delta iota omicron sigma. Epsilon letter 1 F30, tau letter 1 F78, mu alpha tau alpha nu letter 1 F00. Pi letter 1 F78, phi rho omicron nu tau iota delta omicron sigma, letter 1 F04 chi theta omicron sigma, chi rho letter 1 F74, beta alpha lambda, epsilon letter 1 FD6, nu letter 1 F10 tau eta tau epsilon mu omega sigma. Omicron letter 1 F50 delta, letter 1 F45 sigma tau iota sigma, pi alpha rho omicron iota theta epsilon nu, letter 1 F26 nu, mu epsilon gamma alpha sigma. Pi alpha mu alpha, chi letter 1 FF3, theta rho alpha sigma epsilon iota, beta rho epsilon omega nu. Omicron letter 1 F50, delta letter 1 F72, lambda epsilon psi epsilon tau alpha iota, pi rho letter 1 F76, nu letter 1 F64 nu letter 1 F43 sigma. Letter 1 F14 pi epsilon iota tau, letter 1 F14 phi epsilon, tau rho iota alpha kappa tau letter 1 FC6, rho omicron sigma omicron letter 1 F34, chi epsilon tau, alpha iota tau epsilon chi omega nu. Zeta letter 1 FC6, nu alpha delta epsilon tau iota sigma, pi rho omicron phi rho omicron nu omega sigma, letter 1 F10 pi iota nu iota kappa iota alpha, kappa lambda alpha zeta omega nu, tau epsilon psi epsilon tau alpha iota, phi rho epsilon nu letter 1 FF6, nu tau letter 1 F78, pi letter 1 FB6 nu. 6444 Mesode, 464. The chief interest of this subject is the art wherewith the Greek masters accompanied variations of emotion and the like with variations of rhythm. This passage affords a simple and stately example. The heavy opening is followed by the more confident trochees till, at the last line but one, religious rapture in the strophe and the ardor of triumph in the antistrophe burst forth with the leaping cyclic dactyls. We have now become acquainted with three rhythmical masses. The colon, the period, the strophe. Are there others? What is a verse in lyrics? There is no such thing. One must, of course, distinguish between a line and a verse. Lines there must be, that is an affair of the scribe and the printer. Verses are rhythmical units, and there is no rhythmical mass in Greek lyrics between the colon and the period. How then are we to arrange our periods, there being no verse division? The most obvious way is to write each colon as a separate line. The difficulty is that we shall often be compelled to break words. Theta alpha rho sigma omicron sigma, epsilon letter 1F50, pi epsilon iota theta letter 1F72, sigma letter 1F35 zeta epsilon iota, phi rho epsilon nu letter 1F78, sigma phi iota lambda omicron u, theta rho omicron u. Psi alpha mu mu iota alpha sigma, letter 1F10 psi, letter 1F00, kappa tau, letter 1FB6, sigma beta epsilon beta, eta kappa epsilon u. Another method is to let each line run on until we reach a colon ending which coincides with a word ending. Here is no new rhythmical rule. It is purely a question of convenience for the eye. Next, shall we ever write lines of, say, 2 cola, the first of which does close with a word ending? It is natural so to do when to the 2 cola in question there correspond, whether periodically or strophically, 2 cola which must on this system fill one line only. For instance, in Esch. Supplices's 656 we shall write kappa alpha iota, gamma alpha rho, upsilon pi omicron sigma kappa iota omega nu, nu upsilon nu, sigma tau omicron mu alpha tau omega nu, pi omicron tau alpha sigma theta, omega, phi iota lambda omicron tau iota mu omicron sigma, epsilon upsilon chi alpha. Though the first colon ends at the end of letter 1F51 pi omicron sigma kappa iota omega nu, because the corresponding passage of the antistrophe runs kappa alpha iota, gamma epsilon rho alpha rho omicron iota, delta epsilon pi rho epsilon sigma beta, upsilon tau omicron delta omicron kappa omicron iota, gamma epsilon mu omicron u tau, omega nu theta epsilon mu epsilon lambda alpha iota, phi lambda epsilon gamma omicron u tau omega nu. Where the first colon ends inside a word. It is purely a matter of taste whether we give a line to each colon, in which case the drawback is the breaking of words, or continue our line till breaking of words is excluded. The trouble about which method is the reader's difficulty in seeing where some of the cola begin. We must now consider the most vital and difficult portion of our subject. How are we to determine the cola? The colon is the very soul of the rhythm. The period is generally too long for the ear to receive it as one artistic impression. The foot is too short. Moreover, the mere foot too often tends to play one false. Irrational syllables and tau omicron u eta are against us. But the colon is neither too long nor too short. The colon division serves the same purpose as non-commissioned officers in a regiment, or the determination of watersheds in geography. It gives a sense both of grouping and of control. What precisely is a colon? It is as much of a strophe as can be uttered without making a new start. It is the embodiment of rhythm, as the foot is the embodiment of meter. In other words, it is a series of feet bound into a rhythmical unity by the presence of one main ictus. 3 questions then arise. What is an ictus? Roman 2, which is the main ictus of a series. Roman 3, can we with certainty determine the beginning and end of a colon when we have identified the main ictus? Ictus is stress accent. The ictus of any single word is usually obvious. In the word maritime, it falls upon the first syllable, in dragoon upon the second, in cultivation upon the third. In pi alpha nu tau omega nu, lambda epsilon sigma alpha mu epsilon nu omicron iota sigma, and kappa alpha tau alpha pi alpha sigma tau omicron sigma, it falls upon the first, second, and third respectively. Greek meter is based upon quantity, but Greek rhythm, like all other rhythm, is based upon ictus. A strophe can and must be scanned foot by foot on quantity alone. But when we go beyond the foot division to exhibit the structure of the whole, we must refer to ictus and nothing but ictus, for structure is an affair of cola, and the colon is created by the main ictus. Roman 2, among the many word ictuses of a considerable passage, a few will be found which are heavier than the rest. These are simply the ictuses of the most important words. Each of these prominent ictuses gathers the neighboring minor ictuses into a group round itself. We should begin then by fixing some obvious example. 1, that is, where the main ictus is unmistakable, and on this basis attempt, by the help of the correspondences which we expect, to determine other main ictuses. The strophe will thus gradually fall into cola. This leads us at once to our third question. Roman 3, can we with certainty determine the extent of each colon? Unfortunately, no simple invariable rule can be given for the settlement of this vital point. But certain useful principles may be mentioned. A well-trained ear is the chief guide. Intelligent and careful reading aloud of an English prose passage will show this. Take first the best-known version of a famous sentence of John Bright. "The angel of death is abroad in the land. You may almost hear the beating of his wings." It is plain that this falls into two rhythmical parts, though we shall not expect them to correspond, since this is prose, not verse. If we set a dash for each syllable and mark the ictuses by one or more dots according to their strength, we find this scheme. It will be noticed that in this superb passage the two periods do, as it happens, correspond in length. "Who hath believed our report, and to whom is the arm of the Lord revealed?" Isaiah Lei 1. So with longer passages, where, however, we shall find at times that our voice quite naturally makes a colon ending in the midst of a grammatical sentence. Therefore let us also, seeing we are compassed about with so great a cloud of witnesses, lay aside every weight, and the sin which doth so easily beset us, and let us run with patience the race that is set before us. Hebrews Roman 12. 1 RV. Observe how, in the last two cola, first the mounting, and then the declining emphasis provide a splendid close. Let us now attempt so to catch the rhythm of a passage from Sophocles, Antigone, 582 SQQ. If set out as prose. Epsilon letter 1 F50, delta alpha iota mu omicron, nu epsilon sigma omicron letter 1 F37, sigma iota kappa alpha kappa letter 1 FF6, nu letter 1 F04 gam epsilon upsilon sigma tau omicron sigma, alpha letter 1 F30, omega nu. Omicron letter 1 F37, sigma gamma letter 1 F70, rho letter 1 F0 to nu, sigma epsilon iota sigma theta letter 1 FC7, theta epsilon nu, delta omicron mu omicron sigma. Letter 1 F04 tau alpha sigma, omicron letter 1 F50, delta letter 1 F72, nu letter 1 F10 lambda lambda epsilon iota pi epsilon iota. Gamma epsilon nu epsilon letter 1 FB6, sigma letter 1 F10, pi letter 1 F76, pi lambda letter 1 FC6, theta omicron sigma letter 1 F15 rho pi omicron nu, letter 1 F45 mu omicron iota omicron nu, letter 1 F65 sigma tau epsilon, pi omicron nu tau iota alpha iota sigma, omicron letter 1 F36 delta, mu alpha delta epsilon sigma pi nu omicron iota sigma, letter 1 F45 tau alpha nu. Theta rho letter 1 FC4, sigma sigma alpha iota nu letter 1 F14 rho epsilon beta omicron sigma, letter 1 F55 phi alpha lambda omicron nu, letter 1 F10, pi iota delta rho alpha mu letter 1 FC3, pi nu omicron alpha letter 1 FD6 sigma. Kappa epsilon lambda iota nu delta epsilon iota, beta epsilon sigma sigma omicron theta epsilon nu, kappa epsilon lambda alpha iota nu letter 1 F70, nu theta letter 1 FD6 nu alpha. Kappa alpha letter 1 F76, delta epsilon sigma alpha nu epsilon mu omicron iota, sigma tau omicron nu letter 1 FF3, beta rho epsilon mu omicron epsilon sigma iota nu, letter 1 F00, nu tau iota pi lambda letter 1 FC6, gamma epsilon, sigma letter 1 F00 kappa tau alpha iota. Letter 1 F00, rho chi alpha letter 1 FD6, alpha tau letter 1 F70, lambda alpha beta delta alpha kappa iota delta letter 1 FB6, nu omicron letter 1 F34, kappa omega, nu letter 1 F41 rho letter 1 FF6, mu alpha iota pi eta mu alpha tau alpha, phi theta iota tau, letter 1 FF6, nu letter 1 F10, pi letter 1 F76 pi eta mu alpha sigma iota, pi iota pi tau omicron nu tau. Omicron letter 1 F50 delta, letter 1 F00 pi alpha lambda lambda alpha sigma sigma epsilon iota, gamma epsilon nu epsilon letter 1 F70, nu gamma epsilon nu omicron sigma, letter 1 F00 lambda lambda, letter 1 F10 rho epsilon iota pi epsilon iota theta, epsilon letter 1 FF6, nu tau iota sigma. Omicron letter 1 F50 delta, letter 1 F14 chi epsilon iota, lambda epsilon sigma iota nu. Nu letter 1 Fe6, nu gamma letter 1 F70, rho letter 1 F10 sigma chi alpha tau alpha sigma, letter 1 F51 pi letter 1 F72, rho letter 1 Fe5 iota z alpha sigma, letter 1 F43, tau epsilon tau alpha tau omicron, phi alpha omicron sigma, letter 1 F10 nu omicron letter 1 F30, delta iota pi omicron upsilon delta omicron mu omicron iota sigma. Cap alpha tau, alpha letter 1 f56, nu iota nu, phi omicron iota nu iota alpha theta, epsilon letter 1 ff6, nu tau letter 1 ff6, nu epsilon rho omega nu letter 1 f00, mu letter 1 fb7, cap omicron nu iota sigma. Lambda omicron gamma omicron upsilon tau, letter 1 f04 nu omicron iota alpha, kappa alpha letter 1 f76, phi rho epsilon nu letter 1 ff6, nu letter 1 f10 rho iota nu epsilon sigma. If we first mark the quantities, ignoring, as we must at first, the possibility of and go over the whole carefully, we soon find that it falls into two corresponding portions. Epsilon letter 1 f50, delta alpha iota mu omicron nu epsilon sigma. Letter 1 f00 kappa tau alpha iota is the strophe, letter 1 f00 rho chi alpha letter 1 fd6 alpha. Letter 1 f10 rho iota nu epsilon sigma, the antistrophe. Next we look for rhythmical units. On the one hand, there is the great difficulty that, since we must have both periodic and strophic equivalents, certain cola may take in words not belonging to the same sense groups or grammatical clauses. On the other hand, the fact that we have two great masses which correspond exactly will help us. First, then, we note that epsilon letter 1 f50, delta alpha iota mu omicron nu epsilon sigma. Alpha letter 1 f30, omega nu looks promising, and observing that this points to letter 1 f00, rho chi alpha letter 1 fd6 alpha. Letter 1 f41 rho letter 1 ff6 mu alpha iota as a colon also, and that this is in itself likely, we mark off both these groups. Conversely, at the end of the antistrophe, lambda omicron gamma omicron upsilon. Letter 1 f10 rho iota nu epsilon sigma attracts us, and this is supported by the naturalness of sigma tau omicron nu letter 1 ff3. Letter 1 f00 kappa tau alpha iota at the end of the strophe. Working backwards, and seeing a pause in the punctuation at precisely the same place in both halves, namely, after pi nu omicron alpha letter 1 fd6 sigma and delta omicron mu omicron iota sigma, we assume that cap epsilon lambda iota nu delta epsilon iota. Delta epsilon sigma alpha nu epsilon mu omicron iota and cap alpha tau, alpha letter 1 f56, cap omicron nu iota sigma are correspondent masses, but each is too long, 16 syllables, to be pronounced as a unit. We soon perceive that cap epsilon lambda iota nu delta epsilon iota. Cap epsilon lambda alpha iota nu alpha nu, theta letter 1 fd6 nu alpha. Delta epsilon sigma alpha nu epsilon mu omicron iota, cap alpha tau, alpha letter 1 f56. Tau letter 1 ff6 nu epsilon rho tau epsilon rho omega nu. Cap omicron nu iota sigma are all separate cola. Going backwards again, we find that letter 1 f10 pi iota delta rho alpha mu letter 1 fc3, pi nu omicron alpha letter 1 fd6 sigma, and omicron letter 1 f30, delta iota pi omicron upsilon delta omicron mu omicron iota sigma, letter 1 f55 phi alpha lambda omicron nu. Pi nu omicron alpha letter 1 fd6 sigma and phi alpha omicron sigma, delta omicron mu omicron iota sigma, theta rho letter 1 fc4 sigma sigma alpha iota nu. Pi nu omicron alpha letter 1 fd6 sigma and letter 1 fe5 iota zeta alpha sigma. Delta omicron mu omicron iota sigma, and indeed longer masses still, all give a metrical correspondence. Which pair are we to select? Omicron letter 1 f36 delta mu alpha. Pi nu omicron alpha letter 1 fd6 sigma equals nu letter 1 fe6 nu. Delta omicron mu omicron iota sigma is too long. Letter 1 f10 pi iota delta rho alpha mu letter 1 fc3, pi nu omicron alpha letter 1 fd6 sigma equals omicron letter 1 f30 delta iota pi omicron upsilon delta omicron mu omicron iota sigma is too short, for we seek the longest unit which is convenient. We therefore mark off omicron letter 1 f36 delta mu alpha, letter 1 f45 tau alpha nu letter 1 fe6 nu, letter 1 f51 pi epsilon rho, theta rho letter 1 fc4 sigma sigma alpha iota nu, pi nu omicron alpha letter 1 fd6 sigma, letter 1 fe5 iota zeta alpha sigma, delta omicron mu omicron iota sigma as cola. The same method will give us letter 1 f45 mu omicron iota omicron nu. Pi omicron nu tau iota alpha iota sigma, and theta epsilon letter 1 ff6 nu, lambda epsilon sigma iota nu. Then we find ourselves left with omicron letter 1 f37 sigma gamma alpha rho, letter 1 f15 rho pi omicron nu, and pi eta mu alpha tau alpha. Letter 1 f10 rho epsilon iota pi epsilon iota, which we divide after letter 1 F0 4 tau alpha sigma and pi iota pi tau omicron u tau. At last, we can set out the passage according to its structure. The strophe runs thus. Epsilon upsilon delta alpha iota mu omicron u epsilon sigma, omicron iota sigma iota kappa alpha kappa, omega nu alpha gamma epsilon upsilon sigma tau omicron sigma, alpha iota omega nya. Omicron iota sigma gamma alpha rho, alpha nu sigma epsilon iota sigma theta, letter 1 FC3, theta epsilon omicron, theta epsilon nu delta omicron mu omicron sigma, alpha tau alpha sigma. Omicron epsilon delta epsilon nu, epsilon lambda lambda epsilon iota pi, epsilon iota, gamma epsilon nu epsilon alpha sigma epsilon pi iota, pi lambda to theta omicron sigma, epsilon rho pi omicron u. Omicron mu omicron iota omicron u, omega sigma tau epsilon, pi omicron u tau iota alpha iota sigma. Omicron iota delta mu alpha, delta epsilon sigma pi nu omicron, omicron iota sigma, omicron tau, alpha nya. Theta rho eta sigma sigma, alpha iota sigma iota nu, epsilon rho epsilon beta omicron sigma, upsilon phi alpha lambda omicron u, epsilon pi iota delta rho alpha mu, letter 1 FC3, pi nu omicron alpha iota sigma. Kappa upsilon lambda iota nu delta epsilon iota, beta upsilon sigma sigma omicron, theta epsilon nu, kappa epsilon lambda, alpha iota nu alpha nu. Theta iota nu alpha, kappa alpha iota delta upsilon sigma, alpha nu epsilon mu omicron iota. Sigma tau omicron nu, letter 1 FF3, beta rho epsilon mu, omicron upsilon sigma iota nu, alpha nu tau iota pi lambda eta gamma epsilon sigma, alpha kappa tau alpha iota. There are two periods. I Roman 266, 446 mesode, 4 of 4. To this the antistrophe of course corresponds, though here and there an irrational long corresponds to a short, e.g. epsilon letter 1 FD1 pi epsilon symbol 350 iota to epsilon rho pi omicron u. The last syllable of pi eta mu alpha tau alpha is lengthened by the following phi theta. It should be noted that this scheme differs somewhat from that given in Jeb's edition of the Antigone, pp. LXI. SQ. One reader's ear differs from that of another, hence the frequent divergencies to be observed between editors in the arrangement of many lyrics. B. The ancient writer Aristoxenus gives certain rules as to the maximum length of cola. They may be stated as follows. I. There are three types of colon, the equal, the unequal, and the quinquepartite. The equal cola are the dipody of 1 plus 1 feet, the tetrapody of 2 plus 2. The unequal are the tripody of 2 plus 1, and the hexapody of 4 plus 2. The quinquepartite is the pentapody of 3 plus 2. Roman 2, equal cola must not be of greater length than 16 shorts. Therefore we may have a dipody of any foot, and a tetrapody of any save those of more than 4 shorts in value. That is, e.g. a dipody of cretix, is allowed, but not a tetrapody of that foot, which would give 5 times 4 equals 20 shorts. Roman 3, unequal cola may have the length of 18 shorts. A tripody, therefore, of any foot is allowed, but a hexapody of trochees only. A hexapody of spondees would give 4 times 6 equals 24 shorts. Roman 4, quinquepartite cola may extend to the value of 25 shorts. Pentapodies are therefore possible of trochees, dactyls, spondees, and 5-time feet. C. Certain detailed hints may be added. I. The tetrapody is the most frequent length, the pentapody the rarest. Roman 2, the end of a colon is often indicated in dactyls by a spondee, in trochees by a single long syllable, whether or. Roman 3, in any one period there is a tendency to conformity in length. If 6 plus 5 plus 4 and 6 plus 6 plus 4 are prima facie equally possible, the latter is as a rule to be preferred. In spite of the difference in sum total, 6 plus 6 plus 4 equals 16. 6 plus 5 plus 4 equals 15. This question often arises because of the possibility of tau omicron nu eta. It has to be decided whether, e.g., pi alpha nu tau omicron sigma at the close of a colon is to be scanned as 2 feet or 1. Pi alpha nu tau omicron sigma, or pi alpha nu tau omicron sigma. It is now time to offer an account of the various feet used in lyrics. A. Trochees. With these we are now familiar. This foot is often called a chori, chores with anacrusis being ambi, without anacrusis trochees. The trochee is the most frequent foot in lyrics. Such systems express ordinary strong interest. Whenever more definite emotion is to be conveyed, either cyclic dactyls are introduced or a change is made to some other meter. Kappa omicron lambda chi iota delta omicron sigma, tau epsilon gamma letter 1 fb6 sigma letter 1 f14 nu omicron iota kappa omicron iota, pi alpha rho theta epsilon nu omicron iota, mu alpha chi alpha sigma letter 1 f04 tau rho epsilon sigma tau omicron iota, prom. Vinctus, 415. So in English. Then upon one knee uprising, Hiawatha aimed an arrow. Longfellow. Resolution into tribrax is frequent. E alpha rho alpha beta iota alpha sigma, tau alpha rho epsilon iota omicron u, alpha nu theta omicron sigma. Prom. Vinctus, 420. Anacrusis is common. B dactyls. These are found pure, or mingled with spondees or quasitrochees. They are often employed to express excitement and awe. Letter 1 f66 delta iota, letter 1 f78, sigma letter 1 f01, delta upsilon epsilon pi letter 1 f72, sigma phi alpha tau iota. Tau iota sigma pi omicron tau epsilon tau letter 1 fb6, sigma pi omicron lambda upsilon chi rho upsilon sigma omicron upsilon, pi upsilon theta letter 1 ff6, nu omicron sigma letter 1 f00 gamma lambda alpha alpha sigma, letter 1 f14 beta alpha sigma. Ed. Tier. 151. A macron. Anacrusis is found, as in the second line above and in Medea, 635. Sigma tau epsilon rho gamma omicron iota, delta epsilon mu epsilon, sigma omega phi rho omicron sigma epsilon nu, alpha delta omega rho eta mu alpha, kappa alpha lambda lambda iota sigma tau, omicron nu theta epsilon, omega nia macron. The tetrapody without spondees or catalexis gives an exquisite heaving effect in Soph. Electra, 147-9. Letter 1 f00 lambda lambda. Letter 1 f10 mu epsilon gamma. Letter 1 f01 sigma tau omicron nu omicron epsilon sigma sigma. Letter 1 f04 rho alpha rho epsilon nu, phi rho epsilon nu alpha sigma. Letter 1 f03, letter 1 f34 tau epsilon nu, alpha letter 1 f30. Letter 1 f72, nu letter 1 f34 tau epsilon nu, letter 1 f40 lambda omicron phi epsilon rho epsilon tau alpha iota. Letter 1 f44 rho nu iota sigma, letter 1 f00 tau epsilon zeta omicron mu epsilon nu alpha. Delta iota, letter 1 f78, sigma letter 1 f04 gamma gamma epsilon lambda omicron sigma. Ariel's lines in The Tempest, vi. Merrily, merrily, shall I live now, under the blossom that hangs on the bough. Are dactylic tetrapodies with catalexis. C. Spondees. It is not certain that these are used as a base, though as a variant in anapaestic and dactylic meter they are common. If, tor, 123.5 may be taken as spondees. Epsilon letter 1 f50, phi alpha mu epsilon letter 1 fd6, tau letter 1 f66, pi omicron u tau omicron epsilon, delta iota, sigma sigma letter 1 f70, sigma sigma epsilon gamma chi omega rho omicron epsilon sigma alpha sigma, pi epsilon tau rho alpha sigma, letter 1 f00 xi epsilon iota nu omicron epsilon, nu alpha iota omicron nu tau epsilon sigma. But they may be quasi-anapaests, the whole passage which they introduce being an anapaestic entrance march, though heavily spondaic. Ion, 125.7. Letter 1 f66 pi alpha iota alpha nu. Letter 1 f66 pi alpha iota alpha nu epsilon letter 1 f50, alpha iota omega nu. Epsilon letter 1 f50, alpha iota omega, nu epsilon letter 1 f34 eta sigma. Letter 1 f66 lambda alpha tau omicron letter 1 fe6, sigma pi alpha letter 1 fd6. Is scanned by Dr. J. H. Schmidt as molossi, a molossus being. Spondaic systems are scarcely to be found in English. D. Credix. This foot is rare. It generally expresses piteous agitation. Phi rho omicron u tau iota sigma omicron u. Kappa alpha letter 1 f76. Gamma epsilon nu omicron letter 1 fe6. Pi alpha nu delta iota kappa meg sigma. Epsilon letter 1 f50. Sigma epsilon beta letter 1 f74 sigma pi rho omicron psi epsilon nu omicron sigma tau. Letter 1 f70. Nu phi epsilon gamma alpha delta alpha. Mu letter 1 f74. Pi rho omicron delta. Letter 1 ff7 sigma. Tau letter 1 f70. nu letter 1 F15 kappa alpha theta epsilon nu, letter 1 F10, kappa beta omicron lambda alpha letter 1 FD6, sigma delta epsilon sigma theta epsilon omicron iota sigma, letter 1 F40 rho mu epsilon nu alpha nu, ish. Supplices, 418 SQQ. Few critics are found in English, though Tennyson's brief poem The Oak is written entirely in this meter, e.g. All his leaves fallen at length, look, he stands, trunk and bough naked strength. Most English verse of cretic appearance is shown by the context to be trochaic with alternate tau omicron nu eta. So in A Midsummer Night's Dream, Roman 2. I. Over hill, over dale, thorough bush, thorough briar, over park, over pale, thorough flood, thorough fire. Which is followed by I do wander everywhere swifter than the moon's sphere, etc. We are forbidden to view the Greek critics given above in the same way, by the resolved feet. If we scan phi rho omicron nu tau iota sigma omicron nu kappa alpha, letter 1 F76 gamma, epsilon nu omicron, letter 1 Fe6 pi alpha nu delta iota kappa omega sigma, as this method will give us in the fourth line, where the second foot is impossible, can take the place of, but never of. Bacchiacs. This curious foot consists of the system being invariably introduced by anacrusis. Bacchiacs are regularly associated with dochmiacs, see below. They express strong emotion, generally mingled with perplexity or vacillation. Resolved feet are therefore often found. Tau iota sigma, letter 1 F00 chi omega. Tau iota sigma, letter 1 F40 delta mu alpha, pi rho omicron sigma epsilon pi tau alpha mu, letter 1 F00 phi epsilon gamma gamma eta sigma. Prom. Vinctus, 115. Sigma tau epsilon nu alpha zeta omega. Tau iota, letter 1 Fe5 epsilon psi omega. Gamma epsilon lambda, letter 1 Ff6 mu alpha iota, pi omicron lambda iota tau alpha iota sigma. Letter 1 F14 pi alpha theta omicron u, letter 1 F66 delta epsilon sigma omicron iota sigma tau alpha. Eumenides, 788 SQ. Ye storm winds of autumn, who rush by, who shake the window and ruffle the gleam-lighted lake. M. Arnold. A symbol 3-2D. But it should be noted that, though Bacchiac scansion seems soundest for the above, storm winds, for instance, has two ictuses. The poet probably meant the lines for dactylic dipodes with anacrusis. Storm winds of thus would be an accentual dactyl, but that would slur winds unduly. F. Ionics. These are formed by, when anacrusis is found, the usual form, the foot is often called Ionicus a minor, i.e., otherwise it is called Ionicus a major. Kappa upsilon alpha, nu omicron, letter 1 Fe6, nu delta, letter 1 F44 mu alpha sigma iota, lambda epsilon sigma sigma omega nu, phi omicron nu iota omicron epsilon, delta epsilon rho gamma mu alpha, delta rho alpha kappa omicron nu tau omicron sigma, pi omicron lambda epsilon chi epsilon iota rho, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, pi omicron lambda epsilon nu alpha epsilon tau alpha sigma, sigma epsilon rho iota omicron nu theta, letter 1 F05 rho mu alpha. Delta iota omega kappa omega nu, Percy, 81 SQ. Is macron. A strange variant is, the variation is called anaclasis, breaking up. Thus the above passage proceeds. Letter 1 F10 pi alpha gamma epsilon iota, delta omicron epsilon rho iota kappa lambda epsilon tau omicron iota sigma, letter 1 F00 nu delta rho alpha sigma iota, tau omicron psi omicron delta alpha mu nu omicron nu, letter 1 F04 rho eta. Macron. Ionics are employed to express strong excitement governed by confident courage. The first lyric of the Percy begins with a splendid example. It is sung by the Persian counselors in expectation of Xerxes' triumph and makes a strong contrast with the piteous rhythms of the close. This poem should be studied carefully in comparison with another in the same meter, the opening of the first chorus in the Bacchae, VV. 64 SQQ. Letter 1 F00 sigma iota alpha sigma, letter 1 F00, pi letter 1 F78, gamma alpha iota alpha sigma, letter 1 F31, epsilon rho letter 1 F78, nu tau mu letter 1 FF6, lambda omicron nu letter 1 F00 mu epsilon iota psi alpha sigma alpha, theta omicron alpha zeta omega beta, rho omicron mu iota letter 1 FF3, pi omicron nu, letter 1 F21 delta epsilon nu, kappa alpha mu alpha tau omicron nu tau. Epsilon letter 1 F50, kappa alpha mu alpha tau omicron nu. beta alpha kappa chi iota omicron nu, epsilon letter 1 F50, alpha zeta omicron mu, epsilon nu alpha. Tau iota sigma, letter 1 F41 delta letter 1 FF7. Tau iota sigma, letter 1 F41 delta letter 1 FF7. Tau iota sigma, mu epsilon lambda alpha theta rho omicron iota sigma. Letter 1 F14 kappa tau omicron pi omicron sigma, letter 1 F14 sigma tau omega. Sigma tau omicron mu alpha tau. Epsilon letter 1 F54, phi eta mu omicron nu letter 1 F05 pi alpha sigma, letter 1 F10 xi omicron sigma iota omicron epsilon sigma theta omega tau, letter 1 F70, nu omicron mu iota sigma theta epsilon u tau alpha, gamma letter 1 F70, rho letter 1 F00, epsilon letter 1 F76, delta iota omicron u epsilon sigma omicron u, letter 1 F51 mu nu to sigma omega. Macron, macrons macron, 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 macron. 1, 2, 3 mesode, 2, 2, 2, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3 mesode 2, 2. This song of the Bacchantes, like that of the Persians, expresses both excitement and confidence. Both are magnificent, and the meter is the same. But the difference is unmistakable. It lies in the rhythm. In Aeschylus, the practically unvaried rhythm and the gorgeous language give to such a passage as pi omicron lambda epsilon chi epsilon iota rho, kappa alpha, letter 1 F76, pi omicron lambda epsilon u alpha epsilon tau alpha sigma, sigma epsilon rho iota omicron u theta, letter 1 F05 rho mu alpha, delta iota omega kappa omega nu, in almost intolerable weight and austere pomp. Euripides, by use of the doubly lengthened syllable, by varying the extent of his cola, and by the irrationality of the penultimate foot, has, within the limits of the same meter, produced a sense of exotic beauty and urgency, a thrill of wildness as well as of awe. G. choriambics, these consist of anacrusis is not found. Delta epsilon iota nu letter 1 F70, mu letter 1 F72, nu omicron letter 1 F56 nu. Delta epsilon iota nu letter 1 F70, tau alpha rho alpha sigma sigma epsilon iota, sigma omicron phi letter 1 F78, sigma omicron letter 1 F30, omega nu omicron theta epsilon tau alpha sigma omicron letter 1 F54 tau, epsilon delta omicron kappa omicron letter 1 Fe6 nu tau, omicron letter 1 F54 tau, letter 1 F00 pi omicron phi alpha sigma kappa omicron nu theta, letter 1 F45 tau iota. Lambda epsilon psi omega delta, letter 1 F00 pi omicron rho letter 1 FF6 ed. Tier, SQ. This measure expresses great agitation and perplexity. In the passage just cited they pass into ionics, which indicate a gradual comparative calming of mind. For example, the antistrophe reads, letter 1 F00 lambda lambda, letter 1 F41 mu letter 1 F72, nu omicron letter 1 F56, nu zeta epsilon letter 1 F7a, sigma letter 1 F45 tau, letter 1 F00 pi omicron lambda lambda omega nu, sigma upsilon nu epsilon tau omicron letter 1 F76, kappa alpha, letter 1 F76 tau, letter 1 F70. Beta rho omicron tau letter 1 FF6, nu epsilon letter 1 F30, delta omicron tau epsilon sigma letter 1 F00, nu delta rho letter 1 FF6 nu delta, letter 1 F45 tau iota, mu alpha nu tau iota sigma, pi lambda epsilon omicron nu letter 1 F22. Gamma omega, phi epsilon rho epsilon tau alpha iota, kappa rho iota sigma, omicron letter 1 F50, kappa letter 1 F14 sigma tau iota nu. Letter 1 F00 lambda eta theta eta sigma, sigma omicron, phi iota letter 1 FB3 delta. Letter 1 F02 nu, sigma omicron phi iota alpha nu, pi alpha rho alpha mu epsilon iota psi epsilon iota epsilon nu, letter 1 F00 nu eta rho. Is macron, macron. The late Rupert Brooke left some exquisite experiments in this meter e.g. Ah, not now when desire burns and the wind calls, and the sons of spring Lightfoot dance in the woods, whisper of life, woo me to wayfaring. That is H. Dochmiacs. It is convenient to discuss these here, though the Dochmius is not a foot, but a colon. The rule both of meter and music is that all feet or bars should have the same time value. A trochaic colon may contain, or as well as, but not. Dochmiacs are generally regarded as an exception to this rule. The Dochmius is a colon of which the simplest form is to be divided, e.g. kappa alpha cap omicron rho rho eta mu omicron nu omega nu. The Dachmius is always catalectic, but the anacrusis of 1 serves to complete the trochee of the preceding colon. Phi alpha nu eta tau omega, mu omicron rho omega nu, letter 1 F41, cap alpha lambda lambda iota sigma tau, letter 1 F10, mu letter 1 FF6, nu letter 1 F10, mu omicron letter 1 F76, tau epsilon Romeo iota alpha nu, letter 1 F04 gamma omega nu, letter 1 F01 mu epsilon rho alpha nu, Antigone, 1329 SQ. But this simplest form is not the most frequent, and a considerable sequence is rare. Resolution of 1 or more long syllables is very common. The favorite form is pi epsilon rho iota beta alpha lambda omicron nu, gamma alpha rho, omicron letter 1 F31, pi tau epsilon rho omicron phi omicron rho omicron nu, delta epsilon mu alpha sigma. Agamemnon, 1147. This meter is frequent in passages of lamentation, and as these are extremely numerous, the Dachmiac measure is one of the most important. It is also perhaps the most difficult because of the many varieties admitted. In all, 22 forms are said to be found, though several of these are rare. This great number is due to resolution and irrational long syllables. Thus, letter 1 F30, letter 1 F7C, sigma cap omicron tau omicron upsilon, nu epsilon phi omicron sigma, letter 1 F10, mu letter 1 F78, nu letter 1 F00 pi omicron tau rho omicron pi omicron nu. Letter 1 F10 pi iota pi lambda omicron mu epsilon nu omicron nu, letter 1 F04 phi alpha tau omicron nu, letter 1 F00 delta alpha mu alpha tau omicron nu, tau epsilon kappa alpha, letter 1 F76, delta epsilon sigma omicron epsilon rho o, sigma tau omicron nu, letter 1 F44 nu, ed. Tier, 1313. The second line, of course, would by itself have no rhythm at all, being so completely broken to pieces, in order to express the extreme limit of agitation possible in articulate speech. But it gains rhythm from the clearer lines of the context. The antistrophe shows a further variety, an irrational syllable in the last line. Letter 1 F30, letter 1 F7C, phi iota lambda omicron sigma. Letter 1 F7A, mu letter 1 F72, nu letter 1 F10, mu letter 1 F78, sigma letter 1 F10 pi iota pi omicron lambda omicron sigma, letter 1 F14 tau iota, mu omicron nu iota mu omicron sigma, letter 1 F14 tau iota, gamma alpha rho, letter 1 F51 pi omicron mu epsilon iota sigma, mu epsilon tau letter 1 F78, nu tau upsilon phi lambda letter 1 F78, nu cap eta delta epsilon omega nu. Cap eta delta epsilon omega nu. Evidently, it is important to accustom one's ear thoroughly to the basic form, and, too, another instance may be of use. Letter 1 F06 rho alpha, pi epsilon lambda alpha iota, kappa lambda, letter 1 FC4 theta rho omicron iota sigma chi alpha lambda kappa omicron delta epsilon tau. Letter 1 F14 mu beta omicron lambda alpha, tau epsilon lambda alpha iota nu epsilon omicron iota sigma iota nu, letter 1 F00 mu phi iota omicron nu omicron sigma, letter 1 F40 rho gamma alpha nu omicron iota sigma, tau epsilon iota chi epsilon omicron sigma. Letter 1 F25 rho mu omicron sigma tau alpha iota. Phonacy, 114 SQQ. The last division of our subject is the different types of period, the various ways in which colla are combined and correspond. It should be noted that a colon with anacrusis can correspond to one without, so of katelxis and tau omicron nu eta. The simplest form is the stichic sigma tau iota chi omicron sigma, a row in which the colla are of the same length. The scheme. A 2, 4, 6 A is, that is, or, etc., or A and so forth. A 2, 4, 6 A. Pi letter 1 FB6, sigma gamma, letter 1 F70, rho letter 1 F31 pi eta lambda alpha tau alpha sigma, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, pi epsilon delta omicron, sigma tau iota beta letter 1 F74, sigma lambda epsilon omega sigma. Percy. 126 SQ. Where correspondence is indicated by 4. It makes no difference that is answered by in the second foot. Roman 2 to the stichic corresponds the Palinotic period, pi alpha lambda iota nu letter 1 FF3 delta iota alpha. Repetition, in which not a single colon, but a group of colla is repeated so far as length is concerned. Mu epsilon iota xi omicron epsilon sigma iota nu, letter 1 F22, pi rho letter 1 F78, sigma pi upsilon theta iota alpha iota sigma, letter 1 f22, lambda alpha mu pi alpha sigma iota nu, letter 1 f00, kappa tau alpha letter 1 fd6 sigma. Omicron letter 1 f57, pi omicron tau nu iota alpha iota, sigma epsilon mu nu letter 1 f70, tau iota theta eta nu omicron letter 1 fe6, nu tau alpha iota tau epsilon lambda ed. Call 1047 SQ. Macron 4242. This type of period is frequent in English poetry, where the use of rhyme and the absence of tau omicron nu eta make the cola perfectly plain, e.g. Love still has something of the sea from whence his mother rose, no time his slaves from care sets free, or gives their hearts repose. Sedley. 4343. Roman 3. Antithetic periods are formed by the inverted repetition, whether of different cola, or of different groups of cola. A. The simplest type is that, in which a series of ungrouped cola is repeated in inverse order. Delta iota alpha nu tau alpha iota alpha nu, lambda epsilon gamma epsilon iota sigma, delta omicron mu omicron iota sigma iota kappa alpha iota, sigma omega mu alpha sigma iota nu, pi epsilon pi lambda alpha gamma mu epsilon nu alpha nu, letter 1 f00, nu alpha upsilon delta alpha tau, letter 1 ff3 mu epsilon nu epsilon iota, letter 1 f00 rho alpha iota, letter 1 ff3 tau, letter 1 f10 kappa, pi alpha tau rho letter 1 f78 sigma. Delta iota chi omicron phi rho omicron iota, pi omicron tau mu letter 1 ff3. Septum, 895 SQQ. And B. In a similar manner, groups may be repeated antithetically. Each group retains its internal order. Hence, such periods are called palinodic antithetic. Delta iota, alpha letter 1 f30, letter 1 ff6, nu omicron sigma mu alpha kappa rho omicron letter 1 fe6, pi alpha nu omicron lambda beta omicron nu letter 1 f14 nu seed epsilon nu, pi letter 1 fb6, sigma alpha beta omicron letter 1 fb7 chi theta omega nu. Phi epsilon sigma iota zeta omicron omicron upsilon, gamma epsilon nu omicron sigma, tau omicron delta epsilon, zeta eta nu omicron sigma, letter 1 f10 sigma tau iota nu, letter 1 f00, lambda eta theta letter 1 ff6, sigma tau iota sigma gamma, letter 1 f70, rho letter 1 f02 nu, kappa alpha tau epsilon pi alpha upsilon sigma epsilon nu, letter 1 f25 rho alpha sigma, nu omicron sigma omicron upsilon sigma. Letter 1 f10 pi iota beta omicron upsilon lambda omicron upsilon sigma. Delta iota letter 1 f78 sigma, letter 1 f14 gamma omicron nu, kappa alpha letter 1 f76 tau omicron delta, letter 1 f02 nu gamma epsilon nu omicron sigma, lambda epsilon gamma omega nu letter 1 f10 psi, letter 1 f10 pi alpha phi omicron upsilon, kappa upsilon rho eta sigma alpha iota sigma ish. Supplices, 582 SQQ. Z. 6e4 4 4e4 4 6 4. Roman 4, any of the three periods just described, the stichic, the palinodic, the antithetic, whether simple or palinodic antithetic, may be mesodic. That is, it may be grouped round a central colon, the mesode, to which no colon corresponds, save of course the mesode of the other strophe. The schemes, then, are A. Stichic mesodic, A. B. Palinodic mesodic, A B X A B. C. Antithetic mesodic, A B X B A. D. Palinodic antithetic mesodic, A B C to D A X or C to D or A B. A. The stichic mesodic. Letter 1 f00, mu eta chi alpha nu letter 1 ff6, phi rho omicron nu tau iota delta omicron sigma, sigma tau epsilon rho eta theta epsilon iota sigma, epsilon letter 1 f50, pi alpha lambda alpha mu omicron nu mu epsilon rho iota mu nu alpha nu letter 1 f45 pi alpha, tau rho alpha pi omega mu alpha iota, pi iota tau nu omicron nu tau omicron sigma, omicron letter 1 f34 kappa omicron upsilon, Agamemnon, 1530 SQQ. And B. The palinodic mesodic. Letter 1 f10, mu omicron letter 1 f76, chi rho letter 1 fc6, nu sigma epsilon mu phi omicron rho alpha nu, letter 1 f10, mu omicron letter 1 f76, chi rho letter 1 fc6, nu pi eta mu omicron nu letter 1 f70, nu gamma epsilon nu epsilon sigma theta alpha iota. Letter 1 f30 delta alpha iota alpha nu, letter 1 f45 tau epsilon, pi rho letter 1 ff6 tau omicron, nu letter 1 f55 lambda alpha nu, letter 1 F00 lambda epsilon psi alpha nu delta rho omicron sigma, epsilon letter 1 F30, lambda alpha tau iota nu alpha, nu letter 1 F10 tau alpha mu epsilon theta. Letter 1 F05 lambda iota omicron nu, letter 1 F10 pi. Omicron letter 1 F36, delta mu alpha, nu alpha epsilon sigma tau omicron lambda eta sigma omega nu. Hecuba, 629 SQQ. 46446. C. The antithetic mesodic. Sigma epsilon tau omicron iota, sigma epsilon tau omicron iota, kappa alpha tau eta psi iota omega sigma alpha sigma. Letter 1 F66, beta alpha rho epsilon pi omicron tau mu epsilon. Kappa omicron letter 1 F50. Kappa letter 1 F04 lambda lambda omicron theta epsilon nu, letter 1 F14 chi epsilon iota. Tau epsilon chi letter 1 FB3 tau letter 1 FB6 delta, letter 1 F00, pi letter 1 F78, mu epsilon iota z omicron nu omicron sigma epsilon, letter 1 F56 tau epsilon gamma epsilon, pi alpha rho letter 1 F78, nu phi rho omicron nu letter 1 FC6, sigma alpha iota. Philoctetes, 1095 SQQ. D. The Palinodic antithetic mesodic. Mu eta mu omicron iota, mu letter 1 F74, pi rho omicron delta iota delta omicron epsilon, mu omicron nu omicron sigma. Mu omicron, nu letter 1 FF3, kappa omicron mu iota zeta epsilon, pi omicron rho theta mu iota delta omicron sigma, sigma kappa alpha phi omicron sigma. Chi alpha iota rho epsilon tau omega, mu letter 1 F72, nu alpha letter 1 F56, lambda iota sigma letter 1 F25 delta epsilon. Chi alpha iota rho epsilon tau omega delta letter 1 F72, theta epsilon mu alpha tau omega nu, letter 1 F00 pi omicron beta omega mu iota omicron sigma, letter 1 F03 nu, letter 1 F14 chi epsilon iota, theta epsilon sigma iota alpha nu, kappa epsilon kappa lambda mega psi, alpha letter 1 F30. Tau nu alpha letter 1 FD6, omicron sigma psi, epsilon, nu iota kappa letter 1 FF6, nu kappa rho epsilon omega nu. Kappa epsilon chi alpha rho mu epsilon nu omicron sigma, beta omicron rho letter 1 FB7. Nu eta lambda eta sigma, letter 1 F66 tau, lambda letter 1 FB6, mu omicron nu letter 1 F45 sigma tau iota sigma, delta omega mu alpha tau omega nu, letter 1 F10 phi epsilon sigma tau iota omicron epsilon sigma. Cyclops, 351 SQQ. Amuga 3 6 4 a 4 a 4 a 4 a 4 3 6. Most of the periodic structures which have been described are by no means obvious to the ear. A trained sense of rhythm, attention to quantity, and careful practice will reduce the difficulties. But in any case, Greek periods are far less easy to grasp than English. Their variety and length, the frequent occurrence of prolongation, resolution, and irrational syllables, the possibility of preludes or postludes, all these are formidable to modern students who lack the help of the music. We may perhaps work out the period with ease on paper, but our ear often cannot appreciate the balance and contour of the whole as it can in English lyrics, where we have the immense assistance of a rhyme scheme. But it is no sound deduction that the study of Greek lyric meter and rhythm is therefore useless. We cannot always hear the period, that is a question of music, but we can always hear the colon, that is a question of language. To utter the cola correctly is easy after a little practice. And it is these sentences which, by their own internal rhythmical nature and by the identities or contrasts existing between them, reinforce and more pungently articulate the sense of the words wherefrom they are molded.